Good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, April 8th, 2025, and I call to order this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Leading with the invocation this morning is Pastor Chris Scott. Come up and join us. Welcome, Chris.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Board. Will you please join me in prayer this morning? Lord, thank you for this opportunity for us to gather today, discussing some important matters and some great things here in El Dorado County. But as you know, we have a lot of things that are on our hearts and our minds today. And we'd like to be fully present to what the conversation has for today and what this board meeting has. So we lay all those concerns, all of those worries, and all those fears down at your feet. And we give them back to you so that we can pick them back up with you at the right and appropriate time. We consecrate today's agenda and all of the interactions today, all of the conversations, and all of the decisions that will be made going forward from today. And we pray for loving and kind interactions in all things. We pray that you would give us words to speak truth and life to each other, but ultimately for the good of this county and what it is that you are calling each of us into today. We pray blessings over this county and ask for your wisdom and guidance in all of it. It's in your powerful name we pray, Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Please join me in the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome, El Dorado County, to another regular session of the Board of Supervisors. And thank you for joining us here today in Placerville, California. As a reminder, we limit public comment to 3 minutes to allow enough time for everyone to have their voices heard. Now, the adoption of the agenda and approval of this consent calendar. We now will move in the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar at this time. Does any of the board have any comments or changes? District 1? No. District 5?
No changes.
District 3?
Yes, I would like to recuse myself on item 11, although I do not have any legal conflict. I think it still just doesn't look well. It's giving the contract to my brother's company, so I will recuse myself on item 11.
Okay. District 4?
Just a comment on item 11 for DOT, the maps that are attached were super easy to understand. And so I just really wanted to shout out, thank you.
All right. And I have no comments or no changes at this time. So I'll open it up to public comment.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anybody in the boardroom like to speak on consent? Come on up, Chris.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Just a moment to talk about item number 4. I just want to recognize that later on today, we're going to have some discussion, maybe later on this morning, have some discussion on item 25, which is budgetary concerns about what the future holds in terms of El Dorado County's budget. From time to time, as I did, I believe last week, I spoke about the memorandums of understanding that have to do with labor groups and how important those are in terms of their relationships. It's just awkward, though, as I said last week, and I'm just repeating myself. It's awkward when you have this budgetary concern when we maybe talk about 5 to 10% cut, maybe more, in terms of the overall department budgets, and at the same time bring a memorandum of understanding related to the business of employees themselves, salary and benefits. Typically, the topics that we talk about in those memorandums of understanding. There's more than that, though. There's more about how relationships are established. Today, in item 4, you have the biggest employee group in the county. By far, they are the biggest numbers, the cost, and And the relationship then of that large body of people to the operation and the function of the county is extremely important on a day-to-day basis. All I want to say is as you take your action, I just want to make sure that we all understand what I've just commented on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Anybody else in the boardroom like to speak?
Hi, Sue Taylors. You're moving forward with 16 on the Lime Rock / Marble Valley project. These are two different projects. They should not be constantly put together in one item because that means you only get to comment as a joint project in 3-minute intervals through the whole process. And I really think that's illegal. That's been done throughout this whole process of their project. So I would say you need to get these split into 2 items. And also remember that this area was, I'm watching the board go after significant points in our general plan that were agreed upon of how this county would get developed. And that area was basically a buffer between El Dorado Hills and Cameron Park. And those agreements were made by these developers with the county and when they did the general plan and all those things. And I think there needs to be a shot across the bow. Yeah, you can keep spending all this money, but the county is going to adhere to the general plan. And everything about those properties was to leave it in the designation of low density that it was. It's not in the water district. It's not, there's so many reasons and why it is the way it is. So I would start with getting those 2 split. And then number 17, if you could explain what timber conversion permits are, does that mean you're converting TPZ properties into some other zoning? Or maybe you can give an explanation, because I'm horrified by this item on 17, because that's, again, our principle, first 2 pages in the general plan. Our timber is our lifeline. It's our economy. And if we start hacking away at that, we're just gonna, why even be a rural county anymore? So I think those are the 2 main items. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Anybody else in the board chambers like to speak? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 525. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hi. Yeah, sorry, it took me a while. This is Lyle Bennett, Koshan Pollock Pine. I'm commenting on item 1 and item 4. Item 1 is your minute, and I realize that we have a wonderful clerk, and it takes time to do more than just your action item. But there was a substantive conversation at the last meeting. I'm sure you recall it at this point in the meeting about items 7 and 8. And I heard commitments from the board to answer a lot of questions from the public. I realize that there can be reasons why it's not on the agenda today, but one of your values is collaboration. And I sent you the whole transcript that you can refresh your memories and perhaps give direction to make sure these questions get answered, hopefully at your next budget meeting. And then I commend item 4 that you finally have reached resolution, as Chris was saying, with your largest bargaining unit. I remain concerned that you settled with the managers first, but I'm just applauding that you're giving a 6% raise to the folks that are most important. And later on, I know we're talking about senior daycare, and I'm hoping that bringing the program aids that work so successfully with this population to a competitive salary, slightly higher than McDonald's, unfortunately, but still, at least we're not behind fast food. And then, I am looking at your labor handout where you're talking about the status prior to resolution, and maybe at some point a conversation could be had, if it's appropriate, why it costs $80,000 or more in attorney fees in such a budget crunch. I can think of better priorities for that. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. So my topic's about item number 8. The document itself is about 67 pages long. However, the 3 appendices that are listed are all missing. So we don't have complete documentation available for public review. I think it's a deceptive title because it's not just first-time home buyers assistance. These funds can also be used to fund developer projects. Within the document, one of the targets that was evaluated were declared disaster areas. Looking through the list, though, our county's not on it, even for the winter storms that happened 22 and 23. So I don't know why we continue to not be recognized at a FEMA level in regards to events like that, disaster areas. I think that this should be pulled for review and discussion by the public. Grants are still taxpayer funds, and I think we should have the opportunity to be able to understand what's coming in and also how it's going to be used going forward. How are we going to be able to see how these funds are distributed? So thank you for your consideration.
Now taking public comment from Steve Palmer.
Yes, I want to make sure you can hear me since I don't typically zoom in.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. My name is Steve Palmer. I live in Cameron Park, and this is in regard to item 16, the Marble Valley Lime Rock projects. Just real briefly, this project has been on the books, as we all know, for many, many years. If it was ever approved, it would have a huge, huge impact on the county in every way imaginable. And I think that the board should consider actually increasing EIR budget, maybe not to this consultant, but to a consultant to consider, if they're going to even think about this plan, to consider the impact this would have countywide and basically a huge change or a turn of the general plan. This is not a simple, 4,000 home project. It would change the entire character of the county. It's interesting to note that on the meeting agenda every month, it says our vision statement, which is exceptional quality of life with strong sense of community, historical heritage, rural character, managed growth, and opportunity for all. Please consider that as you move forward with this item and in the future working with this developer. Thanks very much for your time.
Now taking public comment from Rebecca LeBou.
Hi, I'm Rebecca LeBeau in El Dorado Hills. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. I was commenting on item 16 for the Marble Valley and Lime Rock Valley, and that I also think that should be separated out as 2 separate items. Those are 2 massive proposed projects that should be addressed separately, and they should be reviewed separately. They're using, it was old environmental documents that were submitted, so that needs to be, that's not acceptable. We need to ask the board not to change the general plan. The zoning is what is the biggest appeal in our county. It's what sets the character apart from anywhere else. And that general plan was written so that this zone, it's been established with its urban limit community region boundary lines to keep that buffer between El Dorado Hills and Cameron Park. We're going to see urban sprawl if this is approved. There would be housing all the way from Folsom nonstop up through Cameron Park, which is not what our county is all about. That is not what the county is set out to protect and preserve. We have loss of water, we have the impact on fire, the oak trees that get removed and how that affects groundwater. Everyone's on wells out there, so that will greatly affect the homes that already exist out there. And so I just wanted to say that like to see the board consider all of those things as they review these projects and should be reviewing them separately. Thank you for my comment.
Now taking public comment from Melody Lane.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. I'm addressing department matters, items number 20 and 25. And the concern that there is that this can be heard. at-
Melanie, that will be heard later, 20 and
Okay,
25.
if you'd let me finish, please, George. I'm addressing the adoption of the agenda and the issues on here. And by the way, my name is Melody, not Melanie. The Brown Act preamble was the foundation of Compass to Truth being founded in 2009. And it specifically says the people in delegating authority do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people do not yield their sovereignty to the bodies that serve them. The people insist on remaining informed to retain control over the legislative bodies they have created. Now, specifically, while I'm addressing under the Brown Act, the rights of the public, section 54954.3, the public's right to testify at meetings. And it says specifically, care must be given to avoid violating the speech rights of speakers by suppressing opinions relevant to the business of the body. As such, members of the public have broad constitutional rights to comment on any subject relating to the business of the governmental body. But what we are seeing the Board of Supervisors is doing is death by 1,000 cuts to the First Amendment rights of the public, specifically when it comes to addressing items on the Board of Supervisors agenda. The department matters, when it's heard at any time, could be any time during the day, which prohibits the public from being able to participate and exercise their constitutional rights. This needs to be addressed by the Board of Supervisors to make department matters time specific on the calendar in order that the public can actively participate and exercise their First Amendment rights. It further goes on to say these decisions found that prohibiting critical comments was a form of viewpoint discrimination, and that prohibition promoted to discussion artificially geared toward praising and maintaining the status quo, therefore foreclosing meaningful public dialogue. Please make changes to the Board of Supervisors agenda to enable the public to participate at a time specific so that they can dial in or show up in person to make their voices heard and have and maintain their sovereignty. Thank you.
Thank you, Melody.
Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Happy April 8th. I just want to piggyback, here we are again, consent calendar, putting some very, very serious and very, very, thoughtful items into a quick, all those say aye. In regards to 16, I do agree that we're looking at two very separate, very large projects affecting really the entire landscape of El Dorado Hills into Cameron Park. I can't comment on the previous commenter on whether or not, funding is appropriate on what needs to be done. But I definitely am concerned that we're putting a value onto that goes to the developer. I know in previous meetings, somebody did explain why we're paying for it and then the developer pays us back. When it says developer funded, maybe you can do a quick little few sentences again to remind us on how it's on our agenda and our dollar, but then the developer funds it and why it's not just done by the developer, and whatever that bid ends up being is what it ends up being. But I just think this is a pretty big ticket item to have in one item of approval, and two very large projects that are really going to, like people said, impact the whole landscape and pretty much the ending of that rural feel. And just as a side note, this is one of the issues when, when we're talking about people talking about cityhood and overdevelopment, watch these projects. I mean, these projects will come with cityhood. They don't get to go away. So I hope people realize that, becoming a city won't necessarily stop these kind of projects that are already in progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll close public comment. I'll bring it back to the board for any necessary comments or deletions.
I think that I'd like the planning and building director to address just a couple questions that were brought up, if you would, please. Because this does come up with these big projects, and I think it's good to take opportunities to remind developers that just because they're in the process, they're spending millions of dollars, they're not entitled to approval of a project. And I'd like to know from you, how often do they get that reminder?
Well, I will say it's probably not something we talk about specifically, but they have that understanding. And that's the reason why they're doing this environmental impact reports, is to look at exactly what the impacts will be, so that when, if and when the project does come forward, that is complete information. So in this case, as one of the callers mentioned, they had an old environmental impact report, and that did need updating. And so these expenses are to update that to the current requirements of the environmental impact report. And that's why the dollar amount, we're just right at the very end, almost done with these documents. So that's why the amount is not significant. They have certainly paid a significant amount already to date. But yeah, they certainly have that understanding that they need to get the approvals. There's, in my mind, 3 steps. It's got to get by staff and our review, and we're checking the general plan policies. We're checking and reviewing the environmental impact reports. If that passes muster, then it goes on to the planning commission, and from the planning commission to the board. So multiple layers of review.
Okay, but I asked though, how often do developers get the reminder that just because they're in the process and spending millions of dollars on a process, it doesn't mean they're entitled to approval?
Correct.
And so do they hear that from staff, or is that something we should take an opportunity like today to send out that reminder? Because I know I say it as often as I can, so that there's not a sense of entitlement. Where do you think it's most appropriate?
I think the developers actually do listen in on the board meetings and hear the conversations. I mean, we do talk about that piece of it, what the feedback is that we're hearing. And so in my mind, I have no doubt they understand that very deeply. Yes.
So coming from the board when we have the opportunity is probably a good idea, is my thinking. And then I also just had some concerns about item 17. Could you clarify what that is or isn't?
Yeah, and I may have Rob Peters come up and talk about this, but this is, we don't actually get these very often.
Do you think it'd be better if we pull the item?
We can.
I think that would be better for further discussion
wanna
because,
hear it
because we got a
more?
lot of stuff going on today. So I think that would be better
Okay,
if we
sure.
do that.
That's
Okay,
fine.
everybody all right with that?
Sure.
Okay.
17.
17.
So I would move the consent
Want
agenda and calendar with, oh,
Wait a minute,
sorry.
Kim to read
It's
it
okay.
first, the summary.
Adoption agenda and approve the consent calendar with the following changes. Supervisor Veerkamp will recuse himself on item number 11 and pull item 17 for discussion.
All right.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Opposed? All right.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. So I think it'd be better if we go directly into 25, or you want to go ahead and we just talk about 17 right now?
Let's get it out of the way.
I might be, let's get it out of the way.
Should be quick.
Yeah, okay, all right. Come on up, Rob.
Item number 17 comes from Planning and Building Department Planning Division recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign a letter to the California Board of Forestry and Fire Protection, appointing Karen L. Gardner, Director of the Planning and Building Department, as El Dorado County's primary authorized designee, Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning and Building, as El Dorado County's secondary authorized designee, as approved and authorized previously.
All right, Mr. Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rob Peters with Planning. So yeah, I can speak to this item. And so the request is to actually add Aaron Mount to the list of folks that are already on there. So Karen Garner as the director and myself as the deputy are already on a list that is with the Board of Forestry for contacts. So registered foresters can reach out to those contacts and go through this process. The process is a one-time conversion of less than 3 acres of timberlands to non-timberland use. So what we generally see is somebody wanting to build a house. And so they'll do the timber for the 3 acres or less. It's not always 3 acres. It could be 1, it could be 2, but it's a one-time exemption from the Board of Forestry. And so they get to have a registered forester come in and timber that 3 acres or less, and then they can build their home or whatever. But it's a permanent conversion from timberlands to a non-timberland use. And so the Board of Forestry has this program. They've had it since about 1981. And so it's been amended, I think, 17 times or something. And there's a lot of information on the Board of Forestry website, including presentations that they've given, but it's under the Public Resources Code. And so it allows this conversion as an exemption. And so we go in and verify that it's timberlands and that it meets this conversion. And there's, that's our role within it. But the registered forester presents an application to the county. We're one of a couple signatures on it. Board of Forestry also reviews it. So it talks about the total board feet that will be taken out. We look for oak resources as being something in there. It's generally not. It's like fir and other things like that, but in a variety of different cedar and other types of trees that we don't have regulatory protections necessarily over, but it is this one time. And the same person can't apply for 2 conversions within 5 years. So you can't go from property to property. So it has some protections in there, but it's really a state program that we are a verifier of. And so adding Aaron, quite frankly, means that I don't have to do them all. I mean, okay, I'm just being honest with you. I mean, it's another person that's on the list of folks that can sign these and do that research.
And how many of these are we doing ever?
We get, I would say, I have one on my desk right now, I can tell you. It is in the Georgetown area, I think. And so we would do, I would say, between 10 and 20 a year. I mean, that's being conservative. They come in every so often. It's not like regularly. And so they do happen. And so, we have this again, this letter allows us to be on the Board of Forestry list and also allows us to be the person that signs that document as represented for the Board of Supervisors.
So then if we review it and we have concerns, does the Board of Forestry convert it anyway, or how's that work?
No, it does have a public notice, I think, that the Board of Forestry has to do, but I think it has to have local signature in order to move forward, is my understanding. That's what the application requires. In order for them to submit it to the Board of Forestry, it has to have the local jurisdiction signature on it.
Okay.
And so what you generally see with these, I'll give a little more context, is an application with a bunch of maps, the USGS quads, the site plan, the areas that are going to be impacted. It usually talks about the proposed use and the non-timberland use. It's generally a house.
Okay. I'm just a little concerned that the world that we live in has changed so much, and converting timberland for house using when we have all these insurance issues and all this stuff is maybe something we need to relook at and not just approve them. And how would we go about that?
I guess the Board of Supervisors could give us direction to not approve the timberland conversions, but it's basically our verification that the application is meeting the state requirements. And so it's kind of I know we talk about that a lot, but it's a state mandated, program that we have to participate in. And if you meet these tests, then you move forward. So
again, the state's doing this, even though they're telling us not to be building in the state is just so contrary.
I mean, it's not always for a house. Generally that's what we've seen them on, but it is a
conversion. It could be all sorts of
reasons.
Yeah.
It could be for ag, it could be for other things, right? And so, but I just use that as what we see.
The most.
you know,
And I
quite
think
often.
it may be important to understand, and maybe Rob can elaborate on this, but this process that's being described is separate and apart from the regulations imposed by our zoning ordinance, which do, in the table of uses, do have, allowed uses, some by right, some by CUP within certain resource designated areas. So just by way of example, I'm looking right now, forest resources is a particular zoning district, and we do allow single family residential uses as a matter of right. So this is, I think, a somewhat separate and apart from the zoning, which I think you're maybe getting into the uses, and this is just really with respect to the state program for timber conversion.
Well, and to be clear, it doesn't change the zoning of the property. It is this, one-time conversion of this portion of the property. They're generally larger size properties. And so they're still maybe doing timber activities, may not through a timber harvest plan. That's a higher level of degree of a look for, harvesting trees. But so this is this very limited amount, one-time thing for each parcel that, that the state provides as an exemption.
Okay.
Everybody okay? Any other questions? Greg?
No, thank you.
All right. Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it. So I'll bring it back to open public comment on item 17. Come on up, Sue.
We're now taking public comments specifically regarding item 17. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in boredom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Hi, Sue Taylor. Thanks for pulling this. So this is even more confusing. Again, our first preface, beginning of our chapter of our general plan, talks about how timber is one of our most important resources for our, even though we're not taking care of that in that way, but for economic benefit for this county. And so I'm basically, if it's are these TPZ zoned properties, and are they being converted to residential, which would be a general plan amendment? So are the zones changing? It's kind of confusing if they can just go in-house and flip a 3-acre parcel from timber to residential, and what is the impact of the people that are around them and mainly these are in TPZ, so they can get a discounted property tax of hardly anything. So are they staying in TPZ but having a house on it and retaining those property tax discounts? I think now I'm even more concerned that this is being in-house. And it sounds like the county still has a say on whether those get converted or not. And I just think conversions should be going through I feel like we're blowing out our planning process of what I'm used to so much that you're pretty much handing it to the planning department to take care of everything that should be going through the public process. So I'm just curious, maybe I'm misunderstanding this, but if the properties are TPZ and being flipped to residential after they clear the property, I think that's kind of I think if you get a discount on your land forever, you shouldn't be able to come back and flip it for a house. So anyway, I would still like more clarification on this, and if they're doing this without going through the public process of zoning and land use changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Chris Payne, on this item, my concern is if it's timberland, that means then it's susceptible to wildfire. The clearing then part of it seems reasonable because you'd want to have some acreage around the house in terms of buffering against the wildfire. I think that there's common sense in here, though, that when staff reviews these things, that there is that understanding that they're looking at it in behalf of the county. And and certainly you don't want to miss anything. And I don't think that's the intent here. Some things require, as we know, a certain level of approval. And in this particular matter, it's at staff. And that's all this is, essentially, is adding another staff person in order to do the function as the person to review. The sign off then comes with that authority that you have as a board give them. Now, in the matter then of the wildfire, I would want to make sure that that is tied into this, George. As you know, the subject is very important to you. And I'm more concerned about how it plays into the more broader perspective of us being safe, publicly safe. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Anybody else in the room like to speak on this particular item? Come on up.
Hello, Stan Hill from El Dorado. I'm a little confused. Could you please explain to me on 17? I think the topic is whether we're going to, or you're going to appoint someone, not what appears to be a bigger issue here that's ongoing. So what are we talking about on this one? Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Stan. Appreciate it. Anybody else here would like to speak on this item? All right, let's so Zoom.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Hi, Kelly Nellevi again, El Dorado Hills. Again, I'm just wanting to be knowledgeable as much as I can. I know in the past, Supervisor Turnbull, you've talked a lot about the value of our timber, sorry, I was about to say lumber, timber becoming lumber, bringing back the mills, things like that. We know that our country is moving towards a direction more of using our resources in America, producing our resources in America. Our company has seen the tariffs coming from Canada, where a lot of our wood fiberboard products that my company uses is right now purchasing, because we don't have as many, local people producing those. So one is, I wonder if we're being a little presumptuous. I'm not thinking that, this could really become more of a viable resource of economic value if these areas could produce that. Are we maybe jumping the gun on not going back to that desire of being a mill and all those good things? And then I did also wonder, and echo with, it sounds like if we're talking about just appointing somebody today versus are we actually deciding on this issue of whether they can convert and clear out and things like that? Because of course we do want to be clearing out and producing a safe community. 3-acre conversion to myself, I mean, to me, that there's a big difference if somebody has a 3-acre, they clear it out and put a single home with a beautiful, acreage around them, whatever, versus 3 acres that could become, an crunched in 60, 80 use apartment complex. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, point of order, if we could advise anybody else calling in, let's stick to the item. And David, I think you'll concur that we're appointing somebody. We can have this bigger discussion at a different time. Chasing a rabbit here.
Right.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. So I'll close public comment on item 17.
Chair, I'll move item 17 for approval.
A second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye. No. Motion passes 4-1 with Supervisor Parlin registering a no vote.
Okay. So move on to Department Matters, item 25. Okay. Oh, so
Item number 25 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, receive and file a presentation and supporting documentation on the fiscal year 25-26 budget development. 2, direct staff to incorporate the following into the fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget. It'd be subsections A through M. 3, direct staff to develop a retirement incentive plan. 4, direct staff to begin working with departments on a 5% and 10% budget reduction scenarios for the development of the fiscal year 26-27 budget. And 5, direct staff to work with the budget ad hoc to explore revenue generating options.
So before we get started here, I want to point out that we'll go from A to M and we'll take each items separately so we're not all over the board. Okay, so I think we'll talk about A, then go to B and then C and further on. If everybody's okay with that. You okay with that?
So allowing public comment on each item
No, no.
Okay,
Public
what are you
comment will
talking
be at the end.
for all of the items?
All the items, yes.
And so staff, we're going to run through the presentation. And then if the board wants to then move to public comment and receive public comment, and then we could move our way through the various action items that are identified in the staff report.
Yeah. You okay with that?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Okay, good morning. Sue Henneke with the Chief Administrative Office, joined by your CAO budget team and several of your department heads today. I do want to start before we get into our presentation on the budget with a couple of follow-up items from last week's meeting, the discussion that occurred about items 7 and 8 on the agenda, which were the Management Association MOU and the salary and benefits resolution for unrepresented employees. So I'm actually going to have Emma pull up a sheet, and so everybody could see where this is on our website. We have put together a fact sheet on Charter Section 504, and I'm going to just go over some of those facts for you today from that sheet. Charter Section 504 is a provision in our county charter that provides for annual salary increases for specified classifications in the sheriff's department. So this was originally a ballot initiative that was voted in by the voters in 1972. When we adopted our charter in 1994, it was incorporated into the charter. And then there was a later amendment in 1996. So the fact sheet includes the actual language taken directly from the charter. And I'm going to throw some numbers out there for you today. So I'll go slowly, and they're all here in the sheet so you can go back and review. But I first want to say I'm going to talk about two things: classifications and personnel allocations. So a classification is what we refer to as a job title. And you see if you would scroll up a little, Emma. So the charter contains 6 classifications, and those 6 classifications per the charter are to be reviewed annually and brought up to the average salary of the 3 comparator agencies listed, which are the CHP, Amador County, and City of South Lake Tahoe. Did I say that wrong? South Lake Tahoe. Okay, I'm like, get the right city. So of those 6 classifications, so holding those 6 job titles are 182 employees. So as we stand today, 182 employees fall into those 6 classifications that are specified in the charter. In addition, over time, either through negotiated memorandum of understanding with labor union or through resolution of the Board of Supervisors, 11 more job titles or classifications have been added. Now, in those 11 classifications, there are only 24 personnel allocations. So in total, we have 206 personnel allocations in the county that are linked to or included in the original Charter Section 504, so 206. Of those, so of the 24 allocations, or in the 11 added classifications, 4 of those classifications are in the district attorney's office in the investigator series. So that accounts for 17 of those additional 24 employees. So the last 7 allocations are all department head level positions that have been added. So the DA, the sheriff, because the sheriff himself was not in the original charter provision. So you've got the DA, the sheriff, the chief probation officer, the public defender, the alternate public defender, the CAO, and county counsel. So of the 206 employees, 204 are in the law and justice functional group. And I think you can understand why, because when you've got employees going from the sheriff's office over to the DA's office to become investigators, that creates some issues. So over time, the board has looked at 504 and some of the impacts that it creates throughout the county and made some policy decisions over time to try to address those. But I want to stress again too that items 7 and 8 last week did not expand or change any linkages to Charter Section 504. With that, does anybody have any questions? Again, that fact sheet is out. It can be found on the Board of Supervisors webpage under the quick links section. I believe it's also on the Human Resources webpage.
All right, so bring it back to the board. Any questions? Nope. On this particular item, can we open it up to public comment or? Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Chair. Do we have a feel for what the equivalent dollar amounts are when we start talking about these numbers, especially the 11 classifications that have been added?
Yeah, I don't have it broken out by classification, but I can tell you for the most recent increase that occurred this last January, it was a 5.71% increase. And countywide, the estimated cost of that was 2.8 million.
And that includes the 182 original.
Yes, it does.
Employees that are part of that. So that was a $2.8 million increase for the year.
Correct.
And is 5.71% generally, is that a generally good number for, does it go up every year, that amount? Because every year we go out.
Not that amount. That was a high.
That was a high one.
That was a high year for us. Last several years, it's ranged from, I think I had a table there, but we can get you that information. We obviously track it each year, but it's been around 2 or 3. Couple of years, it was pretty low, under 2%, but 5.7 was notably high. The state, the CHP gave some big raises.
Well, I want to thank you for bringing this information forward. I know that there was a lot of members of the public that had questions. I had questions, so this is very helpful. So thank you for doing that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So I don't think we need to open this up to public comment, being that we're getting their questions answered that they talked about last week, correct?
They can still ask about it. when we get
Still
to
ask
public
about it?
comment. Yeah.
All right, well, let's open it up to public comment on this then.
No.
No.
I was saying they can still ask about it. when
Oh,
we
they
get
can
to
still,
that point.
okay.
When we get to that.
Overall
When we get to
public comment.
public comment.
Okay,
Yeah.
overall public
Yeah.
comment?
We're
Okay.
gonna be here
good.
all.
Yeah, we'll be here all
Day
day
and
if we
night.
don't. That's true.
Um,
Okay. all
So
right.
the other questions that came up, and again, today with item number 4, were why are our labor MOUs on the consent calendar as opposed to the department matters agenda? So I just want to start, we do have a policy, the board has a policy for the use of the consent calendar. It's policy H3. And it is specific to speaking to the efficiencies of doing the public's business by the board. And the consent calendar is to be used when there is not a need for a debate or discussion among the board. So I want to make that distinction and that differentiation between a needed debate or discussion amongst the board and the public's ability to comment. Because there's no difference in the public's ability to review the materials or to comment whether something is on the consent calendar or the department matter listing. When something is on the consent calendar, that simply means that staff does not need the board to make a policy decision or give direction. And the reason that's not needed by the time these items get to the Board of Supervisors is because the labor negotiation process is fairly prescribed by law. And those negotiations happen between designated representatives of the board and the labor union. And those negotiations, when they are happening, they're held confidentially. We're not to disclose anything that happens in those discussions. And then the Brown Act even provides as an exemption for the board to discuss labor negotiations in closed session. So in closed session is where the Board of Supervisors has those detailed discussions with your labor representatives. And you talk about strategy. We talk at length about budget and the budgetary impacts and the fiscal impacts of what we are offering. So there's quite a bit of information shared that goes into those discussions. That direction is then given to your negotiator. The two parties go and they hopefully reach a deal. And by the time this MOU gets back to the board for discussion, the Labor Association has actually voted on that tentative deal. And so if we are all doing our jobs correctly, there should be nothing in that item when it comes back to the board that is in conflict with the board's direction that was given in closed session. So we're not asking you to have a debate or a discussion or make a policy decision. And in fact, it would probably be inappropriate to get into any kind of lengthy discussion about that. If you wanted to do something different than what ends up coming back to you at the board, then a board member it should be continued or something else should happen at that point in time, because we should not be bargaining out in public. We would probably get, called out by the unions on that, as we should. So I just want to make that distinction. And again, the items are published in the same way. The materials are all available. The public has the opportunity to review them all, to call in, to write in, to ask questions, and we're happy to answer questions that they have. But that's why they're on consent calendar and not discussion.
Okay, thank you, sir. Everybody okay with that? Yep. All right. Okay. So move on to item 25.
We will jump into our presentation. Next slide. So this is just a reminder. We met with the board on March 11th and we reviewed the discretionary programs and contributions, and the board gave us some direction to return with additional information on some of those items, which are listed here. Next slide, please. And then just a little reminder of where we are in our budget process, because this year has been a little bit different. And so this is a little bit of a busy page, but it is a reflection of the work that your staff have been doing on the budget since last November. By law, by the County Budget Act and Government Code, technically we only need one public hearing to adopt the budget. By the time the fiscal year 25-26 budget has been approved, we will have had 12 public meetings. And that's in addition to our department head meetings, our functional group meetings, our budget ad hoc meetings. So quite a bit of work goes into this process. And we're happy to have these touch points back with the board as we go along to get direction that's needed. And this next slide is just to kind of, to be honest, set the record straight on some terminology. I've been hearing the word deficit and surplus used, and I just want to kind of talk about those a little bit and what we're required to do here as a county. So the little orange box is a quote from the government code, and basically says that at all points during the year, our budget has to be balanced. So that we cannot adopt a budget that has spending that exceeds our revenue sources, or vice versa. So we have to have a balanced budget, and so we don't have a deficit. When we talk about the work that we've been doing since November to balance the budget, working with departments, we're talking about a budget gap. So I always use my hands like this alligator mouth. Every year, without fail, and I'm sure no agency is any different. Departments submit their requests. So they say, hey, here's what we think we need or we want to do our business this year. And then we project the revenues, and they're like usually down here. So we have to get to here, and we have to balance, and we have to do that by law by June 30th. And we do that every year. Some years it is harder. And for the last 2-3 fiscal years, we have been looking at the revenue trends and letting you all know, working with departments, saying it's going to keep getting harder and we need to start planning and start working on that. So we've been very, very transparent about that and what that gap is at certain times. That does not constitute a deficit. Think of the federal government. The federal government is allowed to adopt a budget where they don't have enough revenue to cover their expenditures. And what do? They borrow. We do not borrow. We cannot borrow without a vote of the people. So just want to drive that point home. And then as well, a surplus. I would love to think of a year where we're projecting revenues up here and our expenses down here. That would be a surplus. We don't have that either. At the end of any given fiscal year, we might have savings, which we often refer to as fund balance. And that there are a number of reasons why we might have that. We might have certain revenue line items that come in a little higher than budget, certain expenditures that don't occur that year. Often that means that they're being deferred or pushed out to another year. We have vacancies. And then of course, every year we hope that our contingency account, our kind of emergency savings account there, we hope that that remains unspent. And so that rolls into fund balance and rolls forward the next year. So when you see that in the budget that we've got, $30 million or $15 million in fund balance rolling over, that's not a surplus. That is savings that comes from most of these sources throughout the year. Now we will move on to.
Does the board have any questions on any of that?
Any questions on this? No.
Okay.
I just have one.
Go ahead.
So when there is a fund balance, does that roll into the general fund?
There are fund balances in every fund. So yes, but the one we typically talk about is the general fund balance. Okay, so our plan for balancing the general fund budget, we've talked again quite a bit about that gap. And we worked with the budget ad hoc committee, that's Supervisor Turnbull and Supervisor Veerkamp. And we discussed some ways to help close that gap working with departments. And so we've been doing that. We came up with a plan to spread that burden kind of across departments based on their proportionate net county costs. We gave departments that came in under their initial target, we're given credit for that, and departments that came in over their target had to get to their target first and then spread the rest of the gap. And I have to say, departments have really stepped up. This has been not a fun process. It never is a fun process to say, hey, we need to come find $15.25 million from you. But departments are really stepping up. They're working the plan, and we think we're making really good headway toward getting this thing balanced. So the initial plans, we asked departments to get to their target and let us know what the impacts would be. So those initial plans were submitted last week. We're continuing to work with them. If we need to, so it'll kind of depend on what happens today and the decisions you make today. But if we need to, we may return on April 22nd with an update and further direction. But if things keep going the way they are now, we very well may not need that meeting. But that'll, again, like I said, depend on how today turns out. And then one of the pieces that you directed us to come back with from March 11th was a discussion about facilities and discretionary facilities. And so Laura Schwartz, our assistant CAO, is here to give you a presentation on facilities.
Good morning.
Morning, Laura.
So I thought it might be beneficial for the board and the public just to kind of give a little bit of background, excuse me, as to how we budget for our facilities. So every year we do develop a facilities work plan. There's kind of two components. We have any project that is over $25,000 gets included in what's called our ACO fund, or our accumulative capital outlay fund. So those are all the large projects. Again, anything over 25,000 gets put into that plan. The smaller kind of day-to-day projects, those are actually included in our core facilities budget. That kind of comes out as a net county cost. Other than if there is a special funding source, we do build departments. So, departments that have another way to pay for those, we do capture funding in regards to that. We have very detailed facility assessments on all of our facilities. So we have gone through, we have very large binders that, down to the details of air filters and HVAC systems and carpet and paint and finishes and all of that. So we have had a consultant come in, assess all those. We know, kind of what's at end of life, what is fire life safety. And so we prioritize. And we prioritize based on a couple of things. We have building categories. So as an example, our first category is obviously always going to be our 24-hour lockdown facilities. That is top priority. We have to keep those facilities running. The cost, if anything goes down at the jail and we have to move inmates, that is like in the millions of dollars cost to the county. So obviously that's something that we prioritize. Our second category obviously would be our government centers, the sheriff, admin, patrol, probation, district attorney, public defender, public health, DOT operations. Category 3, more general administrative support facilities, libraries, senior centers, those types of facilities. And then kind of our last category would be our parks, grounds, cemeteries, trails. So kind of we start there as far as how we're going to prioritize with the limited dollars that we have. Then our next category, we go into obviously fire life safety. That's at the top. So anything that is a life or safety issue, that's going to be top priority. Asset preservation. Again, it costs us a lot more if we don't maintain our buildings. Parking lots as an example. If we don't maintain those and they get to such a point of degradation that we're now spending a lot more to completely redo it versus just keeping it preserved along the way. Our ADA, that's obviously if there's any ADA issues, that is something that we prioritize. And then finally, we kind of have that as needed facilities support. So, a department needs to move some cubicles. They need a whiteboard hung. They need pictures hung. Those are kind of last on our list, but we do offer those types of services as well.
I want to stop right there. I got to ask you a question, Sue. You're talking about a consultant that comes in and evaluates our buildings and stuff. Is that every year, every 5 years?
Oh, no.
or-
I think the last one we did, we basically, when they come in, they give us almost a 20-year assessment. So we do these not very, we've taken time. Our first one, we didn't include all of our buildings. We did that. I think the most recent one was 5 years ago. And then we had them come in and kind of finish up. We did some stuff on the parks buildings. So we tried to bring in some more buildings on the last one we did. It's been at least 5 years.
So how much of the consultant charges the county for doing that?
I believe our last one was about $85,000.
Okay.
Of the Vanner report, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, we've had Vanner. We've also used, I am blanking on the other firm that we used, but we did use someone other than Vanner last
All
time.
right. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, we would like to do it ourselves, but honestly, it's just a resource issue. It's not a lot of money to get that long-term, very detailed. I mean, they go and we have pictures. It's quite detailed, the reports that we get back.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
So just a quick overview of the amount of facilities that we have. So we have approximately 60 buildings. That's about 875,000 square feet. The total replacement value of those buildings is about $550 million. We have 2 airports, 113 acres of improved parks, approximately 28 miles of trails, and 18 county managed cemeteries. There was a request to come back with some information in regards to our leased facilities. So currently we have about 28 leases and facility use agreements. That's approximately 128,000 square feet of lease space. Our costs are a little over $2 million annually for our leases. I didn't put all the little ones on here, but I wanted to give you a sense of some of our big ones. So our facility, DOT, planning, building, environmental management up in South Lake Tahoe. Now there is a plan. Part of our strategic plan was to really try and think ahead and, how do we get out of our leased facilities? We have made some progress there in that we purchased the Carlton building. So we were able to get out of the leased space there. Then we also purchased what we referred to as the Barton buildings, we're now calling them the Emerald Bay properties up in South Lake Tahoe. There is one of those buildings is slated for this group for the DOT planning, building, and environmental management. Unfortunately, we have not identified funding to kind of build out do the tenant improvements required for that building. But we do have space purchased. So there is a long-term plan there. But right now we are spending about $165,000 annually on the 6,000 square feet that we have up there. That's not all general fund. Road fund does pay for a portion of that, as well as environmental management. So it's about 54% of that is covered with general fund dollars. Behavioral health up in South Lake Tahoe, that's about 160,000. Again, that's all non-general fund sources. The Victory Mine building here on the West Slope, about 13,000 square feet, $326,000 annually. Again, that's non-general fund sources. HHSA Brew Road, that's a little more. We have 2. We have the large building, that's $650,000 annually. The board did give some direction last week. So we are pursuing some options around that building. And then we have what we refer to as Baby Brew, the smaller building there, and that's about $112,000 annually. Moving on to some of our general fund spaces, we have the Georgetown Library up on the West Slope, about 3,200 square feet. Probation, 16,000 square feet, $320,000 annually. The public defender, about $122,000, and the district attorney, about $435,000. So.
I got a question on that.
Yes.
And that's the square footage is the going rate as of today?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, those do have escalators built into them. So that is what we are paying. There's typically a CPI, so those will increase slightly each year.
Yeah. Don't you think it'd be more feasible instead of leasing these buildings to maybe purchase buildings or build buildings and stuff? Would it be more cost effective?
if we had the funding, that's
Well,
the
what-
$1 million
that's what I'm
question.
talking- I know, that's
The
what I'm
multi-million
talking
dollar
about.
question, I should say.
I know, that's what I'm talking about, because it seems like to me, it just seems like throwing money away, so.
Obviously, our best bet is if we can find buildings that are for sale and do tenant improvements on those buildings. That's much more cost effective than building from the ground up. But
Yeah, okay.
we don't at this point have any funding identified for that.
Or did we get Georgetown secured the new lease, or is it like really super close, or?
We're working on it.
Okay.
Yeah, that lease I believe expires in September.
So, okay, just check in, because
Yeah,
I like to
we're
check in on that.
we're trying.
Love our library. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Lauren.
So again, just kind of talking about deferred maintenance, what is a standard? So are we kind of meeting our standards? So an appropriate budget allocation for routine maintenance and repair will typically be in the range of 2 to 4% of the aggregate replacement value. So if you remember, that's why I had that replacement value on there of $550 million or 530. Boy, I apparently need glasses. 2% of that would be about $10.6 million. We currently, between our deferred maintenance that we have in the ACO fund, which would be those larger projects over 25,000, and the deferred maintenance that we have just in our regular maintenance budget, we're at about 10.5. So we are just about at that 2%. So the lower end of it, but we're there. And I really appreciate the hard work that this board, past boards have done. It took us a while to get here, and we are very grateful that we've been able to keep up with the deferred maintenance, because as we all know, if we don't, it's just going to cost us a lot more in the long run. So just real briefly, some of the projects that are within that $7.8 million that's in the ACO fund are fire life safety projects. So as we talked about, we really try and prioritize those. That's about 4.1 million. As you can expect, a lot of those are related to the jails. 1.3 million for the Placerville jail, 1.6 million for the South Lake Tahoe jail. And then just kind of miscellaneous mechanical, sidewalks, anything that's a trip hazard. We've got about 900,000 in there for that. And then we did have some fire identified some things in the El Dorado Hills Senior Center. Now, those things were specific to the use of that center. So I want to be clear on that. And that's about $300,000. So it's not necessarily that the building is in disrepair. It's just the way that we're utilizing the building. There's some doors that need to be moved and things of that nature. So that is related to that. Asset preservation, about 1.8 million. A lot of that is parking lots, exterior paint. We are planning to give the El Dorado Center, sorry, not the El Dorado Center, the Johnson Center up in South Lake Tahoe, a little bit of love. The inside finishes there need some work. So we have some money budgeted for that as well. Lighting upgrades. I mean, this is certainly something that we could take off of the budget, but what these are is upgrading to LED light bulbs. And this really saves us a lot in energy, as well as just the maintenance costs, because we don't have to replace these bulbs like we do our regular bulbs. So we've come a long ways in actually getting most of our buildings upgraded, but we do still have a few. So that's about 190,000 to do those upgrades.
Yeah, especially when our PG&E bill went up by like 60%.
Yes,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Oh.
Continuity of operations. Again, we've managed to get generators in almost all of our buildings. That's something we worked really hard on, especially when we were going through the public safety shutdown events. But we still have one up in Tahoe for the new buildings that we are planning to install, and that's 300,000. So there was a request for kind of what's discretionary of that. So the discretionary is not included in above. This is above and beyond the fire life safety, asset preservation, and the upgrades. The El Dorado Hills Senior Center, there was another 225,000 included there. The South Lake Tahoe JTC, 300,000. Our ag building, the Master Gardeners UCCE, 105,000. In our veterans building, 300,000. And those are mainly asset preservation projects. Our deferred maintenance projects, we are recommending to push about 500,000 to next year. One of the requests was, to really look at it and see, if we kind of can stretch things out, to preserve some of that cash flow. So we did identify about $500,000 worth of projects that we can go ahead and push to next year. And again, future risks. We know Spring Street is our biggest issue at this point. $25 million, that's a pretty old estimate. That's probably a little low, but that is something that, that's kind of the first one that we are trying to identify the steps that we would take. We did go out for a grant to fund potentially moving the PUF, and that would move over to the old juvenile hall where the navigation center currently is, where the temporary navigation center is, as well as utilizing underneath. The courts will be moving over to Building C. So we kind of have a plan there to move some portions of Spring Street staff over there. And, HHSA is working hard to kind of figure out what those next steps will be. But we have not identified a full plan to get everybody out of that Spring Street facility. Not on the list, but we still have South Lake Tahoe Jail is another one that is close to end of life. So we have a couple of big buildings out there that really are a future risk for us. So before I step away, any questions?
Any questions from any of the colleagues?
I just have one.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have a policy on how, when buildings are sold, does it come back to your program?
It is completely at the board's discretion. A couple of caveats. If there was a specific funding source that purchased the property, for example, Perks Court was purchased with road fund dollars. So those would be required to at least cover the initial purchase price. Obviously, if we got money above that purchase price, that would be at the board's discretion. So as long as there are no constraints around the funding source that purchased the property, then that is completely at the board's discretion as to what you would like to do with those dollars.
Okay, and then just to catch me up a little bit, because I came on to the board right around the time that the sheriff's building was being allocated, and a significant amount of funding from facilities to do that. How did all that money get built up? Was there a policy that was building it?
Yes.
And
There is a
we go
board-
back to that?
There is a board policy. Sue can probably expand on that a little bit, but we were trying to set aside $5 to $6 million annually into that capital fund. And that was for specifically, replacement projects, some of the large projects so we had built up, I think we're at one point at almost $26 million in that account. So in the jail expansion project, we, like I said, took us 7 years to get to a point where we were finally at construction. The costs have gone up significantly from the original grant amount of 25 million. So we swept about 15.5 million of that. And then we used some of that money to purchase the Carlton building. So as we make that's what the money was set aside for. We have used it. I believe we're down to almost nothing in that account at this point. That also goes to help some of that deferred maintenance. That's also funded with some of that money. Our ACO fund, unfortunately, the ongoing funding in that account is basically 1% of property tax. That is what is set aside into that account. So about $2.5 million annually is the only new funding that goes into that account.
Well, one of the things I do want to say, the jail expansion is required by the state of California.
Yes.
And if we don't follow through, then we get fined per day, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Just wanted a clarification so everybody knew about that. Okay. All right.
So real quickly, the last slide here was kind of a question about some of the discretionary projects that we have in our work plan. So the juvenile hall replacement planning and design, we do have about 1.7 million in general fund. That is a $9.6 million grant that was accepted from the state. And we do believe that funding would, if we accept that funding, that would obligate us to run that facility as a juvenile detention facility. It's basically until the bonds are paid off. There are differing opinions as to how quickly the state could pay those bonds off. Could be 10 years, could be 20, could be 30. We don't know. And the bonds aren't sold until construction is finished. So there's some bridge financing that happens while construction is going on. That clock starts once construction is actually finished and we occupy the new space. Our permanent navigation center, currently there's about $1 million in general fund. Also, I always throw this out there because we like to build buildings, but that means future maintenance costs. So, my staff is spread pretty thin right now. We would have to look at potentially adding another building maintenance worker or another, grounds maintenance worker as we add buildings. Our Tahoma garage, there's about 570,000 for design with an additional 500,000 in general fund designation for the build. That is an end of life building. It's not nearly as bad as what our Shikori garage looked like, but that is, and it's much smaller, but is something that will have to be replaced in the future. Bay Park, currently there's about 3 million left in funding on that. A portion of that is grant funds. So we did have 400,000 that was a Prop 68 grant. We have spent 200,000 of that. So if we were to stop the project, there is a potential that we might have to pay those funds back. Chili Bar, there's $1 million set aside for that project. And Diamond Springs Park, 580,000.
Laura, back to the Bay Park, if I may. So the total project estimated cost was 3 million?
3.2. It was actually 3.2, 3250. We've already spent 200,000 on design.
Only 200.
Yes, only 200 of the 400. There was 400 that was a Prop 68 grant.
Was there any American Recovery Rescue funds earmarked for that is pending, or?
No, it was ARPA, but that's the ARPA that is discretionary.
Okay. There's people that are under the impression that there's $3 million allocated and it was set in stone.
No.
Okay. Yep. You know any?
Well, I mean, to speak on behalf of the residents up in Pollock Pines, the county generously last year allocated the last of the ARPA funds to the Bay project. So they're not wrong in saying that money had been allocated to them. But the total amount of the Bay project, that was just like one phase, the 3 million that we're talking about in the ARPA funds. There were additional phases that are completely unfunded.
Yes.
And so the thought and the discussion that we'll have later on is would the ARPA funds be better utilized in a different way? Because the whole park isn't funded at this point anyway.
Okay, that's what I was getting at, but the total of everything is 3 million estimate.
3.2 is what we had, but yes, yeah, we have spent, and the total ARPA portion of that was only 2.8.
2.8 million.
Yes.
With a deadline.
There was 2.8 in ARPA. There was 50,000. Sorry, 50,000 in general fund and 400,000 in grant funding.
Okay, and there's a deadline on that. Those funds.
No. You want to?
So this is a portion of the funding that was to make up for lost revenue. So as long as we're using that to offset our lost revenue due to COVID, it's not like the other funds that we were allocated to outside agencies where they have to get into contract by a certain date.
Okay. That clarifies.
Yeah,
What
that's
I'm
really
trying to do
good
is
to know.
clarify things.
Yes.
Yeah, regarding the navigation center, are there any other funds that we have that we're holding dedicated for that to move the building?
There are HHSA funds. This is simply the general
This is
fund portion.
discretionary. Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
That depends if the new bill gets passed. It's before the legislature now for counties to pay for cities anyway.
Yeah, one other question, and I think you've told me this before, but we pay cash for all our buildings historically?
Well, our public safety facility, it was financed. That was a USDA loan. So we are paying that back. We've got a very, very low interest rate on that, about 2.2%. So that's a 38-year payback on that. So we have to make our payments on that about $2.4 million annually for that facility. But that is, in the 22 years I've been here, the only time that we have actually.
But it is legal for the counties to finance buildings?
Well, there are some complications around that, and the public safety facility is actually a lease. So technically, right now, the USDA does own that, and at the end of our term, we will.
So it's like a lease option.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, if there's no other questions, I will.
Thank you, Laura.
Turn it over to Sue.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, so just to wrap up on those projects that Laura outlined on the previous page, we've made a recommendation for each one here for you. There are 3 columns. The first one is continue the project. The second one is to move that money into a designation for a replacement of our Spring Street facility. So that is really our most urgent facility at this point in need of replacement. And then the third column is as Supervisor Lane kind of started to head down this path, we've looked at some of these facilities, and either if we don't have enough funding to complete the project, and or particularly looking at the 2 parks, if we're looking at adding to our park inventory, we are adding to our annual maintenance costs and adding to liability and a whole bunch of other issues. So we're making that recommendation for some of these facilities to just terminate the project where we are. Some of them, particularly parks, maybe down the road, there's grant opportunities or some of the state bond funding or something like that. But for now, weighing all things, that using the general fund, putting those general fund discretionary contributions elsewhere. So for 4Bay, as you can see, we're recommending discontinuing the project for the juvenile treatment center upgrade. So this has nothing to do with the operation of the JTC. Whether that continues or not. This is specifically for the match for the grant funding that Laura noted on the other slide to do some programmatic improvements and upgrades to that facility. The Tahoma garage, this was partly to replace and then to upgrade that facility to add living quarters. I think our last estimate was that total cost would be around $7 million. So that's a facility that we're looking at being able to push out to a future date. Chili Bar, again, $1 million there. We would hope, we are in the process of applying for a grant to at least complete an additional bathroom there. And then that would be a good kind of stopping point on that property as to not develop to, again, create more maintenance obligations. The Navigation Center, there's $1 million there of the discretionary funding. We're recommending that stay. We don't know, don't have all the details of what those final costs are going to come in at. So it'd be good to have that set aside in case our needs exceed the grant funding. And then the Diamond Springs Park, so much time and resources have been put into that. And we have an outside partner that is going to develop that. So this is a pretty small contribution to leverage that final park when it gets completed. So all in all, we're looking at about $5 million in net county cost savings through reviewing and delaying or discontinuing some of these projects. Slide. And Emma's gonna catch you up on where we are on our senior day programs.
Can I ask you a question about 4Bay Park
Yeah,
before we
I
leave
think
that
we
slide?
need to really hash out this slide.
Okay. We have probably Jennifer or Laura, if it's specifically about 4Bay.
And Chili Bar.
And Chili Bar. Specifically on 4Bay, you talked about the $400,000 Prop 68 grant. What was that grant supposed to pay for? And we've used half of it, is my understanding from Ms. Schwartz.
Yes, so that was what they called per capita funding. So each city and county got a portion of funding. It could be used pretty widely. It wasn't a competitive grant, but there were stipulations. So it had to be for something new. It couldn't be for maintenance or replacement of an old parks related asset. And there was a match component if you put it in a certain area, but if you put it in what they deemed disadvantaged area, then you didn't have to pay a match. So the $400,000 that the county was allocated was budgeted for 4Bay to build the restroom. So there's a lot of moving pieces to do this park renovation, but one piece was adding a restroom. And we also used that funding to do the environmental analysis. So that's the part that's already been spent, was for the environmental analysis. If we don't end up building the restroom, then we would have to pay back the amount that was spent on the environmental analysis.
So is the $200,000 that is unspent out of the Prop 68 funds, is it enough to build the buildings?
It's enough to
build the bathrooms. I'm sorry.
almost
Yeah.
enough to
Okay.
buy the restroom building, but another requirement of that funding is that there's ADA access. And in the place where we've determined would be best to put the restroom, there currently is not an ADA path of travel. So again, that's complicating this project. We really would need to build at least grade the parking lot and include an ADA path of travel from the parking lot to the restroom in order to be able to access all of that grant funding.
Any estimate on what that would
Yeah, that was
be?
Yeah, so unfortunately, there are a lot of costs that come even if you're just doing a portion of the project. So the estimate to build the parking lot and the ADA path of travel and then the restroom was about $1 million. So that would not get us the playground or the installation of the senior exercise equipment, but it would at least get us to a place where we could use the grant funding.
So does that mean if we were able to allocate at least $800,000 to the project, we'd be able to use the remaining 200,000 from the grant and we would have a bathroom with ADA access?
Yes.
And does
again,
that also include the parking lot?
Yes.
Okay.
That's just an estimate. We have an engineer's estimate because we do have 100% plans for this project, but this was just kind of an estimate picking out portions of that estimate. So don't hold me to that number 100%, but that's kind of the best estimate we could come up with.
Okay, and then to summarize, I know you've got questions on Chili Bar. If we took the entire 3 million of ARPA funds that we had previously committed to the project, if we took that whole thing away, nothing would get done out there.
Right. We just don't have any other funding, and unfortunately the little pieces of funding that we've already gotten through Prop 68 wouldn't cover enough to really do any of it.
Okay, copy that.
So what was the bottom line? How much do we need to get the bathroom in?
I think we need 800 minimum to get the bathroom in with ADA accessibility and the parking lot.
Right. I really think we need to do that after all of this. And have you ever used the bathroom at Fort Bay? Because I have.
I've heard about it.
What bathroom?
Yeah, well, right. It's like a little.
It's the three.
It's like a porta potty.
It's very, no, it's a little wood thing that's been there for.
3-acre timber conversion.
Yeah, it's scary. So I don't know. I think we need to really think about that, at least the bathroom.
Okay.
And I know that we're hard pressed for money, but gosh, that's the one thing we really do need there. So maybe we can get creative somehow. I don't know. So that's a good segue, I think, to Chili Bar. I don't know how else to say it other than I am beyond disappointed about the way that Chili Bar has been allowed to deteriorate. We've had to demolish a building because for whatever reason, we let water get in there for years, didn't address it. The black mold was, I just don't understand. And here we are always looking for revenue generating ideas. Chili Bar is beautiful. And the county over the years, and I'm not saying you, Jennifer, you inherited it just like I did. And I've been fighting so hard since I got in office, almost since the day before I got in office, because people, when I got elected, started calling me right away. That's what they do. So I just would like to see it become what it could be. The county has owned it since 2007. ARC's had its conservation easement since 1994. And I just want to remind everyone for the maintenance that, we're saying we need to maintain parks when we develop parks, we do. But at Chili Bar, we have a partner there and we have an agreement. So we could use that for our maintenance on site as part of our agreement. That's kind of where we were heading. We even had a concessionaire that was interested to run the park when we developed it. So my understanding is there's a grant opportunity out there to get a bathroom building at Chili Bar, and so it looks pretty good. I know that's the minimum that folks want out there. But you know, I just don't know what to say. I'm just underwhelmed. I would like to see something happen out there after all these years, but it's not going to happen while I'm in office, and it just makes me sad. I have nothing else to say.
Well, I'm with you, Lori. That we talked about Chili Bar years ago, and you know, nothing really materialized. But I think as we talk about revenue generation, that is an opportunity, and we should allocate then any revenue generated, whether it's river fees or TOT for campsites at Chili Bar. We should allocate that money to improve it, or at least improve it and then pay back. So it would be not a lot different than we do with the MCNFP that was developed over there. So that'd be just an internal financing plan. I think it's a very underutilized resource. And if we can expand upon it, it becomes even better for us.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
And Ms. French, I thought you said that one of the goals at Chili Bar is to complete the bathroom.
Yes. As Supervisor Parlin mentioned, we have a joint application into state parks. It was completed with ARC, and that would be for vault toilets located in the parking lot area, so not on the upper portion. And the reason we were able to apply for that is because it would be serving those that use the river for recreation. And so it's for a grant that accommodates that.
And you think there's a good likelihood that we'll be able to secure that grant?
Yeah, the state has let us know that just there's not very many projects that really qualify for that funding. So depending on where they're at with actually funding projects, we have a good chance of we're competitive when it comes to that grant application.
Cross your fingers.
If we install the restrooms at both these parks, is the county responsible for maintaining them and pumping them, or how does that work?
So currently at Chili Bar, ARC maintains the porta potties. With this new restroom, they wouldn't need the porta potties anymore. So we don't have an agreement in place for this particularly, but they have let us know that they would maintain those, and we would have to figure out who pays for the cost of pumping them.
All right, thanks.
I got a question on securing these grants. I mean, with everything that's going on with the state and the federal government right now, is it in the future? I mean, we don't even know that, correct? If you're even going to secure those grants, am I right?
Yeah, that's right. We don't know for sure, especially for anything federal. We don't know what will happen. I'm a little more optimistic about the state, but we haven't been offered anything for Chili Bar for the restrooms yet. We should be hearing, they said spring or summer, so any day.
So I'm just thinking, if we do secure a grant or whatever like that, then we can actually move forward with beautifying, Chili Bar, correct?
Right. So the grant, again, that we have in is just for the restrooms. It wouldn't help us complete any of the campground infrastructure on that upper portion.
Yeah. So is $1 million even going to be adequate to even do that?
Oh, no.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I just want to know.
Right. And so you might remember what we have in progress for Chili Bar is looking at 4 different options for development of that site. So kind of 4 levels of intensity of a campground. And what we should be getting back from Lebec Engineering is a plan for each of those 4 options and a cost estimate. Mm-hmm. Because again, I don't know how far $1 million would go. We might be able to have a dry campground for that amount. I'm not 100% sure. So as soon as that's ready, we will be bringing that back to the board, regardless of whether we have funding or not, just as an update and for any other direction on it.
And have we ever looked into privatizing them? Privatize that Chili Bar? Did we ever look at that?
We considered a lot of options for how we could
how we could do that to the extent possible. We're very confined as a public agency and exactly how we would do that, but that we did look at a concessionaire model. So bringing somebody in, they could, probably do tenant improvements at the site. They could give us a portion of their revenue that they make from running the site. So it would be some sort of hybrid.
It's a shame to let that place just sit there like it is. It's a beautiful area.
And the river user fees are supposed to be strictly for enhancing river use, correct?
Correct.
And I would think restrooms would fit that or facilities that enhance that. So we have not addressed river use fees in how long? 20 years?
At least.
That's about
Darn
right.
it. Seems to me inflation happens every year. Anyway, and that's something we are talking about in the revenue area. So we got to get serious about some of these revenues and I'm sorry, but that's where it needs to come from instead of continually coming from the residents that live here. If they want to use it, then obviously they're going to pay for it, but we're just putting it on the property taxes of everybody else. And a lot of these are out of area users and you go somewhere else. And I've said this before, you pay a hefty fee for utilizing these resources, as well as getting scooped up by our front row blue down here. Anyway, enough.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Chair, do you mind if we take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
we can have good time to do that. If we're going to do that. Jennifer, thank you for that. Thanks, Jennifer. Sorry to
So just as a reminder, HHSA brought to the board on March 4th the updated fee schedule for senior day, and the board provided some direction. So HHSA has worked to kind of fulfill some of that direction, but today we are recommending to implement one of the fee increases outlined on that. So it wouldn't be approved today. Board would provide direction on that fee increase. HHSA would come back with an item to actually adopt the fee increase, but we really want some conceptual approval to implement that fee increase. As a reminder, senior day rates have not increased since fall 2016. And in the past 4 years, the general fund cost of the senior day program has increased 60%. So it's up to $800,000 a year for that program. Right now, we're serving 7.5 people at each of the sites. Before the pandemic, we were serving 25 people on average at each of the sites. So basically with the general fund cost, each participant is getting about a subsidy of $170 a day from the general fund, just because we haven't increased the rates and the way the program is structured currently. So we would like to return with the board with the fee study to implement the fee over a 3-year period with CPI increases, which was the board's direction on March 4th. And HSA surveyed current members, and those who responded, 71% said that they would be able to continue to participate if the rate increases were spread over those 3 years. And that'll really help kind of offset some of the general fund cost of the program. The second recommendation is to combine the sites. So right now we have the El Dorado Hills site and we have the Placerville site, but neither site is serving at the current rates that we had before the pandemic. The Placerville site can serve the amount of people that we're serving at both sites right now, and it's structured a little better for the programming. So we're recommending that we combine the sites and close the El Dorado Hills facility. That will result in savings with the rate increase of $440,000 in general fund cost a year. That's about half almost of the general fund cost of the program by taking those two actions. It won't change the capacity of the program because the people from El Dorado Hills could move up to the Placerville site. And they surveyed members, and 54% of current El Dorado Hills members who responded to the survey said that they would continue to participate if the program moved up to Placerville. So those are the two big programming changes. We'd like some time, the third item on there is to figure out what we will do with that part of the site that is no longer going to be occupied by senior day. So there is El Dorado Hills CSD operates some senior services out of that building. We have senior nutrition, but we'd like to kind of come up with a plan, what we do in the interim while the program is no longer in that facility, and then a longer term plan, maybe a lease or sale of the facility after we figure out what we're going to do with the Spring Street Senior Services. So that's really a longer term plan. We'd like to work on that plan, but we couldn't really work on that plan until we get board direction today to close the El Dorado Hills site. And then we can start planning for what to do with that facility. So any questions on senior day? And I'm going to pivot to the other services because this slide doesn't impact any of the other senior services.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board. Any questions or comments?
Did you have anything though, Supervisor Farrow, since El Dorado Hills is in your?
Yeah, boy, this is, I've lost sleep over this one.
Yeah.
Senior daycare, does it include the senior nutrition, or would the nutrition program stay in El Dorado Hills?
This nutrition program is not being impacted at El Dorado Hills. We're just talking about the senior day program at El Dorado Hills on this slide.
Okay. Yeah, I actually went, I've been in the facility before, but in the front where CSD occupies. And this morning on my way here, I stopped by and Sandy was there and it was very helpful, gave me a tour around. And she did point out that El Dorado Hills is not big enough to accommodate everyone that Placerville could, correct? And that the meals that are provided are actually prepared in Placerville already. Let's ask some questions. So there's 17 people enrolled in El Dorado Hills, and we average about 7.5 a day.
We average 7.5 a day. I don't have the number right now.
Okay, and there's a waiting list for El Dorado Hills as well?
There's a waiting list, and that's a combination of, do we have enough staff to accommodate everyone? Because there's ratios, and then there's also, it takes time to get someone fully enrolled. So they're on the waiting list during the process of getting them enrolled.
But if we could staff more, we could accept more. I know the challenges with staffing it, pay and qualifications. So, but we could do that. Okay. Yeah, I'm just really torn. I mean, it's El Dorado Hills has to have the highest concentration of seniors, in the county, especially with our two large age-restricted communities. But I also realize that we're not serving a lot of people down there. And I understand there's people from outside the county even getting served at El Dorado Hills, a few. So anyways, those are my questions for now. Just thoughts in general also.
Can I just add, just for clarification, so where are the senior nutrition meals served down there then? If they're not, are they at that facility now?
They're in that facility, just a separate section of the facility.
So would it stay there, or would we have to look for other space?
It would stay there right now. We would like some time to come up with a plan for what we're gonna do, what the plan is for all the senior services, and then come back to the board.
Okay, that helps too. Thanks.
So you actually have to drive those meals down from Placerville every day? How does that work?
No, defer to Timlin on that one.
And then how many people are we serving in the nutrition program? I don't know if you know that off the top of your head.
I would say it's the top of my head. So,
Microphone.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Good morning, board. Timlin Janes of Health and Human Services. Off the top of my head for the congregate program, I'm going to say 15 to 20. And there is a separate dining room where the senior nutrition program operates their lunch program that, and our agreement's not tied to senior day at all. What was the other question? Sorry.
How many people? Or you answered that, yeah.
Yeah.
Are the meals driven down?
Thank you.
Driven from
Yes,
Placerville,
thank you.
right?
Sorry about that. Yes, we have a meal site coordinator that goes from our Placerville office that drives the meals down to the El Dorado Hills site. We actually have 7 congregate sites across the county, and meal site coordinators drive the meals to the congregate site, and then they serve the meals along with volunteers.
And one of them is Pioneer Park, correct?
Correct, Pioneer Park, yeah.
Would it be, I'm just kind of thinking down the road, if we decide to consolidate the programs, would it be possible to provide transportation from El Dorado Hills up to Placerville on a daily basis?
Yes, and that's something that we would be exploring because I have not confirmed with El Dorado Transit, but I believe there's a program with El Dorado Transit that can help. I know some members are driven by El Dorado Transit to the locations. There's a bus that picks them up and brings them. And then there's also a program where family members can be reimbursed mileage for driving them to and from the program.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the My Ride program,
Yes,
which is
My Ride.
really increasing in
Yes.
participation. I think it's really working well for our county with our transportation issues. So,
Mhm.
yeah.
What's the difference between what you're describing and Meals on Wheels?
We don't operate Meals on Wheels. In El Dorado County, we provide the senior nutrition program. Meals on Wheels is an outside vendor that operates the senior nutrition program for homebound seniors. Many years ago, I can't remember the exact year, but El Dorado County did put out a request for proposals for looking at potentially outsourcing our senior nutrition home delivered meals, and we didn't receive any responses to the RFP.
But we were doing them up in Tahoe fairly recently, weren't we?
It's our program, senior nutrition. It's not Meals on Wheels.
Okay.
So it's different. But Meals on Wheels is a vendor. We operate the senior nutrition program directly with county staff, and we utilize volunteers to deliver the meals to the homebound seniors.
Okay, and it sounded like you also had a program where people come to some congregation and eat.
Yes. So our congregate meal sites, the goal of the congregate meal sites is to reduce social isolation. Sorry. So we have 7. We have South Lake Tahoe, Pioneer Park, El Dorado Hills, Cameron Park, Placerville, Georgetown, and I'm missing one. Pollock Pines, thank you. And Pollock Pines. So those are all areas where seniors can come to socialize and eat lunch together. Then we have our program for our homebound seniors that aren't able to leave. So we rely heavily on volunteer drivers. We have about 200 volunteers in our senior nutrition program that help deliver meals to all areas in the county for those seniors that can't leave their home. And in addition to providing them nutritious meals, it also gives them that touch, that check-in to make sure they're okay, see how they're doing, an opportunity to connect to additional services if needed.
Great. And do you know what the numbers are for those two countywide? for what people that come and congregate and have a meal
Yes,
and deliveries?
I don't have them in front of me today, but I
Okay.
can easily get those numbers. Yes, we track them.
And it's a pretty big number, I'm
It is a
guessing.
pretty big number.
Okay.
Yes,
All
yes.
right. Thank you for explaining that. Thank
Yeah,
you.
you're welcome.
Have we ever explored, especially our churches, our local churches, to be able to do a lot of this?
We have not explored our local churches. Would you mean to take over the senior nutrition program?
Yeah.
No, we haven't. I think that would be, we can, of course, but they would have to be able to receive the federal funding unless we were to contract with the churches to provide the service. I do know that we tried when our Georgetown location, where we previously had the congregate site, they were undergoing a remodel, and so we lost the use of the kitchen. And we were not able to find a church that we could work with, that we could even just go there to provide the meals. We ended up, we're providing meals at the library right now.
Yeah.
Until the Conservation Corp is finished remodeling.
Yeah, so I know the El Dorado Community Church would probably be on board on that. So I just want to let you know, because they have a kitchen.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions for me?
No, that was good. Very helpful. Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
All right. So I guess we'll move on to other, we want to move on or?
Yep.
The other community service programs?
So we've already started talking about senior nutrition. So we looked at the other community services programs and in senior nutrition and senior legal. I want to note that these are part of our area agency on aging AAA programs. So we're working to find efficiencies in the program, but there's some oversight of those programs. So it'll take some time to implement, maybe 6 months if we do implement any changes. But despite that, HHSA has found one efficiency in senior nutrition, and that's they'll be able to reduce meal site coordinators by 1 allocation, which will help save some of the general fund cost of that program. And then in both senior nutrition and senior legal, they're going to try to increase community donations and find other efficiencies, but it just might take some time. So you might not see it in the recommended budget because we'll work with the AAA and with the state AAA to get those changes approved. And so lastly, animal services is part of community services. It's not one of the senior programs. But our animals ordinance largely hasn't been updated since 1997. So we'd like to take some time to go through that ordinance, see if there's any efficiencies in there or changes in how fees are applied, relook at our fee structure and see if maybe that can save some general fund costs in our animal services programs. But again, that might take a little more time to work through that ordinance properly since it has been quite a few years since we've updated that one. So those are the community services programs. Do you have any questions on those?
Any questions? Nobody? Good? Okay. That's it. All right, we'll go to the Juvenile Treatment Center.
Okay, so I'll jump back in. This is just, the recommendation here is for staff to basically start looking at exploring a regional model. So the Juvenile Treatment Center has an average annual cost over the last 3 years of about $3.7 million. It is a 40-bed facility, and we have an average daily population that goes between 10 and 16 youth. And the trend obviously is to try to focus more on rehabilitating youth and bringing them, reunifying them with their families and their communities. And so the need for lockup facilities is not what it used to be. So we are, however, mandated to provide this programming. So whether we do that through our own juvenile treatment center or if we contract with another county who has a facility, it's yet to be seen which one might be more efficient. So we don't have all that information right now, but this discussion was raised on the March 11th item. So we're simply asking that you give us more time to work with all the stakeholders. We have met with all the internal stakeholders at the county to see how restructuring how that service is provided might affect them. Now we need to speak with some regional partners and some other counties to see what might be available out there in terms of contracting and how that cost would compare with doing it in-house.
Any questions at this time? No, so we are exploring different things, correct? Okay,
If the board directs us to continue, we will
Yes.
explore
Well,
that model.
that's my fault, but anyway, we'll move on.
Okay, our records management program, there was a suggestion that this might be better combined within another department in the county. We did meet with the recorder and the board clerk staff, and we looked at what the board clerk's plan was for the next 2 years. And it is to eventually reduce the net county cost of that program to about $57,000. And so given the path and the staff work that has already gone into this program and getting it up and running, the recommendation is that we kind of go with this 2-year plan. We get the program fully implemented, we get the vendor on board, and we let that operate and then reevaluate at that time if it wants to remain in the board clerk's office or if it should go somewhere else. Next slide, please.
Any questions? The board? Great.
No.
Okay.
Okay, our Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience. This was also, again, something we were asked to look further into and as a discretionary program, and if we could reduce the general fund cost. So one of the things that was specifically brought up was reducing administration. So you'll see that first line there is to reduce some administration and bring the direct supervision of that program back under the CAO's office directly. There were a couple of requests from the department or from the division for some funding for county-owned parcel clearing and some funding to implement the community wildfire protection plan. I don't want to suggest that we won't do county-owned parcel clearing if we need to, but what we will do is many of those requests come in and they end up being in DOT's right-of-way. And so they do have some funding in DOT that they can use to take care of those parcels. And if there were another issue that were to come up, we would certainly come to the board and potentially ask for contingency if it were urgent. What we're doing is just not allocating that funding upfront since we don't know what that need would be. And then our hope with the community wildfire protection plan is that there may be some planning grants or some assistance out there that we could use to implement that. We are looking at right now, we have 2 defensible space inspectors, and then we contract with Lake Valley Fire Department to do county emphasis area and complaints up in the Tahoe Basin. So again, that's a full general fund cost. There isn't any grant funding to offset that. So we would look at reducing that contract or eliminating that contract. We do have some general fund capacity with our inspectors. They are 25% general fund, and they could head up to Tahoe a couple of times a month, perhaps, to take care of complaints, but we likely would not be able to do the proactive county emphasis area inspection. So that would be a slight reduction in service for the basin in terms of inspections. And then again, we've been able to rescope our Bureau of Land Management grant to increase activities that we're doing already that can be covered and that are eligible for that grant. So we're maximizing that funding, bringing down an additional $38,000. And then looking at our biomass extra help staff, we had $30,000 allocated for that. And when we're looking at actuals, we probably could reduce that by $10,000 would be the suggestion, and still maintaining the service that we've been getting from that retired annuitant. So all in all, we're reducing that program by about 47% in general fund for a revised net county cost of $486,000. And we're going from that program being 72% grant funded to being 85% grant funded.
Any questions from the board members? Yeah, go ahead, Sue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, you called me Sue.
I know.
On the 82,000 for the inspector that does the basin up and down to Strawberry, you mentioned that it was a slight reduction, but I think it sounds like an enormous reduction because right now we have an inspector that works through Lake Valley Fire that did something like 300 inspections last year. I could be a little bit wrong on that. Chief is here, so please feel free to correct me if my number's wrong, but I don't see an inspector coming up twice a month, mainly to deal with complaints. I think we lose a lot of momentum. And I'm not sure that that's a hit that we can afford to take because it has to do with our vegetation management ordinance. It has to do with safety of the basin, safety of El Dorado County. I'm very concerned about that particular one. I think I can live with the county-owned parcel clearing piece, even though I know that there's some county parcels up in the basin that abut Firewise communities. And those Firewise communities are like, hey, what's going on? How come we have to clean up all our stuff? And county's not doing the same with their properties. So I think I could live with delaying that, but I'm not sure that I can swallow the whole reduction of our one inspector that works in the basin to have somebody from the West Slope come up twice a month. That just sounds like a disaster. So just mention that.
Yeah, it would, there is a goal to get every property inspected once every 7 years. So it would delay by not having a county emphasis area inspection program in the basin would obviously affect that goal as well. So.
Question, we got these fire safe councils and I know they can't go on it really actually. They can give advice, but they can't do the actual inspection. Am I correct?
Right, so they can do what are called assessments, and we've stood up through our partnership with the Fire Safe Council to get a good training program to train those assessors. We can't always necessarily rely on them to want to provide those assessments outside of their fire safe councils. And again, they are totally voluntary. Somebody requests those assessments and they are not inspectors under the ordinance for purposes of enforcement of the ordinance.
Mm-hmm. And you know how I feel about this, because I feel like that, we're doing everything in the county to make sure that we have a Firewise community, but we can't even get the Forest Service and BLM even on board. So that's been a big issue, and they're the biggest part of the problem that we have, these horrific wildfires that create like loss of Grizzly Flat, but also all these other counties that have been impacted by the Forest Service and BLM properties. And that's one of the big reasons why our insurance costs are so high. It's unbelievable that we're put in a place that we have to do it, but the state and the federal government is not doing their due diligence. So,
well, I would argue, regardless of what's happening in the forest, our communities and our neighborhoods need to be safe.
I totally understand.
From what happens out in the forest. And
I do.
We do have data from CAL FIRE showing that the majority of our ignitions actually happen in the built area where people are. So obviously just adding people into the landscape, that is more potential for ignition. And so we need both, I would say. Yeah.
Sue, is the Lake Valley area one of the target areas on the latest assessment for this year's inspections?
There was a county emphasis area up in the Lake Valley area.
Okay.
Yes.
Secondly, is there a fire safe council in the Tahoe Basin?
Several. They have Firewise communities. I'm not sure about fire safe councils. They have a lot of Firewise folks though.
Firewise folks. Who's handling the city's inspections?
The city of South Lake Tahoe, the city of South Lake Tahoe is, yeah.
Right.
They've adopted a similar ordinance to what we have.
Any more questions or comments?
No, thanks.
This time? Okay. All right. Missouri Flat Road Area Master.
If I could jump in real quick
Okay,
before we
go
move on to MCNFP, I've received the meal information from HHSA, so just that we
Okay.
can close that loop. So we serve approximately 3,000 congregate meals monthly and 10 to 12,000 home delivered meals monthly.
10 to 12,000.
Yeah.
Wow.
Whoa.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, there was formerly a community facilities district in the Missouri Flat area for the master circulation and financing plan. Bonds were never issued, so that CFD was dissolved. However, the board made the decision when it dissolved the CFD to continue contributing the equivalent amount of property tax and sales tax to a special revenue fund to continue to meet the obligations that had been incurred through that planning area. So our recommendation is, and that's a discretionary decision, $1.1 million a year. There is funding in the special revenue fund, and then this annual contribution adds on to that. Our recommendation is to continue making this annual contribution until the obligations of phase one are complete. And we figure that that's the early 2030s. after that point, that would be another decision point for the board to make on that.
Any comments or questions? Brian, you got anything?
Nope.
It's in your district. Lori?
No, look, it's a good path to wind that
Great.
down.
All right, okay.
Okay, so back to February 11th, when we had our discussion, as we always do, we handled the discretionary TOT in kind of a two-step process. We would come to you early in the year and ask, are you still interested in asking outside agencies to submit their impacts, or interested in continuing funding for these outside agencies? You would give us direction, and then we would come back to you in April to make your final decision on those. So this time in February, there was direction given not to fund the outside agencies for tourism and economic promotion. We had to reduce our contributions to planning and building and transportation by 1.3 million. The board also directed that we revise our policy to treat discretionary TOT like any other discretionary revenue in the general fund. And we will be bringing back the policy for that for you to make that official change. And at that time, you directed us to go ahead and solicit the requests from the fire districts for their tourism impacts. And you elected not to cut the funding at that time, but to wait and see what those requests look like. So we have received the requests. The total requested from 4 agencies totaled just under 1.3 million. There is a column there to the right that shows what those amounts per agency would be if we were to just reduce their requests proportionate to what their share of the total requested was, down to fit within that $836,000. As you can see on the left, our recommendation is to discontinue that funding for this year. If you remember, when we had that discussion back in February, we were looking at TOT revenues declining by about $2 million. And even if we do cut, maintain the cuts you already did and then cut this, we are still cutting county programs. And your policy for this revenue says that you are prioritizing county facilities and services. So that's where our recommendation comes from at this point, is this is an ongoing source of revenue that could be directed and used for county services. And we have chiefs here from the agencies representing that request.
All right. Before we go there, any comments or questions right now? All right. So can we call the chief up?
Well, you could do that at the end of public comment.
Not yet? Okay. When we get to public comment, we'll have you come up. All right.
So the resource conservation districts, it's a long story. They don't receive a share of ad valorem property tax. They had that ability before Prop 13 to assess a tax levy. They chose not to. And there are the lore is that there were these handshake agreements between the county and the RCD that, hey, don't tax the residents, we'll provide you an allocation annually. So all these years, the county has honored that with an annual allocation to the Resource Conservation District. Last year, there was a request that actually, the request started a couple of years ago from the districts, that noting that we are leaning on them quite a bit to do things that aren't recoverable through their grant funding. The RCD does a lot of projects, pulls down a lot of grant funding in the county. However, we're asking them to do things like working with the water agency on things, working with our Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience, and those things pull on staff's time and they can't bill it. So we did talk about, could we revisit that contribution and provide some additional funding to cover those unbillable costs. We talked at that time with the general manager about looking at a model similar to what the Tahoe RCD gets, because the Tahoe RCD does receive a share of ad valorem property tax. And we looked at, if we look at the proportion that they get or the amount that they get in proportion to their assessed value, and we applied that same model down here, that would have resulted in a $65,000 increase to the RCDs. However, what the board decided to do was to use a different model, which is to fund the RCDs at the equivalent of 0.0015% of the assessed value of the land in the districts. And that amounted to a $262,000 increase. It doesn't look like that is sustainable given our revenue trends. So our recommendation would be to let the current contract with the RCD continue through June 30th, 2026, but then renegotiate using this other formula, making it comparable to the Tahoe RCD at that time.
Well, one thing I'm gonna comment on this, so I've already reached out to Kevin Kiley, you know, the executive orders that Donald Trump put in place about bringing logging back, which is a good thing, and then we just opened up 25% increase in logging in the state of California, mostly in Southern California, but with this funding, especially what they're talking about fuel breaks. And so I'm asking him for money for the RCD to help us with fuel breaks, especially, you know, in our county. So there's a good possibility that this could be funded, especially with everything that's going on right now. So it's a great thing what is happening. So hopefully we have something in the future here too. So anyway.
Well, that would be helpful. So I think this slide.
Were you gonna go on? Can we back up to slide 18?
Slide 18.
You asked if we had any questions and I was still trying to process some of
Oh,
it,
I'm
so I
sorry.
apologize, and then
That's okay.
and then we moved on quickly. So I just want to understand the second bullet, which is reduce discretionary funding to planning and building and DOT for tourism related programs, $1.3 million reduction, but that's not on our list of action items to discuss.
You already took that action on February 11th.
Okay.
So to make up for funding or not cutting the funding to fire at that point, we had to reduce those county functions by 1.3 million. And because of the reduction in revenue. So we went from $9.9 million in TOT to $7 million. So we had the $2 million gap. So we were gonna have to cut county services regardless. But so that's already being factored into the budget development.
Okay, so then going back to your final statement, then that doesn't make sense to me, that if we cut the outside agencies, let's say 870,000, and we further take the recommendation of the CAO's office to not fund the fire districts for 840,000, that's 1.7 million roughly. But if we've already cut 1.3, then that's 3 million that we would have cut. And we were still trying to stay within that $2 million.
I don't know if I'm following. Yeah.
So let me try to say it another way. So we had 9 million in TOT funding the previous year. We have 7 million this year. You're saying we already cut 1.3 million. So that's a $700,000 gap that we're then trying to fill. So either one of these items would make us whole, right? We would have cut 2 million.
So there's a 200 mil, there's 2 million less in discretionary TOT that we're projecting. The board directed staff to defund the outside agencies for tourism and economic promotion. And that was the 868,000. The board also directed us to reduce funding in planning and building and DOT at 1.3 million. So those two combined closed that $2 million gap.
Right.
Then the board said to go out to fire districts. So instead of the board.
Oh, it's washing it. Is there, yeah, one's reducing, but the other one's adding it back in.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we reduced 2 million.
Right.
Because that's all, so we only had 7 million.
Right.
So the board they directed us to go out to the fire districts, get their requests, and then go from there as we do.
And then if we do fund that,
process.
then we're back to a shortage.
Right. And the department's requests exceeded the amount that we had in TOT. So that's the 1.3 that we reduced. It's because the need even exceeded what we had available.
Okay. I think I understand it now. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay. I think, so we're at slide 21 now. So I think there was a little confusion around this slide. because this was on the list of outside agencies and we were asked to bring back information on all the outside agencies, we had to make sure we weren't leaving something off the list. But really what we're asking here is status quo. The board adopted a resolution last year during the adopted budget that outlined the process. It sort of reaffirmed their commitment to this contribution and how it ties back to the annexation of Latrobe and the service level agreement that was made at that time. And it set forth the process in that this would be considered and funded each year in the adopted budget. So that's all we're saying is per the resolution, we will follow that process and we will consider this and add it in the adopted budget after the county books close. And we know what that actual number is.
Yeah, I think the word defer. So just budget for it.
Right.
Done deal.
Well, I'll probably apologize to everyone. I'm the one that brought it up at the TOT discussion, and it was I was ignorant on the subject, and so since then I've been educated and fully support that funding. So educated.
There you go.
On the Placerville Aquatic Center, there's a provision in government code that allows the county to contribute to this facility in proportion to the amount of county residents that use it. And we can only, our contribution can only offset the cost of maintenance. And so the county has provided a contribution over the years. It's grown from $20,000 to $25,000 a year. I think we got to a height of $76,000 or $78,000. The amount requested by the city is $115,000. However, we calculate the maximum we could provide to be $75,915. Last year, I guess for the 24-25 budget, the board did find some one-time funding. They had some savings in your community benefit program account, and you decided to allocate that toward the pool for 24-25. But again, that was a one-time savings that you had allocated. So our recommendation is to discontinue funding that for 25-26.
Sue, do we have the current statistics on, and I know it's difficult to determine out-of-city residents and so forth, because kids don't come with their driver's license.
Right.
Or anyway, everybody's got the same zip code anyway. But do we have latest statistics on at least the thought of how many people are impacted or could be impacted? And I think the city's been diligent in their fee reviews and so forth without hurting the program.
I think the estimate is 75-76% of the users are from out of the city.
Okay, and we've got a confirmation from city official back. Thank you for being here as well. So 75-25-ish is what it looks like.
Right.
And what, do we know the total cost of the pool operation? Total cost of the pool operation annually? Okay. All right.
Okay. Moving on, South Tahoe Transit JPA. This is a JPA that the board entered into last October. And the idea, there are a couple of ideas here to more closely mirror the structure that we have on the West Slope of having the Tahoe Transportation District, which would be kind of like our Transportation Commission, and then a separate transit provider. That's what we've got on the West Slope. But right now we've got the Tahoe Transportation District, which is more of a regional agency that serves even, parts of Nevada. And they are also operating transit. So the idea is to form the JPA to be able to pull down the federal transit funding that is meant for California and El Dorado County specifically, to keep that more fully within our county, because it is at times being used as grant match for federal funding for projects in Nevada. So we would separate out the two functions between the regional planning agency, that would be Tahoe Transportation District, and then we'd have the transit provider, which would be run by the JPA. So the startup costs are estimated. So there's a JPA agreement and it allocates startup costs to each of the agencies. So that's the city and the county. The representation on the board and the startup costs are 70-30. that's based on the population. So we would look at be paying 30% of that. And the estimated annual startup or the estimated cost for this year, just to get it going, is about $55,000. And that funding is funding the staff that is working to pull down the federal funding and to get things in place so that hopefully this would then be self-sustaining after that. However, there is a provision in the agreement for annual contributions from the agencies that belong to the JPA. So those, if that were to come about in the future where there would be requested contributions, we don't know at this point what that might be. The hope would be that it would be self-sustaining through the federal funding, but it's unknown right now. So the board, this was going to be brought back as a separate item. You would need, it will be brought back as a separate item. The board would need a budget transfer to pay this contribution in this fiscal year. And so if there is some action taken today to maybe not fund this or to do something different, I would ask that you would direct us to come back with a separate discussion item on our participation in the JPA.
Mm-hmm. So I got a question. On startup cost is $54,000. Do we know what our annual cost could be, especially if we don't get any federal grant money or to support that?
Well, based on this, if we were to say, you know, this is a third of the cost of the administration, which is basically the acting executive director, which is the city manager of the city of South Lake Tahoe, and some outside counsel and some administrative staff. If there were no funding coming in, I assume you could assume this might be your annual contribution to just keep working toward that point to get the funding pulled in. But again, the JP has not adopted a budget yet. That would be the first step in determining what those contributions might be.
We don't know what the future costs could be.
We don't know.
Can I chime in on that also? The 54,000 that we've identified for this year is just half of a year. Because our calendar year is going to go October 1st through September 30th. So this contribution that we're contemplating right now is for half a year. So I would guess that next year we would be asking for an allocation of around 100,000. And then the goal is that it not be a recurring contribution. The goal is, as Ms. Henneke said, is that we get the federal funds, we get the state funds that are currently going to TTD to go through the transit JPA, and that we pay for that service out of there. There's also other opportunities for transit with Farebox that would contribute as well. So the goal is to just ask the county to get us up and going. Just get us a chance to stand on our own, get the federal funding, and run transit with the dollars that we would normally get, which also includes administrative costs.
Yeah, one of the things, that's one of the reasons why I voted no, because we didn't have an answer how much it was going to cost the county, and now we know. So at that particular time, we did not know. So that was one of the reasons I voted no against it, because we didn't know how much it was going to cost the county.
Yeah, and so I think it's safe to say that we're probably 160,000 all in between this year and next year. And I just want to mention and remind the board, and especially some of our new board members that weren't here for that item, you know, we have no transit in the unincorporated part of the county, and we haven't for decades. What we do have through the Tahoe Transportation District is they do run paratransit, and that's awesome. That's helpful. But I surveyed the unincorporated part of the county going all the way up to Tahoma back in 2023 and asked them, if there were transit, would you use it? How far would you be willing to walk to a bus stop? All kinds of questions. It was overwhelming. It was like 80% would say, yeah, we would love to take transit. We just don't have it. Right now, El Dorado Transit Agency, they have a model that we emulated, quite frankly, and it's agreement between the city of Placerville and El Dorado County to provide transit. And we are, as Supervisor Parlin and I were talking about the other day, the board makeup is different. There are 3 supervisors on that, a 5-member board, and 2 city of Placerville people. But if you think about it, the West Slope has 160,000 residents. If you take out the basin portion of that, And the city of Placerville only has what, 10,000 residents. So that ratio was fair. I think when we tried to emulate it, we realized this is just the opposite for us. The city is 25,000 residents. The county is, if you go all the way up to Tahoma, maybe 7,000. So thus the ratio of 2 city of South Lake Tahoe representatives in 1 county. But I really would like to ask for my colleagues' support on this. It's not forever funding. We're just wanting the opportunity to get up and get going. The agreement that Ms. Henneke referenced, it says that we shall be responsible for, you know, these startup costs. So that is written into the agreement, and it's not forever funding. So I would really like for your consideration and support on this.
I don't think we're there yet. I got a couple questions. When the general discussion about forming transit, did you guys ever go to El Dorado Transit about the expansion of? And I'm assuming they were not interested, because I wasn't on transit at that time.
I actually stepped off of
Transit at that
the
time?
transit
George,
authority
were
to
you
allow.
chair last year?
Well, I let Supervisor Lane take my seat though on the
Okay.
transit so that she could explore that. So I actually wasn't in the loop.
Oh.
I guess she would have to explain how that went or didn't go.
Because my history with El Dorado Transit was eight years prior, and checking with the prior CEO of Transit District, we never requested any county funds for transit. Sitting on SACOG, Sacramento Area Council of Governments, every blueprint policy is targeting transit and the funding of transit. So I'm just at a loss on why these startup costs, as well as long-term transit, shouldn't be there, and maybe the request just has been made in the right place. So anyway, that's just.
I want to make sure I heard you correctly. So when they started the West Slope JPA, there was no startup costs from the county paid? Are
Well,
there
we have
ongoing
not been
costs?
we have not been able to determine that, to be honest with you. I have
Well-
asked that question multiple times, and even the auditor controller was not able to go back into those records. That happened in 1977.
I was gonna say, I don't know, Mindy
So,
probably may have preceded
my
Mindy, I
guess
don't
is,
know.
yeah.
Anyway, we can do more to find out, but again, given the state of California and all the transit push, the funding almost guaranteed would be available if we just pursued it in the right way. And I could start asking those questions as well as we go to SACOG and others.
Well, remember that the basin has its own, we have our own metropolitan planning organization. So the
understand.
monies aren't going through
SACOG,
you're right.
But
It's
again,
its own.
transit, the direction for transit's coming from the state of California. So which agency they distribute it to, and I just cannot imagine with the clarity of the lake and the this and the that of how, pristine, and don't get me wrong, that there wouldn't be funding for transit services, especially with the tourist population that's up there. So,
Well, first of all, our funding allocation is based on 50,000 population. And you know that with tourism, we could have 100,000 people up there
Absolutely.
for the weekend.
absolutely.
So our funding formula doesn't come close to touching the need. There's something also that Ms. Henneke said that I just want to highlight, and I think you can say it better than I, but the funding that we do have, how some of it has been used for transit outside of the California side. So
Is Douglas
that's-
County now,
that's
where are they
our-
at in this? Because we do have the Nevada side. They're in the JPA, out of the JPA, they want to be in the JPA. What's the status of them?
They've been in, they didn't say anything while we were forming the JPA until like the month before we were going to sign the agreement. So they expressed an interest. They have still expressed an interest. They also are exploring not joining the JPA. So they're on the fence on that. I don't want to speak for them, but I have been in constant contact with the representative from Douglas County, and very good rapport. We have very good discussions. We're exploring all options.
So I should have noted before we got to the slide, we are now into the area where we don't have firm recommendations. So this and the next two items, we need to have some board discussion and some board direction on what you want to do with these. So that's the South Transit JPA, South Tahoe Transit JPA. Now we will go to the next slide, which is the Sacramento Placerville Transportation Corridor JPA.
So can I just interrupt for a second? The city of Placerville has the numbers that Supervisor Veerkamp had requested for the total cost of the pool. I think they just wanted the opportunity to maybe present that to the board, so they had that number when you're moving forward.
Well, you could do it during public comment too. I would just hoping,
Okay.
I would hoping they'd get it. So
Okay.
thank you for that. We'll get it then. Yeah.
Okay. So we're a member of this JPA as the rail corridor comes through our county. And so the annual contribution is going up from 27,500 to 29,200, and there's an escalator each year. So again, this is just a discussion point for the board to consider continuing as a member of that JPA and making that contribution or not. We have no recommendation.
Yeah, I want to talk about it, being that I'm on this committee, and that was in February 2nd, which I asked for the contract to be brought forward so we can get it done. And then later on, then I find out that they want to take and get rid of the funding for the JPA. Now, my understanding is when a supervisor gets direction to staff to make sure they bring that contract due, so we sign this to get it done. Who has control? Who has say-so? I mean, doesn't the supervisor have say-so, especially when I wanted to get this contract done? Because there's a lot of good things that can happen with this, having those tracks still in place for future development of El Dorado County. Especially
Supervisor Turnbow. So and I have informed the entire board of this. So staff are working on both of those agreements. There's two different agreements associated with the SPTC JPA. And we're working on those agreements. They're scheduled to come back to the board next month, I believe. So they are working on those.
All right, okay.
Yes.
And then the final funding takes three of us to approve or not.
That's
approve.
right. And
why
there
it's
was
on today.
there was no discussion of, staff have no ability to defund something. That's something that only the board can discuss.
Right, well,
So,
that's what I was just
yeah.
kind of curious. I didn't even know why we were even here because it's going to be brought to us anyway, correct?
Yes, just as the South Tahoe JPA is on there. These are all discretionary funding
Right.
points that the
So it's
board
still
can
going to
give
be
us
brought to the board to be
direction.
approved on the contract and the funding on it. I don't know what's going on with this mic.
Hot mic.
It's hot.
So,
Yeah.
Is
so
that
maybe some clarification then on when these items, the South Tahoe JPA, the Sacramento Placerville Transportation Corridor JPA are coming to the board for actual funding and approval. Maybe we need a little bit of background and history on each of them and the why or why not, so that we're making informed decisions. Because, and I've talked to Supervisor Lane about this, but when the Tahoe JPA was brought to us last year, we were already being informed of the budget concerns that were coming, and we were asked not to create new programs. And so, and we didn't know the pros and cons, we didn't know the funding. There was a lot of concerns and questions about that. And so I didn't support it because I just felt that we didn't have enough exploration of other options, other ways to fund it either. So we just need more information, I think, on the South Tahoe one and options. And then the Transportation Corridor JPA, that one's been around for so long that I think we need a presentation on what is it, what does it do, why is it good for us to be in it or not? Because we have been in it forever, and we shouldn't assume anything. So, and I think that's fair to the full board and the public to do that. I'm your alternate on there, so I get it.
Still having an echo.
Yeah, we still got somebody's something. Does somebody have a phone on and watching it on Zoom?
I'm hearing that it's fine broadcasting out, it's in the room.
Just in the room.
So when we take a break, I'll try to-
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so,
Move on.
Board of Supervisors travel, sorry.
More fun.
We'll give Emma a minute to catch up.
And this one's my fault.
Yeah, Lori's fine.
A lot of it.
A lot of it is my fault. Well, I meant that we're actually talking about it because in the past, I guess it just kind of happened and we didn't know. And I thought, oh, we should talk about it at budget time with everything else. So you're welcome.
Right. Okay. So on October 8th, there was a board discussion about, I believe it was the Hubs program. And so the board, that was the discretionary. This was the CSAC alternate, sorry. And there was a request to bring back a discussion about the board's travel during the budget process. So this again is a discussion item. We're providing you with some information for fiscal years 23, 24 and 24, 25 up there. So you can see the budgeted and the actuals and broken down by overnight and other travel for the last 2 years. And we've made some suggestions just to get the discussion going for 25, 26. One option obviously is to suspend county paid travel for the board. Another one would be to pay for travel only to a conference where a board member is actually a delegate or otherwise assigned to that conference or that group. And then just a reminder, and if the board wanted to kind of reiterate this as a statement for themselves, to maximize the use of county vehicles rather than mileage reimbursements for personal vehicles. When you use a county vehicle, the cost to the department, the county's budget for that is somewhere between 40 and 50 cents a mile. To reimburse somebody for their personal mileage use is about 70 cents a mile. So we will move on to the next slide with that. And then, so kind of lastly, 2 more slides. We would like authorization today or direction to develop a retirement incentive plan. And so what we are looking at for that is potentially something revolving around health savings accounts. So we have a retiree health fund. We have amassed quite a bit of funding in that fund, and our annual costs are only about 1/3 of what we have sitting there. And each year we pay those annual costs out of departments' budgets on a pay-as-you-go basis. So we have a little bit of an excess funding there. We're about $9 million there. And again, our annual contribution is about $3 million, but generally we don't tap into that $9 million to make that annual contribution. We pay it each year out of departments' budgets. So we would tap into this to provide a one-time lump sum amount to employees who chose to retire, and that funding would go into a health savings account and they could use that for their unreimbursed medical expenses. Now, the benefits of a program like this, whether it's, we've done this specific program in the past, we've also done the what's referred to as a golden handshake with the 2 years of additional service. But the benefit to providing an incentive for folks to retire is twofold, obviously. So you might be getting at employees that have been here longer and still have benefits like longevity. They are classic PERS members and they're getting maybe a portion of their PERS paid by the county. So they're generally more expensive employees. And then if they are retiring, then we have that opportunity to look at that vacancy and potentially not fill it or fill at a lower level. So there's a couple different ways that you could save there. So we would just like your authorization to go forth and develop a plan. Go to the next slide.
Okay. Any questions? This one? Everybody all right?
So looking forward, so we already want to start, as if you go back to that first scary slide with all the little dots and the 12 meetings we're having for the 25-26 budget. Well, we want to start now on the 26-27 budget. Our revenue trends are not looking any better. So in the last couple of fiscal years, year before last, our property tax growth was 6.37. It's declined to 4.69 this year, and we are projecting 3.5. So if that property tax decline in growth continues, we need to continue to keep working at this and getting departments to proactively reduce to be able to stay within, keep those escalating costs within our revenues. So we want to direct departments to work on scenarios for a 5% and a 10% budget reduction. It does not mean that we would implement an across the board reduction to all those departments. But what we want to know and the information we want to be able to provide to the board is what would that look like? What service impacts would come with a 5% or a 10% budget reduction? The reason we want departments to work on that now, obviously, is that so that we have time to plan and to make some good decisions. So we would potentially bring this information back to the board probably sometime in the fall after the adopted budget. And then we could start in the fall with planning for the 26-27 and how we're going to get there. At that point, we will have better information on what the property tax roll did this year, which, hopefully we've hit bottom, but I don't think we have. So we have to plan for that very real possibility of further declines. And then we would like you to direct staff to work with the budget ad hoc committee on exploring some of the revenue generating options and some of those pieces we've talked about throughout the presentation today. So we would just continue to work with the budget ad hoc for some of those solutions on the revenue side. So at this point, I think what would probably make sense is for the board to take public comment on all of that. And then we will pull up each of the action items on the screen, and we can go through each one of those to get the board's direction on each item that we've discussed.
All right, so I'll bring it back, and I guess we'll go ahead and take public comment on each of the items.
Item 25.
Right, as a whole, yeah. If they have any comments on either different items.
Now taking public comment specifically regarding item number 25.
No sound.
Regarding item number 25, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Dennis DeJahara, Community Service Director, City of Placerville. Thank you for your time, Chairperson and Board of Supervisors and staff. Question was asked in regards to annual cost for operating the pool, $674,630 based on our Finance Director and Assistant City Managers last count for the last fiscal year. A few other confirmations around the amount. Staff is correct, 76%, approximately 4,000 between 2023 and 2024. Full attendance. Of that percentage was around 3,113 of those individuals were outside the city limits. And I'm a huge proponent of what we can do together. Right. Closing down facilities are never easy. I know it's a very difficult thing to do, especially for our aging active adults, but we want to be able to, provide that. And if that's something that needs to happen, to be able to merge, we are better together and we strive together, right? Because we're here for our neighbors and for our residents. And so anything that we can do to leverage that partnership to kind of work on providing those services, that's what we're here for, right? Because we're neighbors. And we're partners, and it's never an easy conversation. But I will leave you with this one last number, 0.004%. That's all I'm asking for, 0.004% to help save 3,100 lives that are outside of the city limits that we are able to provide a service to within the El Dorado County. So thank you guys for your time. I wish you the best.
Thank you.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I'm interested in little m, which is listed in your agenda. Little m is the JPA discussion. Staff, excellent job. I thought it was very thorough. Anyway, there is some attachments in public comments that you need to make sure that you get a chance to take a look at. Most specifically, Vicki Sanders, from the Executive Director of the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority, has given you a very thorough attachment that speaks to the question of, I guess I'll get it from a broader perspective, the legitimacy of the Joint Powers Authority, of the SPTC, and whether or not you really have truly discretionary actions that are possible on your part without affecting the legal aspects of the whole JPA and its structure. As Supervisor Turnbow knows, he's the board member on the JPA. And most recently, the last meeting, we had a very, very candid discussion about the future. And it looks bright, meaning City of Rancho Cordova was added now as a fifth party that's involved with the Joint Powers Authority and its funding, essentially. There's still going to be exactly the same number of board members sitting as there was before. So there's adjustments to be made, and they will be made. But as you know, the JPA meets, I believe, quarterly, George, is it? Or
Yeah.
I think it's May 19th will be their next member, our next meeting. And with that will come hopefully progress reports from staff related to how we're doing on these agreements that your board needs to take care of. And also it'll be talking about the business that is done. I got 35 seconds, which is to say, volunteers are essentially what drives the whole thing and makes it happen. And the money that's expended is multiple times over. The 29.2 is spent multiple times over to a higher amount that you're getting in benefit. Thank you very much for this time.
Thanks, Chris.
Good morning. We're still morning. Joan Fuquay with the Commission on Aging. I've been directed to read the following letter to you. Dear County, El Dorado County Supervisors, the El Dorado County Commission on Aging is dedicated to supporting, to advocating and supporting the senior population of El Dorado County. With 31% of the county's population being over age 60, the influence and concerns of the seniors holds a significant weight regarding services provided by the county. The COA acknowledges challenging decisions faced by the Board of Supervisors, especially those involved with balancing the retention of essential services. I lost my place. And financial prudence. We wish to express our understanding and cooperation with the board during the budget adjustment process. We are confident that any anticipated cuts will be made with precision and sensitive to the unique needs of our senior community. In these times, we recognize the existence of additional viable options for preserving invaluable senior services, such as efficient utilization of county funds and exploring alternative sources of funding. The COA is committed to collaborating with the county in this endeavor, seeking grants, charitable donations from community through our outreach programs and donations provided for specific services. We extend our gratitude to the staff for their consideration throughout the adjustment process and looking forward to maintaining thoughtful and productive working relationship in the future. On behalf of the Commission of Aging, Joan Fuquay, Chair, and Raymond Wyatt, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Reaching for the mic. Carol Lewis. I'm here as a citizen, not as a representative of the Taxpayers Association. The Taxpayers Association has been following 504, which is what I want to address, since 1922 through your
1922.
I'm sorry, 2022. So this is what I'd like to relate to you. According to our documentation, you have 487 members of your organization, which is your employees, attached to 504. There's only like 125 that deserve to be there according to the county charter. And that statistic is pretty concrete, whether you have it or not. It appears some of the research we've done that in about 2012, when we had a new sheriff and a new supervisor, this churning of attachment to 504 seems to have occurred. And we're going to do further research into that. You have probation, the DA's, all of their staff practically, except maybe somebody who answers the phone. And I mentioned probation. You have the sheriff attached to it. You have the CAO, you have the county council. And the past CAO related to you that if you keep on this track, that we will be bankrupt. And I agree with that. But when he retired in March of 2023, the preceding 2 months in January came before the board and you gave him I believe it's either a 14% bump in income and he was going to retire in March. Blows my mind. And then the CAO came in and he attached his position to 504. And now he has raised his salary to, I believe, at least to the sheriff's portion or above. And the CAO is 1% over the sheriff. So this leapfrogging that we're doing is going to create all of these people who are sitting in the audience. They're going to have a huge deficit in their budgets if you give them money. A US senator and a US congressman makes $174,000 a year. There should be no one in this county that makes over 200,000. And I'm going to go off record here for just a minute, but I'm going to give you a word of advice, which comes from a historic value. In the Iroquois Nation, one of the great nations of this country, their government, both men and women serve in their government, have a philosophy that's ingrained into their community, that the leadership, whatever they do, they analyze their position to affect 7 generations out. And I think you might want to take a look at that.
Thanks, Carol.
Hello. Thank you so much for hearing. My name is Ashley Hazlett. I am not only a community member and citizen of El Dorado County, specifically Pollock Pines and District 5, but I am also the standing president of Snowline Little League. I am saddened to see that the funds that were allocated to Four Bay Park are being removed in their entirety. The overwhelming consensus of the community in Pollock Pines is that we are the redheaded stepchild of District 5. We are not thought about. There's no concern as to what happens to Four Bay Park. Because did you know that our bathroom was condemned over 4 years ago and Snowline Little League has been footing the bill for a porta potty? Did you know that the parents of the 100+ children we serve every year in Little League are hand shoveling snow off of our driveway so that we can simply have practice and ball games throughout our extremely short season every year? I guarantee you the families in Tahoe are not having to experience that. I guarantee you the families in Tahoe have phenomenal facilities that aren't degrading, that aren't falling apart, that aren't leaking onto electrical outlets every single winter, that have structures that are beautiful and gorgeous. And we're just sad. A lot of us are angry, but we're just sad because I unfortunately get the responsibility and the duty of going back to these families and going back to these children and letting them know that the parks that they were promised, the field that they were so looking forward to seeing next year after construction was supposed to break ground on June 1st of 2025 is in fact not going to happen. But instead, I would love for all of you to look at those 100+ children and let them know that the park that they were promised is not going to happen. And the improvements that they were promised are not going to happen. Because frankly, it's unfair. It's unfair that we're constantly left in the dust. It's unfair that we're constantly looked over. Because again, it's just, We service so many great people. We service so many wonderful families, and yet no one serves us at all, ever, it feels like. And I would just love to see the board, I would love to see our district do more for our park, or frankly, give it to us. Give it to the people who love it. Give it to the people who use it. Give it to the people who will nurture and tend and care for it year after year after year. Otherwise, what are we doing? What are we doing? So, thank you.
Thank you.
It's still morning. Good morning. Kathy Lishman, Chair of Friends of Seniors. On slide 8 at the very bottom, it mentions the Spring Street facility. It just mentions it. That should be a higher priority in the county because it's in such terrible shape and it could serve so many more people if it were rebuilt. Friends of Seniors is willing to help with the capital campaign. We're willing to help. We have funds that we would contribute to it. And I hope it gets moving. I came here today to talk about the senior services. I appreciate the fact that you're not supporting cutting, well, the staff is not supporting cutting any of the nutrition or the senior legal. Many seniors rely on county services to help create a healthy, supportive, and safe environment. The programs and services are of utmost importance to the elderly in our county and to their families. By providing reliable legal advice, supportive caregiving assistance, meals and socialization, as well as many other services. El Dorado County has a wonderful reputation for taking care of its seniors, and many who are unable to come and speak to you today. According to Well Dorado in 2024, El Dorado was home to 48,000 residents aged 65 plus, another 30,000 between the ages of 55 and 64. In other words, 41% of the current population of the county are age 55 plus. And in case you haven't noticed, we all get older every year. Our county has many vulnerable seniors with limited fixed incomes, many of them homebound at health and nutritional risk, at risk of isolation and neglect, who depend mightily on the services provided by our staff and volunteers. And I'm sorry today there aren't other staff members that actually work with the seniors that are here to share with you what they do. And also the volunteers, there are tons of volunteers. Our seniors need these efforts to continue to ensure our county's most vulnerable stay safe, warm, and living independently, especially during times like now of inflation and increasing economic uncertainty. As you look to cost savings, please take a look at the administrative costs and the overhead costs that are put into each program. In years past, they have been excessive, and I think that's an area that you could look at restructuring. Please continue to support our at-risk seniors and all the people who serve them. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Well, first I just say good afternoon, board. Grateful to be here. Cleve Morris, City Manager of Placerville, and I'm going to try to be real quick with this. Mr. Nishihara also already talked a little bit about the pool, but I'd like to request, of course, that you consider that funding. It's important to us. And a couple of points I wanted to make. I know that we normally look at, first thing, and first of all, I understand. I'm in the same position you are in Placerville, figuring out what we're going to do with our budget. We're facing the same type of issues. I know it's difficult decisions that need to be made, and I respect that. But a couple of things normally we look at, health and safety items have to be looked at first. And a couple of points I want to make on that. One of the decisions, I will be honest with you, we're not quite there yet. We're not sure where we're going to be, but it could mean completely closing down the aquatic center this year. It's that big of a factor and a cost in our budget that comes just from general fund budget. And Mr. Nishihara mentioned that $600,000 cost to do that. The points I wanted to make is that affects more than just recreation. It affects safety because of our
swimming lessons that we also offer at the pool. And I really feel strongly that that is a safety issue as much as it is a recreation issue, to make sure our youth and our young people coming up know how to act safely around water. And that's what we try to do. The other point I wanted to make is that I think there's some pretty clear studies out there that show that recreation is a deterrent to vandalism and crime in your community. And as we, strictly cut down to those health and safety items and eliminate recreation and other avenues that our youth and our adults even have areas to go to, I think it's pretty clear that there's some evidence out there that it contributes to crime, which means then we have more costs in the public safety arena that we have to be aware of. Last, just quickly, that $37,500, I think, was approximately what it was last year. Interesting that is about the number that it takes, that we attribute to our swim lessons that we offer each year for that program. So just something for you to consider there. And then lastly, other things that we will be looking at, you brought up animal services. That's a pretty significant cost that we contribute to the county for providing that animal services in the city. We are going to have to look very hard at that. I'd like to have that same agreement for animal services that we have with the pool, where simply pay for a percentage like we do for our animal services. But that's another discussion another time. But that is something that we will have to look at. And if we cut back what we have you do for us in terms of animal services, how that might affect your county budget also. So thank you for your time.
I believe you stole my opening line. I thought I was the first one, so good afternoon. Good afternoon, Tim Cordero, Fire Chief for Elrod County Fire, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you on behalf of our requests and some of my colleagues' requests for the TOT funding. And we understand the position the county's in. Last year, I know that there was a reduction in some of the TOT funding that was available. We worked hand in hand with the CEO's office, identifying that there was going to be a reduction in some of those reimbursements for the actual calls. But I think going back and Supervisor Veerkamp, I know back in '93 when the ERAF shift hit and that Prop 172 went to the voters of California, most of Southern California was burning when that was on the ballot, and the majority of the marketing to sell that Prop 172 funding was fire department related. And unfortunately, in this county, that revenue has been coming in for 31 years and not a dollar that goes to your fire departments. So we're also still trying to recover from back in '93 when that ERAF first hit. There's also PILT funding that comes in. None of that comes to the fire departments. So, like back in 2020, we had some conversations with CEO's office, talk about some of these challenges that we face with particularly the calls generated as a result of tourism in this county. And that's where we kind of landed on some of the TOT funding, came up with a methodology of how the reimbursements would take place. During the next couple of years with the TOT funding, the county through the CEO's office was incredibly generous with also funding not only our call reimbursements, but allowing us the funds to buy specialized equipment that we need to mitigate these calls that are created through the tourism. So it's been a very good partnership. Again, last year we know that there was a reduction in TOT. We met with Sue Henneke and she explained it to us, explained why she was recommending reduction. And I think we can all appreciate the situation the county's in right now with the financial. We just heard from the city, and I think most of us, maybe not Chief Lowenthal, are in the same boat with budgets that we're trying to do the most that we can with what we have. But this call reimbursement for these TOT calls, tourism related calls, absent of the TOT dollars that are generated to offset our responses on those, that shifts right to our residents. We use their property tax dollars to run these calls. And when you take engine 17 in Pollock Pines and they go up to, Ice House Reservoir for some type of call up there, fire engines get about 3 or 4 miles a gallon on diesel. Those are true costs that our residents are paying for, not to mention the cover engines behind them. And then you throw in remote area rescues where we may have 3, 4 engine companies up there, chief officers. They're true dollars that we're spending from taxpayers that live in our residents that could be used for other programs, other aspects of our district besides these tourism related calls. So I know it's a tough decision, but I would really encourage you to please support your local fire departments, support your firefighters.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Good afternoon. My name is John Tomko. I'd like to first off let you know that I'm a senior and that I do not want your job at all. It's a very difficult job. I see that today. It's my first board hearing here. I also would like you to know that I think you all care very much about the citizens of El Dorado County. I've been a citizen here approximately 33 years. 25 years of those, I've been volunteering at the Senior Daycare Center. Majority of the people who volunteer at the Senior Daycare Center and all of the aides are women. A man is unique. I don't consider myself unique. I consider myself just like everybody else and like you. Your sensitivity to the issues of the Senior Center are commendable. Greg, you said earlier when this topic came up that you had trouble sleeping at night. So I know the compassion and empathy that you have is shared by every one of your board members. And you have to apply that over all the demands and requests that are being made to you today. That's why I don't want your job. So thank you so much for doing what you do. I've got another minute and a half to tell you what 25 years of volunteering with the seniors is. And I can't do a complete job on that. The kindness, the program they developed is amazing. I wouldn't be involved for 25 years if it wasn't. The empathy and compassion those ladies show day to day, dealing with the elderly and the impaired in their community is amazing. And I use that word too often, but in this case, it applies. So I think what you're doing with the staff as recommended, probably appropriate. I was there pre-COVID when we had 30 people and we had dances in the ballroom and we played poker and we told jokes and we laughed, which was a requirement at the senior center. You go in smiling and you leave smiling. And the greatest moments when you see another senior, another member there, smile. That's the reward you get. So I've been a volunteer there. I realize now I need to be a volunteer more with the two organizations that appeared before you regarding funding independently rather than general funds. So thank you for what you've done in the past. I think it's been going on for 38 years. It's a wonderful thing you created. Stop by sometime, enjoy snacks with us. Just smile. Thank you.
Hey there, I'm Dr. Tish Starr, and I'm just came to say, kind of reiterate a lot of what people have said before. You guys do have a really hard job, and I do believe in fiscal conservancy, but I personally have a stake at the senior center. My husband became debilitated a few years ago, and we've always believed in contributing to our community. And now he needs your help at the senior center so that I can continue to work and contribute here. And everything that I've seen at that daycare, I really do believe in. So I'm hoping that you guys can figure out the money to keep that going. It's important to so many people. And now it's important to our family in a personal level. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Wanda Demarest, and 36 years ago this month, I was hired to start the Senior Daycare Center in a building that was renovated with Senior Center Bond Act funding. I just want to give you a little background. And a private foundation grant of $35,000. The program was originally designed with the hope of being self-supporting and within like 3 years, but it was at 6 months and remained self-supporting. I get nervous up here. You guys have always done it. It remained self-supporting through fees and donations and grants for over 2 decades. During my tenure, we served approximately 2,000 seniors, all at risk of institutionalization. Through our exceptional treatment program and wide array of family support services, we successfully prevented or delayed institutionalization for many of them. The human and financial cost of such outcomes can't be overlooked. Additionally, our monthly caregiver support programs, educational programs, information and referral services, our annual Alzheimer's conferences with 250 to 300 attendees benefited countless community members. We also, and I thought that's cool, provided internships for our local high school and college students, inspiring them to pursue careers in gerontology. It's important to clarify that SDC senior daycare is not a form of adult child care. It is a structured program. Each member receives a comprehensive assessment and a goal-oriented plan of care with ongoing evaluations to monitor their progress. Staff focus on each individual's strengths and abilities. Our program aides, our lifeblood, who don't get paid enough, receive in-depth training on complexities of dementia care. It takes a real special person, not anybody can do it. The environment they create is warm, joyful, deeply respectful, and making members feel honored, safe, and valued. Thanks to this environment, members often report feeling happier, healthier, more content, leading to fewer emergency rooms and a reduced strain on our healthcare system. Members in turn, family members in turn, gain peace of mind, knowing that they have made the best choice possible because of all long-term care options. SDC, too bad, remains the most desirable and cost-effective. And I gave, you guys have all this, and I gave you the chart. So in closing, I want to say I do support the closing of El Dorado Hills site. It was opened prematurely. We did not have the unmet need at that time. And I would suggest that you keep it closed until such time as you can open it and sustain it.
Okay,
And finally, I want to
you.
thank you and your staff for your thoughtful and creative approach that's been taken in managing the budget constraints facing all of our senior services this year.
Okay, thank you, Wanda.
Oh,
Thank you, Wanda.
And your email
I gave
is
you a little
really-
more time, but that.
Yeah, your email
got
is
it.
super helpful, so thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Peg Vanderkar, Placerville, and mine will be brief because you've heard all of the good stuff anyway. First of all, it's well known that nutrition, medical care, and community with activity keep people healthier, and especially seniors healthier. When seniors stay healthier, and that's apparently 40-something% of the population over 55 in this county. And a 55-year-old would be my kid. So that's a lot of us. And when folks become unhealthy during that age span, that range, it's a cost on the community. So the senior center helps the community save money. I also agree with closing the El Dorado Hills site unless there's a burgeoning and bursting need for it. I'm mainly concerned that there be affordable fees for senior daycare. There's wanting to raise the fees by CPI, which makes sense, but I don't know what the daily fees or weekly fees are right now anyway. When you consider raising the fees, consider who you might be leaving off the end of it, who most needs it, and whose lack of services, lack of care will cost the community the most because of that. I wish that my family had had the opportunity to use it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Peg.
Chair Turnbull, supervisors and staff, I deeply personally appreciate all of the hard work you're doing. I think many of us are facing this same series of difficult choices, whatever you look at. But I do want to speak to the building that is the Gilmore Senior Center, tied to, of course, the Adult Day Center. I just want to remind everybody that this is more than just a building. It is a lifeline. It's a space where seniors gather for meals, bingo, and storytelling, and also for connection, purpose, and community. In a world that moves too fast and often forgets those who helped build it, the center offers dignity, joy, recognition, and support to the very people who shaped El Dorado County and El Dorado Hills into this place that we love. Our seniors are the people who raised children, coached Little League, volunteered in schools, served in our military, led businesses, and worked tirelessly to shape our future. They paid taxes, supported local institutions, and some even helped build the very infrastructure we all rely on today. Now in their later years, they deserve a safe, welcoming space to stay healthy mentally and physically. Regular social interaction reduces depression, anxiety, and loneliness as many seniors face losing friends, spouses, and significant others. It's a reality of this season of life. Some of the programming we do at the Senior Center helps prevent falls and even manage chronic conditions, as seniors who stay active in the community live longer and better lives. In Unlocking the Secrets of Blue Zones, a blueprint for longevity and health, American researcher Don Buettner identified and studied 5 geographic areas globally with lower rates of chronic disease and longer life expectancy, from California to Japan. While diet, fasting, and exercise were relevant to these areas, a consistent factor across the planet included a sense of purpose, physical activity, and living in community. Further, these seniors also have a good spiritual, family, and social network. The Gilmore Senior Center is the center of El Dorado Hills that provides some of these key factors that allow seniors not just to survive, but thrive. And let us remember, how we treat our seniors today sets the example for how we will be treated tomorrow. Asking seniors to travel for services is a very significant challenge for many. We ask that you give us time in your discussions to give our community time to identify options for this property. Let's honor the people who have given us so much and ensure that aging in El Dorado County and for our seniors, aging in El Dorado Hills means living with connection, purpose, and respect. And I didn't go on record, I'm sorry, Stephanie Jansen with the El Dorado Hills Community Services District. I appreciate your time, your consideration. You're facing a series of tough challenges. Just want to make sure we are paying extra attention to the very people that we discussed today. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hi, Bruce Kenya from Diamond Springs. Boy, you guys got a tough job. I mean, we've spent how many days now, you guys, working on this budget issue, tough issue. Basically 2 things. I have a master's degree in safety. I totally support the people from the Placerville area. I'm going on 73 years old, and guess what? I learned to swim at the Placerville pool, and I live in Diamond Springs, okay? My parents used to use that as our daycare. We got dropped off there in the morning. We stayed there all day, came home. So since the county doesn't have, and I can't speak for the Tahoe area, I don't know, the county doesn't have their own recreational area like this. Supporting that pool is really, really a thing. You talked to council about setting up joint things with the other counties for your juvenile center. Well, you've got a joint thing right here with the city of Placerville for that pool. So I know it's a cost, and I know you got to look at that. On the topic of costs, everything I've heard today is how do we cut our budget? I'm not seeing a lot on how do we increase our budget. You've got 2 ways of doing that. 1 is raise taxes. 2 is raise income, get more people to pay taxes. What are you doing in that regard? How about looking at potentially a moratorium for a year on some of the fees and charges that are being put on developers and people that want to build a house? It's unbelievably expensive to even think about building a house in this county. Every time we turn around, you run into something with the county from a point of a regulatory effort. We just got done working on a building where we had a restaurant that was going into a building that had a restaurant in it. We took weeks and months to get the county to approve the water heater. We had to have a business water heater, a commercial water heater had to be in this building. Why? I'm just asking you to take a look at this. Is there other ways you can raise revenues versus cut revenues? Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce.
It is afternoon. Hope y'all are not getting hangry. Debbie Manning, and today I'm standing in front of you as a 30-plus year resident of El Dorado Hills. 30+ resident of El Dorado Hills. First, I do want to commend you. I think I heard verbal agreement that you're going to continue with the fund transfer for ERAF. So I think I heard that. I hope that comes out into the record of the minutes. As far as our senior center, I would love to see a copy of the survey. I would also appreciate seeing who the survey went to. Did it go to the 7.5 people that are using the daycare? Did it go to the 15 people on the waiting list? Who did the survey go to? We have 50,000 people in El Dorado Hills, and we know 20% of those people are over the age 65. Did those people get the survey? They're taxpayers. You guys are making the decisions based on our senior center off a survey. I think it'd be really nice to see who was actually surveyed. I also would hope that you do not entertain selling the building. I know there's some history to the building. I know there was a lease back for many years from the fire department for $1. I've heard a couple different numbers on what it was actually sold for, but from the county standpoint, El Dorado Hills has 2 buildings that you own, one being our library and one being our senior center. Again, we are the largest populated area in your county, and I respectfully hope and pray that you choose not to sell the building. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Debbie. You, Debbie?
Oh, sorry. Cut off the fire department. Hi. I'm Janet Kenaway, resident of Diamond Springs. I opened the El Dorado Hills Senior Center in 2006, thanks to Chief Veerkamp and that group there, and certainly Moni. I'm a current volunteer at senior daycare in Placerville and a special advocate for the Commission on Aging. We all know that there's a dire need for senior services in our county. The Alzheimer's Association says that 30% of us, I can't remember the age group, but 30% of us will develop dementia. So I'm very pleased to see that we're not looking at cutting funding for the senior daycare program in Placerville. We should be really proud of the services that our county provides to seniors. They are stellar. As a recreation professional for over 40 years, I would go to conferences and tell people about what our county provides to seniors, and they're amazing. I believe personally, and we heard from the management staff at the Commission on Aging meeting last week, that the problem with senior daycare is a staffing issue. And the staffing problem is we don't pay the entry-level employees enough money. If you can go to work for $4 more an hour at McDonald's and not have to help dementia patients in the restroom, that's really sad to me. I know Local One is here today talking about increasing salaries, but we can't keep good people at minimum wage, and the demands are certainly much higher than other minimum wage jobs throughout different industries. And one small point to put a senior nutrition program, and I'm not a county employee, but when you put a senior nutrition program in any offsite facility such as a church, it's thousands and thousands of dollars to make that a commercial kitchen, which is a lot of money. We saw that when we put it, in the El Dorado Hills Senior Center. So that's my senior hat, and I just have to say, as a recreation person, we're getting a screaming deal by giving the city of Placerville minimal funds to operate that pool. We don't have a pool, and our residents certainly deserve that. Like has been said earlier, we need to keep the children safe in our county, and swim lessons is definitely the way to do that. So thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thanks, Janet.
Good afternoon, Chad Steven, Fire Chief of Lake Valley Fire District. Just wanted to again thank you for previous requests for assistance. Made a huge difference for us and the other agencies. Just being able to do more with the money, and appreciate your cooperation and communication. Been helpful. Just wanted to give you some topics for justification for utilizing TOT funds towards fire departments. First of all, safety of the public. That's our priority. We need help. We need more to provide these services to the influx of populations we see. The assistance also helps us fund fire prevention programs and fire safety education. There's an increase in demand for services. These funds will help ensure that we are adequately staffed and equipped for these emergencies. Infrastructure support. These funds also help maintain and upgrade our resources for effective responses. Economic impact. A well-funded fire department can decrease the impact of fire incidents on the community, protect property and lives. Lastly, equal distribution of costs. Visitors can contribute to the wear and tear on us and make it more equitable among these that benefit from these services. So just some topics that, I believe justify the use of TOT funds towards fire service. I'll leave you with a safer community is a desirable one to return to. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Anybody else in the boardroom like to speak? Come on up. Anybody else? All right, let's go to Zoom, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from John Masona.
Hello, I'm John Messina in South Lake Tahoe, speaking for myself. I'm concerned that this budget process lacks transparency. Not only is the public agenda package not available online as it should be, which I will discuss later, I'm a board member of the Coalition on Aging, and we were not included in any of these decisions, including the closing of the El Dorado Hills facility, daycare facility part. Having two daycare centers near in the Placerville area and none in South Lake Tahoe is a typical example of how South Lake Tahoe is the largest city in El Dorado County is continuously neglected because of its location. They have provided some other things, I will admit. South Lake Tahoe is home to more than 6,000 seniors, none of whom have a senior daycare facility available within 60 miles or a 3-hour round trip. This prevents family members from securing employment because they must stay home and care for their elders. This creates significant financial and emotional stress for those families. Travel for services is the issue. In one case, I had to commute from San Jose to South Lake Tahoe, which is a 500-mile round trip, so a friend of mine could go to work during the week because his mother required 24 hours, 7-day care or sick care. This could be resolved with minimal expense if the El Dorado Hills location would close and they'd use that money to convert the existing senior center in South Lake Tahoe into a daycare center for seniors and move the seniors into the vacant recreation center, which may be torn down, even though it would cost less to fix it up and use it for seniors programs. It's the current location also lacks sufficient parking. Moving to the recreation center would provide adequate parking for their events. I did submit a letter about this. I hope you've read it. I hate these bells. Well, I do have a minute, I guess. The El Dorado County website is a horrible mess. It has dead links, blanks. I have downloaded pages that show that the agenda is not available. So you're violating the Brown Act. If you have some secret place where you have it.
Thank you,
that
John.
does not qualify. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Kelly Nullivia, El Dorado Hills, and I definitely do not want to be you. As we're all, we just going over our family budget and there's no big vacation this summer. Things are hard. I really want to reach out as we're having these conversations about really, to me, services of kind of going over the role of government. I mean, when we look at constitutionally, what is the role of government? It's common defense, it's economic stability, it's taxing, and appropriately spending, all of those things. And this issue of the senior center breaks my heart. I'm very lucky. My parents are in their 80s. They act like they're 25, but I still could be there someday. I do know, I really wish we'd redefine the age of seniors over 55. I think all of you sitting up there are over 55. I'm over 50. My husband is 70 and still working 60 hours a week. So the thing about it that I see in El Dorado Hills, especially, is we have a very vibrant, active, healthy, invigorated senior community. Most of them are moving here to be near their kids. Some of them are moving here so that they can be the daycare providers for their grandchildren, because their children are having to work. So we definitely have a lot of dynamics of seniors. Really, what I would encourage our faith community, and I just did a quick Google search, we have 27 registered churches in El Dorado Hills. If we wanted a great model, we'd look at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints Relief Society, because I assure you, the structure of that program, there would never be an individual that was homebound, neglected, needed food, and all of those things. I think in these tough times, just like many of your parents, some of our grandparents living through the Depression, we're going to have to rally back to be there for each other. The comment about the gal with the park and some of these park, services and things that are being ignored. My understanding of a lot of things of parents and community members being proactive, whether it's we want to shovel the snow or we want to mow the lawn or offer, volunteer hours, is that the unions literally won't let us do that. My kids were in the private school system, so I don't know how that works, but I do believe we have to be cautious of that. But I just want to, I don't even know what to say. I'm like, Greg, this is really heartfelt on me, and I know you'll do the right thing, but I just want people to know that we will step up as a community. I know myself, I will personally volunteer. I will do what I have to do to make sure that our homebound and our needy are taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from Ruth Bowman.
Greetings, everybody, members of the board and community. I've been a nurse for over 20 years and have had the great honor to have worked with all ages, from babies to prenatal moms, families, adults, and even centenarians. I have a huge soft spot for the elderly, children, disabled, because they carry so much wisdom and yet are the most vulnerable and unable often to speak up or protect themselves. Here in El Dorado County, about 24%, that's about a quarter of our population, are over 65 years old. That's from USA Facts 2022. However, many of our county programs, particularly senior nutrition, HEAP, and the two senior day centers, one in El Dorado Hills and one in Placerville, are looking at cutbacks and even closure. So I'm asking you to reconsider this. Why? Because seniors are more at risk when they live alone or with one or two family members who may themselves become tired or overwhelmed. If you have never experienced caregiver burnout, believe me, it's a very real thing. I looked after two of my parents. Each had cancer at different times, and it was hard, and I had family support. Many of these people don't have that much family support, if any. Programs like these help seniors have somewhere to go, people to talk to, nutritious meals, live music to dance and sing to, art to create, and physical activities to stay strong and have fun with each other doing. It makes the difference between night and day for so many to have a place to go, to belong, where you meet your friends and play the piano and have a good, safe day. Plus, it's so much less expensive than assisted living facilities, which too many people can't afford anyway. Social supports help reduce the risk of dementia, falling, maybe worst of all, loneliness. Please consider keeping the senior day centers, the clubs, and other senior programs intact, and also paying the skilled staff members there a living wage so that there's not so much attrition. I am very proud to be part of our beautiful community. And as a nurse, you know, we take a vow to do no harm. I just want to be sure we can continue to take care of those who are most vulnerable during challenging times. And I know you, Board of Supervisors, you consider this too. You want to look after everybody in our community. And consider maybe taking one of our discretionary projects and just shelving it for a few years and putting that money back into the El Dorado Hills facility. Thank you for serving our community and for this time and listening to me.
Thank you, Ruth.
Now taking public comment from Ruth Carter. Ruth, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so sorry. All right, good morning, supervisors and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. There's something that the public doesn't often realize, that the city's, this regarding the Aquatic Center, the city of Placerville, their only true operating income comes from sales tax collected within city limits, not from property taxes. So that means that the city residents and the businesses are already footing the bill for services that benefit the entire county. I'm not complaining about that. We're a small city. We punch above our belt. That's been said for many years. But in the case of the Aquatic Center, over 70% of the users are county residents, not city residents. The cost sharing number presented to you reflects the exact usage. It's not inflated, it's fair. Meanwhile, you know, the rest of our city parks are in disrepair. Resources are stretched thin, yet this small but mighty request for shared funding would help keep the Aquatic Center running strong and offering vital summer lessons and programs for all ages across our entire county. This isn't just about dollars, it's about doing right by our families, our seniors, and our youth. A use-based maintenance budget is the most equitable path forward, and it ensures that county residents contribute to what they regularly benefit from. Please allocate the money that the city is asking for. This is a really great hub for the Western Slope, and it already is in need of some maintenance. We didn't get funding like we should have last year. Again, 70% of the users are from the county, not the city. The city's only means to support all of our infrastructure is sales tax. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Now taking public comment from Tita Bladden. Where did she go? Tita, do you want to go ahead?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I just want to commend the staff that we were able to hear with the Commission on Aging as far as explaining to us what they've done as far as recommending proposals for saving senior services within our county. But I do want to address, as an individual and a resident of El Dorado Hills since 1990, the last slide that county staff shared with us, which is we need to look forward also into the 2026, 2027 budget. So I am entrusting, as Supervisor Turnbull has been talking to Congressman Kiley about the importance of fire prevention and the safety of our forests, that the board, either individually or collectively, are also encouraging Congressman Kiley and Congressman McClintock to really understand the proposed budget cuts to the Older Americans Acts, to Medicaid, to Housing and Urban Development, to the Veterans Administration, not only in program dollars, but in important staffing. As you know, through this whole budget discussion, federal funding is important to us as a county, as a state, but these federal programs are delivered locally as we are discussing this today. So I plead with the board, either individually or collectively, to understand the importance of the safety net services that are under budget decisions in the current Congress. And please work with Congressman Kiley and Congressman McClintock to understand the impacts to our county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Benekoshan, Pollock Pines. Your staff is asking for direction. I would urge you to do as you did at a previous meeting and ask questions rather than give direction. This has been a long meeting, and there's a lot of research that says that it's tough to make decisions after so much information came in. As a member of the public, you're asking me to comment on 15 action items in 3 minutes. I urge you to listen to the letters I'm reading, the coverage in the newspapers, and think about the value of collaboration that you reviewed when you were talking about your strategic plan values. You're not going to achieve the best possible outcomes if you continue to move forward with insufficient information, and especially with the public not having the time to internalize what's posted on the agenda at 4 p.m. on Friday, new information today. Specifically, I have questions about Bay, Pollock Pines. My understanding that the source of funding had a requirement to be obligated by the end of 2024. So you may not have the option of reallocating it without placing it at risk. I am especially opposed to closing El Dorado Hills. I took the luxury of looking it up and finding the history, as other people have mentioned, and the person it's named after, Ramona Gilmore, an important senior activist. I think you should open one up in Lake Tahoe. I just think, I mean, raising the fees is going to give you like $9,000 by my math. And as someone else said, these are our current founders, the ones that we know who lived and built the foundation on others that came before them. But there are founders, and they deserve a little extra support now at this time. I've been and worked in the alternatives, and what we have here, that reflects your values. You're talking about net county cost, all these complicated things. You're an agent of the federal and state government, lots of mandated programs. What you do with discretionary, in my opinion, is the best test of your priorities. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. Definitely take a look at the details associated with 4Bay, because I remember when that was reviewed and approved and moving forward, and I also thought that there were some restrictions for the funding that had been provided, so that'll be something to review. Regards to the pool in Placerville, I agree with Ruth Carter's statements. I think it's important to maintain facilities like that for kids, for youth. Also, during the summer months when it's hot, I know this RCSD pool here, they open it as like a cooling center for people to be able to cool off. I'm assuming that the pool up there is done the same way. So I think things like that are important, particularly knowing that Placerville, you guys cover the sales tax, the property taxes for them. So it would be part of that contribution. Then for the senior center down here, I was very glad to see the CSD show up and speak to it. I know that they do a lot of activities with seniors in the area and they use that facility. I think it would be unfortunate to see that closed and the opportunity for people in the area, the seniors in the area, to have a gathering place that's like their own. They're not having to potentially, you know, deal with youth activities going on at the same time or anything else. It's just theirs. I think they deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Now taking public comment from Ed Miller. Ed, can you please unmute yourself? Ed, you're still muted. Should I go to the next person in queue? Now taking public comment from Katrina H.
Hello, my name is Katrina Hyatt, and I'm a resident of Pollock Pines. A lot of my feelings about the Four Bay Park have already been stated. So I'll just say I was very happy to hear board members talk about the minimum of the parking lot and the bathroom being still included in the project. The Snowline Little League has been providing porta potty bathrooms there for several years. The county parks has just taken that over. So that is a cost that will continue to be incurred if the bathrooms are not rebuilt. Also, as a resident of the county, I know that the city of Placerville is serving a lot of the underserved residents of Pollock Pines because we don't have parks facilities that are the same as some of the other cities in the county. So I am in support of continuing funding the pools and honestly other recreation activities that the city asks for, because a lot of us do have to go down to the city of Placerville in order to participate in recreation activities. Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'm going to bring it back to the board. Can we go ahead and break for lunch and then come back at 1:30? I think that would be it, and then we can, you know, go to open forum and then continue this process after that. We can limit the open forum to a half hour.
Sure, whatever the board would like to do.
Yeah,
Yep.
is that all right with you guys?
What will we just bump everything else that's on the agenda back? Is that, or is anything, what's the right word? Is anything time sensitive? Thank you.
There's the 2 o'clock time allocation for the item 22.
Which is 2 o'clock.
So what do you think? I mean, how do you guys feel? We got 30. It's going to take a lot longer probably to go over this process for, you know, a lot longer than a half hour, that's for sure. So,
We might have to maybe do the hearing first since it's an appeal,
yeah, we could actually go into,
and then do the
Yeah.
budget after the appeal.
yeah.
Well, the 2 o'clock item, we can't hear before 2 o'clock.
Right, but if we
Right.
come back for open forum at
Forum.
1:30, takes
And
us
then
right
do
up
that,
to
do-
2.
And then go into
Okay.
closed session and then, yeah, then come back.
Finish this item first.
No, no.
Trail it after the,
After the hearing.
Yeah,
to do- We're thinking.
because
of
we got
coming-
to, you know, it's time certain 2 o'clock, so.
If we come back from lunch at 1:30, then do open forum, cut it off at 2, do the hearing at 2, and then finish this item is what we're thinking. And then the other things will just have to follow,
Yeah,
which we can do.
right.
Just the one clarification is that one of the closed sessions is fairly obviously related to the 2 o'clock hearing. It's concerning that license determination. So I just want to make sure that that slots in prior to the commencement of the 2 o'clock
Right,
hearing.
right.
Oh, so we gotta slide that in first.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Okay.
So if we come back at 1:20.
1:20.
Do that item really
Uh-huh.
quick.
Yeah,
Then do the open forum until 2 hearing, then come back to this
Mm-hmm.
budget discussion. That should kind of
yeah,
work.
I think it'll work. We can work it
Yeah.
out
Should
that
work.
way.
Okay.
Anyway.
1:20.
1:20 to go into closed session.
Thank you, everyone. We'll be back. All right. Welcome back, El Dorado County. We're back from our lunch break. Right now, the open forum. Greetings, El Dorado County. The Board of Supervisors is now going to resume the regular session, beginning with open forum. Open forum is a time for the public to comment on any item that is not on the agenda today. Kim, please, will you open it up? Open forum.
Now taking public comments specifically regarding open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Hey, before we start, I'm just thinking, Chair, did you make it clear we're stopping at?
Yeah, we're
2
stopping
o'clock?
at 2 o'clock is what we are, because we got a 2 o'clock time certain. So we got 30 minutes for open forum.
Letting everybody know.
Yeah.
Am I good? Okay.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Lisa Stewart. I live on Crossville Lane and I'm a parent of 4 young children and an engaged member of this community. I'm here today to speak about the significant traffic concerns surrounding the proposed low-income senior housing development on Cokie Lane. This area is already operating at a level of service F during peak hours, the worst possible rating. Anyone who lives here knows the reality: long delays, bottlenecks, and gridlock near Union Mine High School, Cokie Lane, and Cedar Ravine. Emergency vehicles are delayed, school traffic is chaotic, and families face daily safety risks just trying to get to and from their home. And let me be clear. This is not just an empty piece of land in El Dorado County. I'm raising 4 children on the other side of that fence. What happens on that parcel directly impacts our everyday life, our safety, our schools, and our sense of community. At the last meeting, you saw my youngest child sitting with me, too young to fully understand, but old enough to feel the tension in the room. Our children are watching how decisions are made, who is heard, and whether our community's voice matters. In addition to the traffic and safety concerns, this project has serious planning and legal issues. It does not conform to the county's general plan. It does not meet existing zoning requirements. It does not qualify under SB 35. The project approval is expired, and importantly, it violates the original conditions of approval, conditions that were put in place to protect the integrity of the surrounding community. This is not just about traffic or density. It's about following the county's own guidelines and protecting the character and capacity of our neighborhoods. We have already one large housing project under construction nearby. We haven't even evaluated its impact on the roads, schools, and emergency services. Adding a second project now without the assessment is not thoughtful planning. I respectfully urge you to review the inconsistencies closely and consider the real long-term impact this project would have on our families' infrastructure and overall quality of life. This project should have already expired. If you'll excuse me, I have to go to a parent-teacher meeting where I'm going to run that board meeting. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Linda Colombo. How are you guys today? I'm up to chapter 9, The Lost Bus. The doors, I'm reading from Paradise by Lucy Johnson. The doors of bus 963 closed. Kevin wrenched the steering wheel. Behind him, the 22 school children in the bus were silent. The children, too small to see over the tops of the seats, were nearly invisible in his rearview mirror. "Who are you?" Mary Ludwig, 51, a second grade teacher, had asked when Kevin had pulled up at the Ponderosa Elementary. Kevin looked at Mary. He was new, he said. Chunks of burnt bark rained down on the playground. Firebrands landed in Mary's hair, singeing it. She tried to leave the students with Kevin as the other teachers had, but Kevin shook his head. "I need you to come with me," he implored. Someone needed to look after the children as he drove. Not wanting to be on the bus alone, she went to wrangle Abby Davis, a first-year kindergarten teacher, into joining her. Mary clambered up the aisle. "You'd better be a good driver," she told Kevin. Kevin watched the playground at Ponderosa Elementary disappear in the distance. Flames were roaring along the edges of the road. Embers lunged sideways on the downdraft. Kevin called her, pointing out the fire extinguisher and the first aid kit and 2 emergency exits, and emphasized that they were not going to leave the bus unless they absolutely had to. He told the teachers to take attendance and pair older children with younger ones and handwrite 3 copies as you take rolls so each one of us has a manifest of the kids in our care. Why? If something happens, authorities need to know who was on the bus. Rowan Stovall, who had just turned 10, comforted her seatmate. "You'll see your mom and dad again. The bus isn't going to catch on fire. We're going to be okay, I promise." "Is it 10 p.m.?" a boy in a flannel shirt asked. He was confused. It was so dark outside. Another boy was in a panic, ripping at his hair as he babbled about how his 94-year-old cat was going to burn up. A little girl was so terrified that she couldn't remember her last name. A kindergartner had curled up beneath the bench, cocooning herself from the unfolding nightmare. Kevin flicked on the ceiling lights of the bus so other drivers could see the children in the back of the bus. A countywide plan had passed in 2010, called for clearing vegetation from roads and creating alternative evacuation routes. An earlier study had recommended widening the northern portion of the Skyway to 4 lanes. But funding for these projects wasn't allocated. That part of the Skyway was never widened. In the late 90s, more than 100 fire safe councils had popped up in California, which cleared brush for disabled residents, ran wood chipper programs, and pulverized dead trees. But Butte County could not receive nearly the same attention as other counties. Its annual budget was less than $500,000, and it relied mostly on state grants. The council received no dedicated funding through the Board of Supervisors. Did not.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You guys have a busy day today.
Thank you.
That is such a tough read. Tough read. Oh, got it. Okay. This is regarding Legistar number 250210, agenda 31125, item number 18, approval for resolution 018-2025, accepting exchange of property tax increment for the annexation of the El Dorado Senior Village Apartments into the El Dorado Irrigation District. According to section 2.3140 of the county code, those on the board of supervisors that voted yes on any action previously and finds that substantial new evidence exists, which was not considered at the time the previous action was taken, may reconsider their vote. The motion to reconsider may only be made by a board member who had voted in the majority in the previous action. If a majority of the board votes to reconsider, the matters will be placed on the agenda for reconsideration. We, the community surrounding the proposed El Dorado Senior Village Apartments, ask that either Supervisor Ferraro, Supervisor Lane, or our supervisor, Brian Vierkamp, make a motion prior to approving the consent calendar and agenda regarding the project. Whether that consideration to rescind is on a future agenda or today is entirely up to the board. It appears that the Board of Supervisors have been led to believe that this project, using Senate Bill 35, does not have to abide by the general plan design standards or even the conditions of approval in which the project was approved. Under Section 3, 65913 of the Government Code, which is within SB 35, it states a development proponent may submit an application for development that is subject to the streamlined ministerial approval process provided by subdivision and not subject to a controlled or a conditional use permit if the development satisfies all of the following objective planning standards. The following is to show that the project has to comply with the general plan, which it does not, and it must comply with the zoning and design standards without someone having to make a subjective judgment, which it also does not. The development has to be consistent with objective zoning standards and objective design review standards in effect at the time that the development is submitted to the local government pursuant to this section. For purposes of this paragraph, objective zoning standards and objective design review standards mean standards that involve no personal or subjective judgment by a public official and are uniformly verifiable by reference to an external and uniform benchmark or criterion available and knowable by both the development applicant or proponent and the public official prior to submitting. These standards may be embodied in alternative objective land use specifications, subject to the following. In the event that objective zoning, general plan, or design review standards are mutually inconsistent, a development shall be deemed consistent with the objective zoning standards pursuant to this subdivision, if the development is consistent with the standards set forth in the general plan.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, continuing the discussion from this last item, last person. The project is inconsistent with General Plan Policy TCXA1. Traffic from residential development projects of 5 or more units or parcels of land shall not result in or worsen level of service F, gridlock, stop and go, traffic congestion during weekday peak hour periods on any highway, road, interchange, or intersection in the unincorporated areas of the county, and it's inconsistent with TCTA 7. before giving approval of any kind to a residential development project of 5 or more units or parcels of land, the county shall make a finding that the project complies with the policies above, that this finding cannot be made, and then the county shall not approve the project in order to protect the public's health and safety as provided by state law to ensure that safe and adequate roads and highways are in place as the development occurs. And inconsistent with TCXC, developer paid traffic impact fees combined with any other available funds shall fully pay for building all necessary road capacity improvements to full offset and mitigate all direct and cumulative traffic impacts from new development during peak hour Pawnee highways, arterial roads, and their intersections during weekday peak hour periods in unincorporated areas of the county. The county illegally wrote off the $1,103,806 required traffic impact fees, which conflicts with policy TCXC. The design standards were approved by the Planning Commission on 8/7/2020, and which approval was used in the application for the EID annexation. The conditions of approval state that any deviation from the project description, exhibits, or conditions must be reviewed and approved by the county for conformity with the approval. Deviations may require approved changes to the permit and or environmental review. Deviations without the above described approval would not constitute a violation of the permit approval. Also, the development, use, and maintenance of the property, the size, shape, and projection and preservation of resources shall conform to the project description above and the hearing, exhibits, and conditions of approval below. The property and any portions therefore shall be sold, leased, or financed in compliance with the project description and the approved hearing, exhibits, and conditions of approved hereto. All plans must be submitted for review and approval and shall be implemented as approved by the county. The statement of conditions of approval states any approval design review DAR 20-001 is based upon and limited to compliance with the project description, conditions of approval set forth, and a hearing exhibits marked exhibits K through U.
Thanks, Kurt.
The site plan presented with the EID application is different from the project site plan exhibit, the original one in Exhibit K. And the elevation that was presented elsewhere by the applicant no longer matches Exhibit L from the conditions of approval. Therefore, due to the above statement and other conflicts, the project is in violation of the design review permit approval. Regarding other violations of the condition of approval, in 2022, the zoning administrator approved splitting the parcel during a hearing that violated county code section, blah, blah. That requires revisions to an approved permit to be cited by the review authority of original jurisdiction, which should have been the planning commission. Instead, it was heard by a zoning administrator illegally. This action violated the condition of approval number 13, lot line merge, pending lot line merge application, blah, between existing assessors parcels number shall be finalized prior to issuance of any county development permit, including but not limited to a building, grading, encroachment, or improvement permit. Those parcels were split. They are not, it's not legal to the conditions. To make this simple, we ask that you simply expire design review DR 20-2001 due to condition of approval number 2. Design review DR 20 shall automatically expire 36 months from the date of approval pursuant to the applicable provisions of government code section, which is in 35, unless vertical construction has been initiated prior to the expiration date. This application may qualify for a one-time, one-year extension at the discretion of the county if the project proponent submits a timely request for such extension, including documentation of significant progress towards construction. Such documentation shall include but not limited to submitted planning, building, or grading permit applications. It has been 54 months from the date of original approval, 6 months over the 33 plus a possible 12-month extension. We ask that the county retract the approval of the EID annexation due to the project having automatically expired per the conditions of approval. And lastly, as far as misleading the public or another board member in the future regarding information on the agendas according to Government Code
1.59. Each member of the legislative body who attends a meeting of that legislative body where action is taken in violation of any provision of this chapter, which is the Brown Act, and where the member intends to deprive the public of information to which the member knows or has reason to know the public is entitled to under this chapter is guilty of a misdemeanor. So these were handed out earlier. There, you can see where the designs have changed, the site plans have changed. You have the right. It says that it would automatically expire if they didn't have something on the ground by now. So I ask that you follow the law and move forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Good afternoon. My name is Sue Norman, and I'm a retired Forest Service hydrologist. I worked up in the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit for 30 years. And I'm here to ask you to consider adopting federal agency support resolutions like was recently done in the town of Truckee. These resolutions would express concern regarding local impacts that have and may continue to result from the indiscriminate funding, federal staffing and funding cuts, and particularly as it relates to forest health and wildfire mitigation, recreation, and other local programs that receive federal funding. I've been in communication with many of my colleagues, and the process that's being carried out has a deliberate lack of transparency, and established procedures are not being followed. And this has created a level of disruption, chaos, confusion, and fear among my colleagues, unlike anything I've ever seen. And I've been through a couple of rifts during my career. I created a petition to get some community support for that. I currently have about 200 signatures on that petition. I'm going to continue it as things continue to roll out, specifically what's going to happen to BLM, Forest Service, USGS. These other agencies will be affected. I've been following the situation closely, mostly through Government Exec, which is a really great publication that just tells you what's happening. There's very little news yet out about the Forest Service, other than that they're planning on consolidating 10 regional offices to 3. 7 regional foresters have already resigned, and they're going to consolidate the 154 national forests. No more detail than that. And that the Wildland Fire Division is going to be moved to another part of the government. So obviously, almost unimaginable changes are going to occur, and it's difficult to see at this point how that's going to roll out and how it's going to affect services that affect our communities and the budgets that local governments depend on working with Forest Service partners. During my career, I managed our watershed monitoring program, our watershed restoration program, and the erosion control, urban erosion control and water quality grants program in Tahoe, which awarded millions of dollars to El Dorado County for stormwater improvement projects. I believe in government. I believe in government at all levels working together to serve the public. And I think this is a way the county could express their desire to keep that partnership going with the federal government. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll just email one of them. Hi, Caleb Armstrong, Nonprofit Construction Corporation. Well, CDA housing down in planning and building, I can go and I can apply for a $3 million loan to build 80 apartments here in El Dorado County. But I can't apply for $250,000 to build one single family home. If you look at the last page I gave you guys, that is a county program where we get to waive all planning and building fees for sweat equity and volunteer housing. That program wouldn't have been developed if it wasn't able to be used for single family home development. So you have a CDGB revolving loan fund here in El Dorado County that can be used for 0 interest to 3% interest, affordable housing construction loans. I believe the county just received $500,000 in home investment partnership grant funds. That funding can be used for single family home ownership too. I mean, there's numerous programs we can apply for with the county for funding to develop single family homes, but the county doesn't participate in single family homes. You have a lot of people here in this community who don't want to see multifamily housing developments or low income housing. And that I wouldn't really want to see either, because what it does is it keeps families in a generational cycle of poverty. Not one of these development organizations are ever going to provide any of these families in our community a way out of poverty. If they're just renting consistently and participating in this normal stereotypes and demographics of low-income housing, there's no way for them to end those generational cycles of poverty unless we offer them opportunity through home ownership and equity. And my job as a nonprofit leader and affordable housing developer is to lower the cost of construction as much as possible. Most counties allow affordable housing organizations to work with them in partnership. It's one of El Dorado County's housing element goals, but every time I email CDA housing or public housing or ask them one single question about any of their loan programs, they won't give us any information about it. Now, that program could have been used 4 years back for the Grizzly Flats. That whole community could have received that funding had those policies been addressed and implemented. The HUD-VASH voucher for homeownership, that can be applied for a veteran that'll pay for his mortgage. It receives a waiver for it. It can be approved for it as well. I created my nonprofit when I found out I was misdiagnosed by Marshall Medical Hospital with indolent lymphoma. They told me I was dying. I sat next to my wife and I was scared. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to make sure I left a better finished product in my world. I wanted to make sure that I did something right by people. And then to find out that after 5 biopsies that I didn't have cancer, I was happy. And I wanted to make sure that I'm doing something better for this community.
Thank you, Caleb. Appreciate it. Come on up.
Chair, just for planning purposes, I just want to let you know, you do have 5 people in queue.
All right,
for
so
open forum.
what I'm gonna do here, I guess, if we got 5, I guess we'll limit it 2 more people. That's it at this point for speaking. And then we'll go to a Zoom because we don't have enough time.
Mr. Chair, I think, alternatively, I mean, obviously you could go, you don't have to hear the 2 o'clock right at 2.
Okay.
And you also may want to consider whether to trail additional public open forum until later in the day,
in the
given
afternoon.
the number of people who want to
After we
comment.
come back from our 2 o'clock item.
Well, I'll leave it to your discretion as to whether it's then or towards the end.
Yeah, 4 or 5. Okay. All right, go ahead.
So wait, what's the plan?
Okay, so I think the best thing to do is go ahead and hear it. Let's see how much more. We got 5 people on Zoom. Okay, so we'll cut that off at 5. And then we'll go ahead and hear right now from these 3. And then we'll see what time we got. And then if there's more additional, we can actually pick it up in the afternoon.
So that'll put us at like 2:25.
Yeah.
So our original
take
plan.
Yeah,
though,
hang on
is-
just a minute. Let's go ahead first and then we can talk about it on this.
Well, we need a plan to know. what
Okay,
we're
so
doing.
what do you think? I mean, what do you?
Can we table the Zoom calls and hear the people that are in person now and then table the Zoom calls for later?
1, 2, 3, that's it. And then we'll stop at
Yeah,
that. and
okay,
then move
and then,
on to
move it
our
on, and then
hearing.
we can come back with Zoom calls.
And then we can do the Zooms
Up till 2:15.
whenever we,
Well,
whenever we
around
finish our
4:30.
budget discussion that we haven't
Yeah.
even finished. We
All
have a
right.
big day.
Yeah,
So
okay, all right. Go ahead, sorry.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Marcia Anderson, and I live on Crossville Lane with my husband Larry. We moved here to enjoy our retirement in a peaceful, family-friendly neighborhood. This home was meant to be our quiet place to grow old together, a place where we felt safe, supported, and connected to our community. But today I'm here because I have serious concerns about the proposed low-income senior housing development on Cokie Lane, specifically regarding emergency access, traffic safety, and quality of life for those of us who live directly next to the project. It's right over the fence. We share a fence with it. That means every decision made about this project affects us immediately and personally. This is not a distant issue. It's quite literally in our backyard. Our roads are already overwhelmed. Cokie Lane and Cedar Ravine are gridlocked during school pickup and drop-off. We're operating at a level of service F during peak hours. That's the worst possible traffic rating. And it's a real concern, especially for residents like my husband and me who rely on timely emergency services. in an ambulance or fire truck. If an ambulance or fire truck can't get through, the consequences could be tragic. Beyond traffic, this project has numerous fundamental issues. It does not conform to the county's general plan. It violates current zoning requirements. It does not meet SB 35 qualifications. The project approval is expired, and it violates the original conditions of approval. We're not opposed to responsible development, but this is not responsible. It's rushed, misaligned with planning guidelines, and places an unfair burden on the residents who already live here, especially those of who expected to spend their retirement in safety and peace. Please consider the real human impact of this project, not just policies on paper. Our neighborhood, our health, and our quality of life are on the line. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Morning, board. Or good afternoon. I won't take my 3 minutes. Our county has two very different salary strategies. There are somewhere between 200 and 400 county employees covered by 504 that automatically have their salaries reviewed annually. This occurs for as many as 25% of county employees, and these employees do not have to worry whether their salaries will remain competitive. My concern is with the rank and file, the employees that answer the phone and those that provide in-home care, for example. In 2021-22, the civil grand jury report detailed county salaries being far from the median. Unions used this information in their bargaining with the county, and talks resulted in the county increasing salaries to the median. But as stated recently by several supervisors, these employees are no longer at median. For some, it might be upwards of 20% away from median. What is the county's strategy here? I wanted to raise visibility that while 504 automatically reviews and adjusts salaries annually, no such process exists for the rank and file. That is my concern. All employees are important and should be treated equitably. When was the last time this county completed a salary comparison survey? The last one I found was from 2017. I am respectfully asking this board to address this situation by completing a salary comparison survey for the rank and file. All employees should have their salaries reviewed to ensure they are competitive, regardless of whether they are covered by 504 or not. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Dave Bartolotti. I was here last week. Before the Constitution of the United States, before the Bill of Rights, before the Declaration of Independence, the first rights bestowed upon Americans were property rights, a sacred stewardship between the landowner and the federal government. Local bodies and state governments put together to help manage and foster those rights. At no point was local and state given authority to infringe or take away constitutional rights. How in the world does a 500-foot buffer zone take away my constitutional rights? Let us start by the takings clause of the Fifth Amendment. Applied to states here, the 14th Amendment prohibits the government from taking private property for public use without just compensation. A 500-foot buffer zone prevents property owners from renting their homes on platforms like Airbnb, effectively takes away significant economic use property value and diminishing the property altogether. This would be considered a regulatory taking under Penn Central Transportation Company versus New York City, which set out a balancing test considering A, the economic impact on the property owner, the extent to which the regulation interferes with investment-backed expectations, the character of the government action, whether it is too restrictive. Number two, due process clause. Under Lochner versus New York and later causes, courts have recognized property rights as a fundamental buffer. A 500-foot buffer zone may be overly broad and too tailored to a legitimate government interest. We could argue that it is too restrictive and arbitrarily deprives property owners of their right to use their property as they see fit without sufficient justification. Equal protection clause number three. The law treats some homeowners differently and then others. For example, allowing traditional long-term rentals or hotels within the buffer zone, but restricting short-term rentals that can be challenged under their equal protection clause. The government would have to show rational basis for distinguishing this. If the restriction is not based on real public safety or nuisance concerns, but instead is protecting certain business interests, the regulation could be struck down as discriminatory economic protectionism. Measure T was the most restricted property right ordinance and policy put into place by this body. Being a super host for Airbnb, I will tell you this, they are coming for the back rent. You guys took on a global corporation. They're going to make an example out of Measure T, and they're coming for rent in the millions of dollars. Is it going to come from the federal government? Is it going to come from the state? You guys are going to have to take responsibility for that. You're going to owe these owners millions of dollars, and Airbnb is ponying up litigation to take that money. The 500-foot restricted buffer zone put in mind, a business that's been in existence for 4 years. They have told me, change it over to a long-term listing 31 days prior, and we're going to start billing the county $500 a day. That's what they're coming for. You guys took on a global corporation that is coming for the back rent because you violated our constitutional rights. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so, right, is there anybody else wants to speak? I think we can cut it off right there. We're done. So anyway, thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it for your comments. Right now, I guess.
I just want clarity for the
Okay.
members of the public. Were you going to reopen open forum at the end of the meeting to allow for those Zoom participants to call in?
Yes, I will. Yeah, so right now, we're gonna go into closed session. Hang on just a minute. The board will now recess to closed session to hear items 23 as specified in the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning these matters may do so at this time. Please open it up to public comment.
Now taking public comment specifically regarding closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the records. For those of you that still have your hand raised for open forum, please note that this is for closed session only.
Is there anybody in the boardroom like to speak on this item? All right, let's go to Zoom.
Now taking public comment for online participants for closed session items. Now taking public comment from 390. Please unmute yourself, 390.
Yeah, I don't understand why you're doing what you're doing the way you're doing it today. I've been waiting online here for over a half hour to do an open forum. And I don't have an opportunity.
We're just going
talk
to,
about
Ken, we're going to have it in the afternoon. It's been a long day.
Yeah, but I'm not going to be able.
I totally
I've already
understand where you're
taken
coming
half
from, but
hour
anyway,
lunch.
we can bring you'll have time to speak on it later. Yeah.
Yeah, what
After
time? What?
After 4.
Okay.
All right.
Now taking public comment from Ed Miller.
Same thing.
This is about closed session. Ed, can you unmute yourself? It's regarding closed session items only.
Yes, I understand. I'm going to have to sign off because I was going to speak on the fire TOT situation. My apologies.
And you can come back at 4 o'clock on that.
Yeah, thank you very much, supervisors. I just won't be available then, but thank you for your time.
All right, you're welcome, Ed.
Now taking public comment from 525. Please unmute yourself. They are not unmuting themselves and they're the last ones in queue.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So we're recessed to closed session.
Can you stand up? Gotta get the guts up.
We're going to be back if you want to speak at 4 o'clock on open forum. All right.
You guys are excluded.
Yeah, I'll wait on her. It's not over. So I'll sit here and wait for. What do you guys want to wait
Finish up. Then. Because we have 2 p.m. next week.
Okay. We're back from closed session, item 23. Now we'll go to item 22 that pertains from our closed session item to item 22. So you're going to read that, please, Kim?
And before she does, Mr. Chair, just to, for the record, there is no action to report out of that closed session.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 22 is a hearing from the clerk of the board requesting the board consider the appeal received from Mr. Sang regarding the sheriff's office decision to deny his card room employee work permit. Supervisor Turnbull, can you please open the hearing?
All right, so open up a public hearing. So come on up.
Sorry, I was thought that the representative from the sheriff's office might begin by describing the basis for the.
You want to have her speak first?
Yes, please.
Okay, come on.
Yeah.
Up.
Oh,
Oh, come on.
Take the podium.
Come up the mic and then just step aside next to her. Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
Thanks.
My name is Angela Sterling. I am the records manager with the Sheriff's Office. I'm here today based on the appeal by Mr. Sang for his card room employee application. The Sheriff's Office has denied his application based on criminal history we found during a background check for his application for card room application or card room employee. The criminal history we discussed in closed session is why we decided to deny the application per the ordinance subsection E, which speaks to the character of the applicant. The Sheriff's Office has determined that Mr. Sang is not a fit character to work in a card room environment in our county.
Thank you. All right. So, can you speak on that, please?
My name is Yuan Sang, and I'm trying to appeal for the card room. I hope I will get a second chance. I did convicted before with a misdemeanor. And the past 2 years, I've been working in the card room business, and I was promoted twice to a supervisor. So I just hope that I have a second chance because it's not violent crime. It was a misdemeanor that I made one mistake. Through my whole life over here in America for 40 years already. And just want to see if I can get a second chance. Permit for a job.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess we'll open it up to public comment.
Now taking public comment specifically regarding item 22. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating to Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anybody in the boardroom would like to speak on this item?
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for discussion or comments.
Does anyone have a comment before I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just want to point out the fact that this card room just opened, literally, I think in the last month, I believe, or last 2 months. It's been controversial. In my opinion, I think it's extremely important to hire the most upstanding employees that they can. It's been my experience through a career in law enforcement that when exceptions are made to background investigations, it always comes back to bite the agency. So I'm not a fan of questioning or making exceptions on the background investigation. The Sheriff's Department did a thorough background investigation. They recommended the recommendation was not to allow you to be employed at the card room. And I don't think that we as a board of supervisors should make exceptions to that and question the sheriff's investigation. So I'm going to support the sheriff's investigation. If we're ready for a motion, I'll make a motion to deny the appeal for Mr. Zhang for his card room appointment.
Second.
Under discussion.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say, we all make mistakes. Some are more regrettable than others. But I give you a lot of kudos for the fact that you acknowledged this in your application. You acknowledged all of it. You own it. And I appreciate the fact that, you know, you had the bravery to come before this body and ask for a reconsideration. Your letters of recommendation are great. You're a great employee. So, you know, it's clear. And you provide exemplary customer service. And I'm just sorry that this happened to you. And I regret that we couldn't do more, but I wish you luck.
Good point.
That's so. Any other comments, questions? All right, we got a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor by saying aye? Aye. Any opposed? Opposed.
Motion passes 5-0.
Right. All right, so bring it back for discussion item 25. Okay. Come on up, Sue.
Good afternoon. So we're gonna pull up a couple of documents. First will be a list of each of the action items. So it basically looks like the title of the board item that has mainly item 2, which had items A through M on it, and then 3, 4, and 5. And then what we can do is, and we'll also have a little tally sheet of the to keep track of the savings that are being generated by each action that you take, so you can see where we are in that process. And I just want to point out that these are our strong recommendations, so we have taken them into account in our progress so far in balancing the budget. So any recommendation that deviates may mean that we need to go back to departments and kind of find that money elsewhere. So not to put any pressure on anyone, but.
No, yeah. All right.
So can I just ask and be clear, what is the gap that we're trying to find? What is that dollar amount?
Well, through a number of assumptions like we normally make, we were able to get down to the point of spreading about 15.25 million to departments. And we're still working with departments on getting to that 15.25 million. So we did include some of these assumptions, many of these assumptions in trying to, getting down to that $15 million gap. So anything we don't get here will affect the work that the departments have to do. And then anything that we can't get with the departments, we're also kind of relying on some of these because there's a little bit of overlap. So we really need both. We really need all of it together. We need the departments to keep working their part, and then we need the recommendations that we've made today.
So 15.25 million is what the departments are trying to come up with.
Mm-hmm.
And so what's the number in between? How do we reconcile that? What is it, 28 million? They're trying to get rid of 15, we're trying to get rid of it.
Yeah, it's about, so again, as things are moving, but it's about 19 million that we were having to close. And then so based on some kind of assumptions that we're going to bring to the board in June, which we felt were safe assumptions, they're the types of things that we do every year with kind of tweaking around and working with departments, we're able to say, okay, let's try to get to that 15 million to spread to departments. So if we can't get, and some of these assumptions, like I said, were included in getting down to that 15.25 million.
I got a question. So at the last page on slide 27, when we're talking about working with departments 5 to 10% budget reduction scenarios for budget, for the development of FY 2026-27 budget,
right?
Is it going to require possible layoffs?
Probably.
Do you have any kind of percentage or?
No, that's why we would need the departments to start working on that today. I will say, as of now, based on department plans that they have submitted, initially, it looks like we're cutting maybe 20 to 30 positions. I don't have a definite confirmation of how many of those are filled, but I believe it is on the, somewhere between 10 and 20 of those are filled. So yes, then if we're going to have to make further cuts, it is likely that there will be further position reductions.
Mhm. And you know how I feel about laying people off. You know, it's very dear to my heart, especially keeping people employed. So my personal opinion, if we have to make cuts in this other part of it, which it reduces, you know, laying people off, that's what we need to focus on. Because I don't want to go there if we don't have to. And I know that we're in a tough time right now. And I know there's a lot of people asking, there's a lot of ask out there, but you got to take in consideration for these asks, is it going to be favorable to get what you want or lay county employees off? And my concern is I don't want to do that. I don't want to lay county employees off, especially when it comes to some of the stuff that we're talking about today. All right.
She's got it pulled up. She'll share it here and then I'll defer to the board.
I think Joe wants to speak real quick. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, let me make matters worse. No, I really, this very difficult recommendation before you, you're going to do some really extremely difficult things between now and June 30th.
I know.
And the federal government's broke and the state government's broke. And next spring and next summer, I believe things will be worse. So the future's bleak. But in terms of the perception of fairness, this is a really big decision before you. And I don't like it when the county makes really big decisions on the addenda. And so, I mean, because the word on the street will be, I didn't hear the senior daycare was going to be closed, where I do think probably most people already have, but it's a lot more defendable if the normal course of the agenda takes place. So I mean, from my perspective, the ideal thing would be to continue this for 72 hours till Friday, or continue this till next. I realize you don't have a meeting next Tuesday, but it could be a relatively quick meeting, and give anybody who's going to claim, I didn't know about this because it wasn't on the first agenda, it was posted. It's unfair because I didn't hear about it. And so I didn't get a chance to have my voice heard. We can, you won't have to listen to that if you continue this until, again, I know you don't have a meeting next Tuesday. Maybe you should continue this meeting till Tuesday. You don't even have to have open forum. Just continue this item until next Tuesday. No one can say that they didn't have adequate notice of these proposed cuts. And they're going to be, some of these cuts are going to be emotional. I mean, Brian and I and Moni Gilmore, we spent a lot of time together, and it took a long time to put together the El Dorado Hills Senior Center. And it took a lot of cooperation from different agencies. And so there's going to be people emotional about it, which is very understandable. I'm emotional about it. So I think you would take a little bit less criticism if you continued this till next week, or continued it till Friday, or gave the public adequate time to weigh in. I believe they probably had adequate time, but some people will claim they didn't have adequate time.
Thank you, Joe. So bring it back to the board.
Well,
How do
I
you-
would like to know from the CAO's office, you know, how you feel about that recommendation.
Haven't had a lot of time to think about it.
Yeah, neither have we.
Yeah, I know.
But I do think I do think it's a good recommendation. There's like some things that I would use this time to go and talk to some of the people in Paul Pines and see what we could, you know, I would seek some additional information. I think the time could be useful.
I mean, this is built into our process. There's time in our process
if you need additional time to reach out to folks. It's really a board decision.
Yeah.
Can I make a recommendation? Maybe. So we did have a meeting planned for April 22nd. It would be helpful for us to get as much direction as we can as soon as possible to continue our work with departments. So potentially, and I do want to point out that any decision that's made today or on April 22nd or whenever until June 10th isn't effective until it's brought back to the board and heard in the public hearing for the budget in June. We obviously do all this work so that when we get to June, we have a finished product and we're able to adopt without any further questions. But if the board were up to it and providing direction where they can find consensus today, and then perhaps delaying only a few items where you're wanting more information to another meeting, that would be helpful to staff.
All right, how's the rest of the bill?
I got a couple questions relevant to the Bay Park. Is design done? Where are we at as far as?
The design is complete.
So
Design is
CEQA and
complete.
design are complete.
And the
Yep.
environmental review. Yeah.
So, and environmental review.
Mhm.
So to get a couple restrooms and even a gravel parking lot, couple $100,000. I mean, somebody said 400.
No, that was the $1 million price tag. So there's 400,000 in Prop 68 funding. We've expended $200,000 for the environmental review. Jennifer was estimating that there'd be another 800,000 because the ADA access to the restrooms are required as well as the parking lot. So there's about $1 million price tag
That seems awful high.
on that.
Anyway, I have concern about that item there, making a final call on that. I think Chili Bar, we can work together to hopefully, again, in our revenue enhancement, to come up with some options to help some funding there. Tahoma, sorry, we're just gonna have to put that off.
Yeah.
And the juvenile treatment center update, move that to Spring Street. These are my opinions on those items there.
And then we got the Sacramento Placerville Transportation JPA. I mean, it's
Well,
coming.
Can we just go down them in order then? Kind
Yeah,
of, is that
let's
what
just
we
do
were
that.
thinking of
Yeah, let's
doing?
do that real quick
And
and then
then
direct.
the ones that we want time, if the board has consensus that we want more time to go out and get more info, then on April 22nd, we could bring those ones back. But I think some of these we've been talking about for quite some time. So it seems like, and I know that staff's trying to help bridge a gap. So the more direction we can give today, the better for our staff and our departments that are working towards this. So let's see. Okay, here we are on A.
So A is simply receiving and file a presentation, so no action needed there. So now we have 2A. This was the funding for the different parks and facilities projects.
So are you going to type in there, Emma, like on each item or?
These ones, yes, I can type in as the board provides direction. If you want to.
Okay.
Okay.
Because what I'm hearing on A at least is that I think we all kind of agree that we want to at least get the bathrooms at Bay done. It just seems the right thing to do, whatever that takes. And maybe we can look at options on, get creative on what we can do that right.
And the ADA side, I mean, we got to grade it. I get that. But
Right.
the ADA is about number 3 on the priority list for our facility fixes and improvements. And I don't want to create a problem.
Yeah.
But at least we can get that done. Hopefully keep the park going in the collaboration with Snowline and keep that moving forward. And to me, then the rest of them there get moved to Spring Street.
Yeah, and I get it. Chili Bar, they're looking for a bathroom with grant money, so that's still in the works.
Yep.
And also Chili Bar, we're going to be getting our options back for the future development. So I'm okay with reallocating Chili Bar. And yeah, so 1, 2, 3, right?
Are you guys on that?
Yeah, and with regards to the Tahoma building, we haven't done hardly anything there except allocate money for the design process.
Mhm.
So it hasn't really started.
So that could be put on hold for right now.
It can be put on hold. That facility is in dire need of being fixed, but I don't see another way.
Okay.
Okay, so do you want me to read what I have for two? Reallocate general fund discretionary funding for the Chili Bar site and the transportation to Homa building to county operations. Reallocate the funding for the juvenile treatment center update to this, a Spring Street replacement designation, and return to the board for consideration of reallocating Fort Bay Park. Does that work?
Yeah, okay.
Can we, and I know this will sound silly, but, Fort Bay Park didn't used to belong to the county. And back in the day, when I was growing up and I spent all my time on the fields there, it was owned by, what, EID owned it, or who owned it before?
I think you're right.
I think it was EID, but regardless of who owned it, the community, we actually personally I spent so much time with my family there over the years, taking care of the park. And I just wonder if there is a potential for, as, I don't know her name, but suggested, can we give it to the community? Because I know they will take care of it. Or could we look into something like that?
Potential goes away.
Yeah, unless there's partnerships or something, but
It's shaky.
yeah.
at best, But
Can we just explore
Sure.
a better way to,
that option's open in my book.
I don't know. how
So
you
for
feel about that,
anything that we
Supervisor
bring back for reconsideration, we can include the maintenance costs and all those pieces so that you have all that information.
Okay,
Because again,
that's a
with
good
these
idea.
projects, it's not about just this one-time cost. It's also about looking forward into future cost avoidance as well.
We've had agreements with Snowline and they've pretty much done the maintenance of the park. So a new agreement that takes care of this, and this, and we're not on the hook.
Yeah.
Yep, we can bring back a discussion of that as well with this.
Okay, because communities always love that part very much.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to item B is combine the senior day sites by closing the El Dorado Hills location and retaining the possible location, and direct staff to return the board with a senior day fee increase.
Although I'm almost there, I'd like to defer that one till the 22nd.
Yeah. I think we
Just to
can
give
get
people
more
a little bit
information.
more
Yeah.
time. It was a laborious project and just to see if there's anything that we're missing.
I'm willing to do that. I'm more concerned with the next item, the selling, or I think for me, it's more important. The most important thing here is to keep that as a senior center, regardless of who owns it.
Yeah.
Whether we lease it or we sell to an entity that guarantees it's gonna be a senior center, or we keep it.
Yeah, no,
That's the item I'm most
I'd defer
concerned
B
with.
and C at this point.
With that,
I'd defer B and C to
Mhm.
the 22nd, and I'm not really leaning heavy on C to be in favor of that. There's $1 million in the Moni Gilmore Trust sitting there. That's not going to build a facility, but we had a lot of offers at least years ago for some land and blah, blah, blah. So who knows?
I think it could be used to improve this one also.
Well, that's possible also, because if that's the last place for a senior center, that's Moni would say yes.
And what would it take to make that a
Well-
more usable facility? Because my understanding is it's not very usable the way it is right now.
So right now, the part that we use is very small. And I can't, I woke up this morning thinking I'm voting no on this, realizing it's probably gonna be nothing but a symbolic vote. But I'm kind of leaning towards accepting the fact that we can combine the program, the daycare program in Placerville. Especially hearing that we're serving people from outside the county at El Dorado Hills. We're not gonna touch the nutrition program. And probably one of the more important things is we're not touching the CSD programs, the activity center, which I think that's what most people are concerned with, is keeping that open for seniors to have activities and congregate. And the CSD is doing a great job of managing that. And I would hate to jeopardize that in any decision we make.
And it looked like maybe 300,000 to 800,000 if we did most of the upgrades that were mentioned.
I think it was a $500,000.
Okay, well, like I said, there's $1 million sitting there and it was for a new senior center. But we had this debate years ago as well. If the chips got down, what would we think?
And it has to be used in El Dorado Hills. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So for B and C, I have both of those as returned to the board on 4/22. And then the next one is cost saving measures in the senior nutrition, senior legal, and animal services program. And that one's just an explore. We don't have any concrete numbers
Mhm.
yet.
I hope we're always doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Do you want to clarify on C that the intent is to maintain the site, whether we sell it or lease it or, recoup our costs, but to maintain the site for senior
As a senior
activities? I was
center,
hearing
yeah.
that
Well,
discussion.
Until there's a better option.
Yeah.
I don't know of anything that's now on the table again that was being talked about, something by the fire station and some
Yeah.
other property donated, but I
Just
haven't heard anything
provides-
of-
No,
Yeah,
no,
kind
I
of
know
better.
that there was, CSD was here, but I think in the sale of the part of the golf course,
Right, something
I
over there.
think there was a part or a piece of that property next to the fire station that was thrown in. It's a hill, it's a steep slope, probably be expensive as heck to build on.
Doesn't cost money.
We've got a great
Yeah, it
location
costs a
where
lot
it
of
is.
money, yeah.
It might be better to just.
Okay. Well, we can have a discussion in the meantime. Right.
Do any of the senior living places down there, because there's quite a few, have facilities that we could potentially run programs at, since they're geared for seniors already? Is there anything like that potential?
George, they're in your side.
Well,
Probably
I
just
mean,
for
yeah,
their-
there's a lot of, they have their basically clubhouses and stuff that are there, and they do a lot of activities there, at Heritage and Blackstone and,
Doesn't affect the north side of the freeway at all, though.
yeah, I know, you're right about that. So it's basically everything on the south side.
No, and my aunt actually lived there until last year when she passed away, one of them. And it was pretty full. They have a huge rec room, but it's full with their occupants, their residents. So I can't see them
Why they live there.
expanding for us.
Well, it's good to know though that the residents that live there, though, they have access to
Yeah,
that.
they do.
So that's
Something
good.
something I want to point out also, which kind of gives me a little more comfort in the daycare scenario we're dealing with, is there's actually a private company opening a senior daycare facility in El Dorado Hills. And hopefully they're going to be open mid to late May.
Oh.
They're waiting for their state licensing. And that's specific, it's a franchise business. I met them at our chamber lunch last week, but they, if I remember right, can accommodate 60 people. They have a few different program tiers, a couple days a week, a day a week, every day of the month. It's more expensive than ours, but it is going to be an option. So, but just for daycare, nothing else. It's
So we
not an
don't-
activity center.
So we don't overthink and overplan.
So I have a thought. Really, we just put this on there as part of the senior day discussion and letting you know that if we did combine that site, then you now have a facility that potentially you could lease or sell. But it really doesn't sound like we're anywhere near ready to have that discussion. So probably we won't be any more ready on April 22nd. So why don't you just not direct us not to explore these options? That can come later. This is something you could direct us to do at any time, is to look at options for that building if we do vacate it. So it's probably not worth
kind of
the
table it.
discussion. Yeah.
Okay.
That'll probably make the community feel a lot better.
All right, just take it off the list and
Yeah.
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 Mhm. Okay.
So were we on D?
So we're on E.
E.
We did D.
We did do
Okay.
kind of fast, but we all said, yeah, we
We
should
said,
always
yeah.
be doing
Okay,
that.
right.
And then the next one is explore as well. So I think that's in the cards.
Yeah, well,
We need
we've
to
talked
do
about it
that.
and stuff like that. We need to explore that. Really do. So especially when we can get other counties maybe involved and just have one facility. So
And that F is implement the clerk of the board's 2-year plan for the record center.
Yeah.
yeah.
All good with that. Next one is implementing program modifications to the OWOPR.
So, yeah, so it's a reduce of 47% of general fund costs, and there might be possible being that now that logging's brought back and they put out actually emergency basically out there now. So the executive orders, and it's that removal of dead debris and all this other stuff and help the counties, especially with wildfire, that I sent to President Trump the letters and he put in place the executive order. So this could be possible, it could be even funded through government funding. So I'm going to reach out. That's another one I will reach out to Kevin Kiley on and see what I can do along with the other one for the RCD too.
Perfect.
Okay.
The GZS.
Yeah.
And this is the one that I'm concerned about, where we're reducing the only inspector that the basin has that covers the entire basin to Strawberry. It's an $82,700 cost that I don't think, given our wildfire alertness and everything that we're trying to do, that thinking that a West Slope inspector is gonna come up twice a month, it's just not gonna do the job. So I'd really like for the board to consider removing that item from the OWAPR's list of things that they would terminate. I don't know how we function up there without an inspector. We're averaging 300 properties, a season. And there's no way that someone coming up twice a month and not at all in the winter is going to be able to keep up with that pace and that scale, but we need it.
Yeah, but I mean, could this be part-time instead of full-time employee?
Well, sure, you could get down 150. I mean, pick your.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah,
asking.
no, it's a.
Because it's only
fair
going to be
suggestion.
seasonal work anyway, correct?
Well-
Because at that particular time, you don't know what the vegetation is going to be like anyway around it because of the rain and the impacts it and the growth of
They
weeds.
do
and
work
that
year
sort of
round.
stuff, so.
They do work year round. They are able to get inspections done even in the winter. So, but I would really defer to Chief Stephen on that, as to, how this will impact that position. I don't know if there might be other opportunities for other grant funding up in the basin through maybe the Tahoe Fire and Field Team or the RCD. We haven't had a chance to have those discussions. But for now, my assumption would be is that this funding would have the impact of reducing an inspector.
I just don't think that's one that we can absorb. I think that's going too deep.
So that's something the board, then you can either choose to take a vote on this item or you can defer it.
Well,
We've been kind of moving toward crafting this motion where it looks like there's a lot of head nods and consensus, so we would get to the end and be able to vote on it all together. But if there are ones you want to pick off and vote for separately, alternatively, we could move G down and you can vote for that after you start moving through everything you have consensus on.
Okay, let's just.
Brooke, I'm sorry, but my issue with the current state of our vegetation management program is there's teeth in it, but there's no way to get to the bite at this point yet. We in El Dorado Hills, when we initiated our ordinance years ago, we immediately designed it with teeth and a funding mechanism that put it on the homeowner. If they didn't, after 2 inspections, do the required work, we had a contractor list and they went out and did the work and it went immediately to the tax roll. I was one that initiated this ordinance. That's where we ought to be at if we're really serious about it. But again, given the complexity of El Dorado County, it's a little easier to do in a smaller area. We have been slow in getting to that point. And then the other result is insurance companies don't give a damn. It's not, and I want to discount that because this is really our insurance policy, so to speak, because we don't want another catastrophic wildfire that burns up a bunch of homes. I'm going to go one step further. El Dorado Hills fire at that time, and this was before I think got down there. Man, it was just after I got there, instituted the ordinance on their own. Didn't take the county, didn't take OWAPR, didn't take anybody, because we felt it was important to protect our community. And I think there could be more of that when we initially put the thought together, Supervisor Heidel and myself, for the ordinance. Fire departments were going to do all the inspections. I know they got a busy workload and so forth, but I was always brought up under the aspect in the fire service that I needed to know my first in. That means I'm out in it and I'm inspecting it, whether it's commercial, whether it's business, whether it's wildland urban interface. So I think we just need to work even better together on this. Now we're in the risk assessment business as a board of supervisor. We've got employees to think about. We've got a whole other list. This list is short compared to what we have to do as a county board of supervisor. And when it comes down to splitting hairs, this is a hair I'm going to split away. We're going to continue the program, yes. But when it comes to augmenting the districts for inspections, I'm going to use our people that we're going to keep for now. That's my own opinion. And I hate doing that because I really think the program has merit. But Tahoe's a little bit lower risk to me. There's going to be under snow for at least another month, month and a half. Yes, late in the fall is when we get the issue, we get the winds. But there's been a ton of money put into that basin, way more money than we've put in all of El Dorado County for fuels reduction due to Senator Feinstein and all the money she infused into the fuels work up in that basin as well. So for somebody looking at the risk versus save on this item, that's where I'm at. So.
Well, I don't think we feel safe up there. I'm just saying.
Okay.
And
Then-
fire season is April through
Then
October.
you as a resident, I've spent $20,000 of my own money masticating my 11 acres because that's how I feel safe. I love these guys,
I
but
don't
I'm
wanna-
not going to
I don't
rely
wanna-
upon them
Yeah.
for my safety.
I just want to speak on behalf of the residents. They do a ton of stuff as well. I mean, just to remove 170-year-old tree is $9,000.
I understand.
That's one tree. So we're doing a lot of work as well. I don't want this to be an us versus them, but I do want to say, if, you know, there should be, I'm hoping that there's a different outcome. If we're going to reduce our inspector, maybe we reduce our inspector to halftime and the West Slope reduces an inspector to halftime. I mean,
So what's the workload currently of the 4 code enforcement officers? My understanding is they've
well, there's
pretty
different.
much reeled that in. Can we utilize some of them or cut some of those? I'm just trying to piece this
So
whole
the
thing
code
together.
enforcement in planning and building,
Yeah.
I couldn't speak to that. We haven't looked at combining
here.
those programs at
Do
all.
do we know, are they meeting their workload? Or have we done an audit to see if they're overwhelmed? I think we calmed that whole situation down. And yet you got 4 code enforcement officers in the basin daily. So I'm just trying to
If there's another way, and
rob Peter
that's
to
what I'm
pay
asking
Paul
too.
if I can.
Yeah, is there another way?
Or
Because
can they dual role?
the way it is, the way it's written right now
Yeah.
is just not gonna work. It doesn't work for the basin. It just leaves us high and dry.
Can we explore that?
I was gonna say, maybe you amend the motion or the action item to direct staff to explore whether there's any capacity in the.
Share those inspectors or?
Yeah, it's a different skill set, and so
understand.
we'd have to look at all of that, but yeah, we can explore that.
Okay.
Do we have other contracts with other fire districts for inspections or no? We have in the past, but right now, do we?
We have in the past, we don't right now. We brought that in-house on the West Slope.
Okay.
And then kind of like we did with alternate public defender, we said, let's start with the West Slope and then contract out in the basin. And if we get to a point where we can, you know, get to where we have both slopes, we can, but it just wasn't efficient for us to send folks up there all the time.
And then the campaign, the awareness campaign should be hitting really soon too, to, you know, encourage folks to do their part so that we're working as a county to be, you know, wildfire safe. And so, and I hate saying this out loud, but there's also complaint driven too, right?
Right.
So if you have, you know, you've done all your work, you've spent money on your property, your neighbor's not doing it, you go over and you offer to help them out even, because we all talk about that all the time. You know, we all know our neighbors that aren't able, and there are some, and you offer to help out. And if they don't want anything to do with it, complaint, correct?
Right.
So that gets them in a different pipeline too. So, I mean, there might be different ways to approach it. And I am hoping the campaign provides the incentive for the county to come together. And let's, you know, start working in neighborhoods and doing this as a county as a whole, including the basin. We should all be doing this together. So, okay, so we'll explore this.
Yep.
Where's Emma's thing?
I added at the end, while exploring the ability of code enforcement officers to conduct inspections in the basin.
So I'd like clear direction on whether or not you are going to discontinue the 82,700 now Because again, we need some of these decisions made sooner rather than later as we're building the fiscal year 25-26 budget. So is it excluding the 82 or we're leaving that cut in and exploring?
Well, my preference would be to leave that in and explore, because I even just mentioned another option where we cut our person back to part-time and someone on the West Slope is cut back to part-time as well. But I think your idea of seeing if code enforcement, if there's something that they can help us with, if they can, I think that's an explore. So I'd like to see it left in for now and come back with some other options.
So you're saying, you said leave the cut in and you mean leave the contract in, the funding for the contract in?
Yes.
Correct. Okay.
Thank you.
So when we do come back and we find out there's another way, then that'll reduce that 80.
And we may not have that information before the fiscal year. That's why I want to kind of separate. And there's a fair amount of work going into that, looking at the class specifications, looking at the workload, seeing what can be done to leverage those resources. So that's a longer term solution. Right now we need, and perhaps this is one of the ones that we pull out, as Sue was talking about, where there seems to be general consensus on several of these items. We can, you can take the vote on those and move them along. And then perhaps there's a split vote on this one as to whether or not we leave that funding in. But I'd like that direction today.
Okay.
So it sounds like the program modifications we agree on, short of right now the inspection, and that contract runs through June 30.
Yes.
When
Yes,
when
June-
would be the next contract period?
It goes through June 30th.
June 30th. So for the current money that's in this year's budget, inspections could be almost done, at least initials.
Right.
And that's paid for.
Right.
Correct.
So we're talking about next year.
Next year.
Correct.
But then I think we've got time. So I would recommend we pull it for now for budgeting purposes and we explore the other options.
Right.
That's what we do.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Tim.
Thanks for the clarification.
Okay, so we're going to put that back in, and the motion includes staff recommendation as presented on the slide.
Correct.
With the understanding, we're going to look at solutions for inspections in the basin.
Starting the next fiscal year. Okay, that makes sense. Got it.
And then MCNFP, continue to fund until phase 1 obligations are complete.
A little obligated there.
Yeah, a little bit.
Discontinue the fire tourism impact funding.
Just keep bringing them up, don't you, Emma?
Yeah.
This is why I make her talk. in this part.
So being an advocate for this and helping to create how you guys got to the final end result. I certainly understand it, completely understand, because our tourism is one of our primary revenue enhancing funds for this county. And there is an impact because PILT went away pretty much. And PILT is payment in lieu of taxes from the federal government. A lot of our lands are federal government lands, but these gentlemen and their fine people have to go respond to those areas for either tourists or residents that have an accident up there, or search and rescue for law enforcement and others. And the cost of that incident can be large. In reviewing the incidents that have been submitted, I think there's been maybe a little bit of duplication of resource, but when you've got somebody out there and the dispatch comes in then yeah, you want the quickest resource there. Hopefully with the helicopter being now with SO, that might help that a little bit. But there is a cost to this. If I had my way, I'd pin it all on the out-of-county resident that made this stupid mistake and got hurt or got lost or whatever the situation, may be. Because we do tie up first in resources on these calls, and it creates a problem. But given where we are, I don't think there was ever a guarantee that funding would be there. And our TOT has dropped significantly. To me, it would be a priority to refund it if we can pick up that TOT, which we're hoping we can enhance. But for me, hate to say it, but I gotta say that it's gonna just be taken away for this year.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you too, because we don't know where we're going to be at. And it might be a couple of years before we could even recover or more. We have no idea yet.
Yeah, this one's hurting me too. And I was hoping, I know it was originally in a one-time payment, but it's been continued over the years for prior boards, and it's when we were flush with money. I don't know if before you spoke, Brian, I was going to suggest that we at least try to give them something, maybe 50% of the adjusted number that the CAO is recommending, with the understanding that might not happen next year. Probably won't. But to
Well,
kind of back that.
We've
back-
been saying that though, every year for the last couple of years
But
that,
you've been paying too.
yeah, like, get ready, because this isn't gonna continue on, so, it's unfortunate. I agree, I think that this year we just can't do it.
So Sue and County Council, in your guys' opinion, in review of the Service Area 7 funding, would there be a way to utilize any Service Area 3 or 7 funds to augment these calls? And I realize the ambulance gets reimbursed if there's a transport. Other than that, there's nothing. But most of them are medically related to where ambulance service is sent, as well as ALS first response. Realistically, if we could get ALS first response there initially, or the helicopter, you may not need that ambulance. So to me, there's a way to tie this together, that maybe we could augment, backfill some of this funding based on the calls that are generated. I think it's going to take a little bit more deeper dive.
It'll take some time. As currently structured, both CSAs only provide for ground ambulance transport. Emergency medical services is on the list of services that could be provided through a county service area. So we would have to activate latent powers of the county to provide those services. I still have questions about, for council, which it's something I had on my list to explore after some other discussions I'd had, whether we could provide those services through the county service area, overlapping with other districts that also provide the service. So that's a question we would have to run down. It would really only work for County Service Area 7, because County Service Area 7 has a portion of ad valorem property tax.
Yep.
In County Service Area 3, they do not have that, so there's no funding that could be used, even if we were to be able to ramp up and be providing EMS services through those service
I
areas.
was going to mention that angle. I think we need to explore it. I really do. I mean, we'll be in the midst of the redo of the JPA contract. So I think it's an opportunity to do that, to try and make our fire agencies whole to some degree. There was aid to fire years ago. It went away, and it went away with the promise that we were going to try to come up with some other funding mechanisms. But from the fire side, it was also, we wanted some consolidations and movement. That has occurred. We got Meeks in North Bay, County Fire in Diamond now, Latrobe, Eldorado Hills. So there has been some movement. So I just think it's time to explore that and try to make them whole. And again, we need to generate more revenue on the TOT side. That maybe that's going to be the only thing we can backfill with.
Question, I think the city of South Lake Tahoe, the fire department charges when they go out on calls. Are you aware of that? And is that a
They
model?
probably have a first responder fee. And some districts, County Fire does have one, Lake Valley, I believe, does have one, Cameron Park has one. I'm not sure about Eldorado Hills. I think they were thinking about one, but I'm not sure. But so some of the districts do have that, and it's hit or miss whether you collect on it, because generally it's I think your biggest driver there is car accidents. And so sometimes you're able to collect from insurance, but otherwise you're just sending a bill to someone who likely can't pay. And then my understanding, the department's enforcement on that isn't very, they're not sending people to collections over it. It's just kind of an idea of, trying to get the extra revenue that they can, but they're not very heavy-handed about it.
Okay. All right.
Well, I want to go back to Supervisor Ferrero's comments because those were my comments a couple weeks ago when we talked. I said, can we just do like a stepping down instead of just a flat cut? I do understand why the CAO's office is recommending that, but I would support a cut in half and then or a third in the third for a couple years and then out. But I also understand what Supervisor Parlin's saying.
Yeah,
So
no, I do too.
Well, the biggest problem I have is employees, because we have no idea how many employees we're gonna cut. And if we do half, is that gonna be an additional 2 employees that we have to let go? I mean, so we have to look at the big picture here and what, especially when it comes to our employees that work here.
Yeah, I know this won't help your decision at all, but every dollar that you don't cut here, we will be going to departments and asking them to make up that gap. It's just where we are.
Yeah.
And I know this is not going to work well, but I'm just thinking the county has tried in the past. Well, the Tahoe Basin was able to pass Measure S specifically for roads and snow. Is it time to explore the county a TOT specifically for the tourism fire kind of stuff? I just feels like it's time. And then that way it would be on the ballot measure dedicated to, it would be really clear what we're doing with it. And then, people can get behind that. I know that doesn't help us with today, but we need to
And
start
something
looking
in
at
the future anyway.
It's on the revenue list.
Yep,
generation list.
that's exactly why we have that as the 5th item on
Okay.
this action.
All right. So everybody good with that one?
What's it look
Just-
like, Emma?
Not
Not good until I
sure.
see it.
Okay.
No way.
I still have discontinue, so I wasn't sure if you guys were still on the discontinue.
Yeah.
Discontinue the funding and direct staff to explore how to use CSA 7 funding to support EMS services.
Everybody okay with that?
Is that where we landed?
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I'm good with it, if you guys are.
Reluctantly, yes.
Okay. All right.
I still prefer a step down approach on that, but I'm going to be outnumbered. So
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Moving on, this one might be easier. Renegotiate the 26-27 RCD agreements to be comparable to Tahoe RCD. So it's 26-27.
Right, and I'm looking into that right now, and I think it's very possible with everything that's going on, especially they're opening the forest all throughout the whole nation now. Northern California is going to be really impacted, and they're doing fuel breaks. There's going to be a lot of good things that are happening, especially to lower these horrific fires that is put in place by the president, is the executive orders. So, and that's including removal of dead trees, trees that have been infested by insects. All that is going to take place. So this could be a good thing, especially for RCD too, that we can get the funding to help them because they do a great job keeping us safe. They really do.
Okay, the next one's defer the Latrobe ERAF contribution to adopt a budget in alignment with the resolution.
The message was just not to defer, just budgeted. is what we-
yeah, we got
Yep.
mixed up with that
Get
word.
it out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Budget.
you
Put it in
want
the
to
budget.
include it in the recommended budget?
Yes.
We tried to do that with the resolution.
I read it.
The Placerville Aquatic Center.
I know this is a tough one.
I'll go there. So we really need the city of Placerville to partner with the county better on other things like enforcement with the police and the homeless in the navigation center. The county has incurred a lot of costs because of the lack of support from police dealing with the homeless here at the government center. I don't think everybody realizes that we're here at the government center, but we are in the city of Placerville here. And therefore we rely on police to come and respond. And that hasn't been the case often. And because of that, we've had to spend a lot of money on our own security officers, cameras everywhere. And we were starting on this path even before the NAP Center was here. Please remember that, everyone. It was the homeless were starting to congregate over on that property over there. So until we have better partnership and recognition of the fact that we're spending a lot of resources to help the city, I just don't see spending this money on the pool. I know it's important to everyone. I also am concerned that the city kind of indicated they may not even be able to open the pool because the costs are so high. So this could become a moot point anyway, but we really need better support from the city on this issue.
So Lori, I totally respect where you're coming from on that. And I want that cooperation and collaboration as well, which we are talking about. And I tell them right to their face time and time again, you created your own attraction and it's still up there on Broadway. And at the urging of city folks as well, not only city folks, but everybody, that we do a navigation center right here in the heart of El Dorado County Government Center. So I think that's just complicated the whole homeless issue, and looking at and I won't make this a homeless issue, so I'll make one more comment, shut up, and go to the important part of this. That's not the way to deal with homeless people. And we're seeing that statewide now. And, gosh only knows where that whole program is going to go. But we think we can do better. And that's going to take the city's cooperation and collaboration. Now to the pool. It is a very cheap investment for us, and always has been. Operating a pool, and my wife's on the high school board. They've got 4 of them, but they're very restricted because the funding for the high school, they can't open them up because of all their swim programs.
And open it up to the public.
They
even.
do occasionally, but
Yeah.
even then, that's when the city expanded the use with them up at El Dorado.
Mhm.
But now all the water polo and all the other programs eat that up. But the cost of the pools has just gotten exorbitant, and that's obviously what the city's facing.
Right.
I think we get a great bang for our buck. We do have a lot of people. If we didn't have the people that were going there to use it, especially our youth, that I think is very important to keep them busy and off the street in the summertime. And then the swim lesson component that we heard about earlier as well. I'm a strong advocate for that amount. I know we dealt with that with a higher dollar amount before. We started curving it down just again because of the budget side of it. But realistically, for what our residents get out of that use and the availability of it, it's pennies.
Yeah.
And I want that collaboration, and it needs to really start happening, because otherwise we're just going to be moving people back to Broadway.
Well, the thing last year when we had this brought up to us, and we cut it in half is what we did.
Yep.
And that's maybe something we could look at again, if you're willing to do that
You got it
until.
at 35 now, so you're going to go to 17.
Well,
No, not for me.
No, cutting the 75 in half.
cutting to 75 and a half.
The request is 115, and I thought we were eradicating
Yeah,
what
the
we paid
request
last
is
year.
115. We think we can only provide about 75,000 to be able to comply with the government code section. But the last amount we provided for 24-25 was 37.5.
Yeah,
So I
and
think that's what Supervisor Turnbull is.
That's what I was talking about, was staying at the amount last year, 37.5.
Okay, all right.
So if the city doesn't open the pool at all, then
Paying the
there's
37.
no
not paying-
money going
no.
out there.
Yeah.
And, okay.
And again, we funded it through June 30th.
Mhm.
It
Mhm.
would be next year's allocation, so we'll know.
I
Yes.
I can't support this. We're cutting all these other services, the seniors, the fire departments. Have 2 other pools. There's one in Cameron Park. There's one in El Dorado Hills. They're both available to the entire county. So, yeah, I can't, I'd be a no vote on the flashing pool.
Yeah.
And those CSDs are not getting any county funding. I'm sure they'd love it.
They get plenty of property tax.
That comes up here.
Any more?
What's that look like, Emma?
So I changed it to provide funding for the Placerville Aquatic Center in the amount of $37,500. Ensure the funding is not provided unless the center is opened, but I'm willing to move that down to the bottom. If
That's
you
gonna
guys
be a
want to.
split vote.
You know, yeah, and you know what, I kind of agree with Greg on this too, because this is, the biggest thing is when we're paying for two of these security officers, and one's coming out of HHSA and the other one is funded by the Sheriff's Department, if I'm correct, right?
There's actually two of the SSOs, two of them are filled, two SSOs. Those are currently both coming out of general fund.
Both out of general fund. So, and the thing is we haven't, the city hasn't even came to us and asked, what can we do to help? It's the biggest thing with this navigation center. You know what I mean? When we talked about it, you know, about moving it up here, they were totally against it. And I remember with the argument that the sheriff got into with a couple of board members stuff. So I think we need to work on, they need to collaborate with us and work together to resolve a lot of these problems. But it seems like to me, in the past, it hasn't happened. So anyway.
Okay, so we've reached the end of the list before the items where we need board discussion. And then we pulled the Placerville Aquatic Center off to the bottom. So we potentially have a motion for items A through K. K, because yeah, A through K. And then we'll have Emma pull up the tally sheet that she has that shows represents the dollars for those potential actions on those items. I did have one question on the Four Bay Park reallocation. Did you want to defer that entire discussion to the 22nd, or did you want to go ahead and say that if you go forward with the park, you want to limit it to the bathroom in the parking lot? So potentially we could say we're only taking that million off the top.
Before we go there for a minute, you said, did we even talk about South Lake Tahoe Transit?
We haven't gotten there yet. So
that's going to be coming after
yeah.
this? Okay,
Yep.
all right. Just
So
give me
my
clarification on it.
My thought was we would go on items A through K. And
Okay.
then we could have a motion on that, and then you could discuss L, which was the pool. And then we'd go to M, which was those three pieces where we didn't have a recommendation, but we need your discussion and direction. So
do you want me to orient you to what I have in front of you now? Spreadsheet for you all to look at as well. So here's sort of the items that we've been discussing. Here's the total amount of the budget. This is what we had in our recommendation for the item. This is what I've heard from your board direction. And so far we've only had changes in Four Bay, the senior day rate increase and combining the site, and then the pool down here. Would you like me to change Four Bay to be the park and the restroom? So that would be reallocating the 2 million.
Yes.
So then that makes it only 1.5 million that we're at different from our recommendation.
Okay.
Can I ask a question on that 4 Bay? 200,000 of it was from a grant. So if we think it's going to cost $1 million from the bathrooms, we only need 800,000.
how about this? Because we still have to, I mean, for me at least, I have to run down the effect of the grant. If the direction is that you want to bring back for discussion the bathroom, the ADA path of travel in the parking lot, we'll work out the dollars later, but at least just let us kind of peel off that's what we're now limiting that discussion.
Sure. Okay. Cool.
And
Yeah.
then including the discussion with Snowline about maintenance.
Correct.
Yeah. And then the only other thing was the a Whopper plan.
So the way we left it was that we were going to go ahead and eliminate the contract for now because they're funded through June 30th, and between now and June 30th, try to come up with a solution.
Right, exactly. Okay. All right.
So I think we're ready for you to,
Can you pull that? I thought there was direction to combine the sites.
we're discussing that on April
Further.
22nd.
Thank you.
That one's coming back. Okay.
Yep.
All
Can
right.
you show us what
A
you
through
have?
K.
Sorry.
Yeah, I need to change the.
Yeah, Emma's
Sorry.
list.
Well, that was for the initial one where we were gonna come back and talk more. Okay.
And I need to change the 4-bay.
Yeah, that's what I needed.
Why don't we say what they park project except for bathroom and parking lot? Because we don't have the exact amount.
Yeah.
Okay, so now it's reallocating the funding for Chili Bar, 2 million of the 4-bay park project, except for the bathroom and parking lot.
Actually, what I would
And
recommend is take out the 2 million, since we're making it clear we're gonna reallocate whatever is not needed to build the bathroom and the parking lot, since we don't have the exact dollars right now, potentially.
Is there any thought to where that would be reallocated? Is there any,
At this point, we're using it to close the gap. So that was on the list of net county cost savings.
Okay.
The juvenile treatment center facility is going to the Spring Street replacement.
Okay, then we have a postponing of the senior day site and fees for 4/22. Not exploring any options to sell or lease the Eldorado Hills Senior Day site. We have.
Do we want to say not, or just delay or defer, or, because we don't know what we're doing yet.
We
I
just
mean,
delete that bullet.
just
that
get
was-
rid of
take
it
it out
for
for now.
now.
Mhm.
Because until we know what we're doing,
Well, and
We don't wanna-
right now, we lease part of it to CSD.
Right.
right,
Yeah.
right.
For a nominal fee, I think. And if
Yeah.
we're not in there, we're gonna probably have to renegotiate that or look at
Sure.
Yeah.
doing something
Okay.
different. So
My suggestion would be to keep C in there so that if you had to go back and try to resurrect the issue
Mhm.
and just put tabled. Or something that kind of denotes the fact that we didn't just skip it.
to a non-determined time.
Well, we can,
Not
we
Can be
can,
specific.
Yeah.
Would that be okay?
you could direct us to do this at any time.
Right.
So we don't
by just
really need
deleting-
direction
I think
on
that's
it
really
today.
good though, Supervisor Lane, to have it in there that it's clear that we did talk about it. We gave direction to table it for now.
Mhm.
That way it's documented
Yes.
forever.
It'd be clearer in the minutes, probably.
How
Yeah,
about that?
it's nice to have that in the minutes.
Okay. And the one you all seem to like was the cost saving and revenue generating opportunities for the other senior and community services programs.
Okay.
The alternative models for the juvenile detention center,
Mhm.
the records center 2-year plan,
Mhm.
a Whopper. The changes were while exploring the ability of code enforcement officers to conduct inspections in the Tahoe Basin.
Do we want to be that specific
I was- yeah, I
or,
was just gonna
or
say
other?
Conduct
We could
inspections.
say,
Or
explore
options.
other options.
Yeah.
Somehow. While exploring other options to
Mhm.
conduct inspections.
Including the ability of code
Yeah.
enforcement, how's
Code
that?
enforcement
Sure.
officer. Yeah.
That looks good.
Continue MCNFP obligations for phase 1. Discontinuing fire tourism impact funding and direct staff to explore how to use CSA 7 funding to support EMS.
Mhm.
Renegotiate the 26-27 RCD agreement. Be
Mhm.
comparable to Tahoe RCD. Include the ERAF in the recommended budget. Equivalent for Eldorado Hills Fire.
So that's where that would
where
stop.
we
That's
stop.
potentially
And then
one motion.
Going back up there to, hang on just a minute, go down a little bit. Hang on. RCD, go back to RCD. Research agreements to comparable to Tahoe and explore other options or other funding.
You want us to do that?
Yeah, we can,
Okay.
you can do it too, just as long with me, okay?
Okay.
All right.
We want to
Okay, so 2A through K
minus.
potentially what it sounds like there might be consensus on if you wanted to attempt a vote.
So move this, move
Right.
what you have here. Okay, I'll move it.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Okay,
Motion passes 5-0.
all right.
Now to M.
Then,
L, do we want to do L before we get to M? Do vote on the pool before we get to the policy discussion about board travel and the 2 JPAs?
is L the only one we pulled out of that list? Because
Uh-huh.
everything else we left
That
flexible.
was the only
Okay.
one.
All
Thank you
right.
for pulling the last one.
Yeah, me neither.
So where are we at?
So this is for you to discuss the funding to the pool. We pulled it out for separate action. If somebody wants to make a motion on it, one way or the other.
I'll make a motion that we funded it to 37.5, consistent with last year.
I'll second it.
You know, we can get it, we can make another motion,
You can.
correct? Want to make a motion?
I guess I would make a motion to not provide the funding.
And I'll second that.
You vote on the second motion.
Second one first, yeah. All those in favor for the motion?
Brian's motion, right?
No.
No, no,
yours.
Oh, mine,
we're
okay,
going to yours
okay.
first. All those in favor, removing that funding for the aquatic center by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Anybody opposed?
No.
No.
Okay.
Motion passes 3-2 with supervisors Lane and Bearcamp voting no.
Okay, now we're on to item M that had the funding for the 2 JPAs and then the board's travel. So however you would like to take, what order you would like to take those in, is up to you.
South Tahoe Transit Authority. So we'll take that one first. Any comments on that?
So I think we talked about earlier about bringing back an item specifically on, oh my gosh, it's so late, you guys, I can't talk. Specifically on the South Tahoe Transit JPA for more discussion and clarity and other options, I thought is what we had talked about earlier, bringing back a separate item.
Mhm. Okay.
Because there was discussion about maybe looking for funding so that it's not from the county's general fund, other funding options, or changing the actual JPA makeup or something like that. So I thought that's what we talked about earlier.
Well, I did mention earlier that we would need a separate board item to approve a budget transfer to pay the startup funds. But if the board wants to direct some additional presentation or something like that, along with that, to help you make that decision, you could provide that direction today.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So is that a motion then?
Well, hang on.
Okay, go ahead.
So my question would be, Tahoe has TRPA. TRPA receives sales tax revenues just like the county does for transit. Transit dollars goes to the TRPA for transit. Are they playing in this game here, or where's their state? I think that money now currently goes to the shuttles and so forth that they provide.
It goes to the Tahoe Transportation District
Okay.
currently.
So why don't they use some of that money to start this process?
What we have to do is we have to apply to the federal government. We have to show that we are an entity, that we're requesting the funding, and the reason why we're requesting the funding, and that takes up time. But that is ultimately the goal. That's why I've been trying to make it very clear that this is not forever funding. This is get us up on our feet funding that we need right now. And I saw Woody Deloria just walked in. Knows this stuff inside and out, but we would negotiate with the Tahoe Transportation District to receive those California monies.
Have you guys already explored this?
Yes.
For the startup money?
No, not for we can't get it for the startup money. It's to operate transit.
No, not to, you said operate, but I'm starting to startup. So you can't, there's no startup funds available anywhere.
No, not that we are aware of. And we did agree to, in the JPA agreement that the county supported, we have a signed agreement with the city of South Lake Tahoe that we would split startup costs 1/3, 2/3, 70%, 30. I'm just saying it awkwardly, but we have agreed to that. And I just, we're right now, every day that the county doesn't step up and we're delaying our whole process. So everything's hinged on, we can't even apply to the federal government, try to start getting this money without having the startup costs. And I do believe we'll be looking at hiring an executive director in the first year, so next year.
There you go. That's going to be obviously funds.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah, but you can't,
I understand.
you put the cart before the horse?
Yeah.
You know,
we
you
took
need
that
one to
chance
get
in-
the other.
We took that chance in 1994 and started El Dorado Transit down here. El Dorado County was providing the service through DOT.
Right.
So they got the assets at that time, and they're on their way with the transportation dollars that were being provided. Woody, you got any insight,
can you
recommendations?
find us some money?
I just came from SACOG yesterday.
Woody, I just need $55,000. Write me a check.
That's Westfield money.
So funny. So much transit.
Pull your wallet
policy
out. Yeah, exactly.
going on. Is there any way we can achieve this? And
I think, when El Dorado Transit was started 50 years ago, there was no general fund used for that startup. The Tahoe Regional Planning Agency administers the local transportation fund under Transportation Development Act in the basin. They would be the agency that would help, provide the administration, operating expenses, capital costs for transit in the basin.
could they, with your knowledge, could they utilize any of that money for a startup of a larger transit service?
So TDA, there's two fund sources within the Transportation Development Act. There's a local transportation fund that's generated through a 1/4% sales tax. That can be used for administration, operations, pretty much anything with regard to transit. And then there's also the state transit assistance funds that can only be used for capital costs and for specific types of transit for elderly and disabled. So my understanding is the LTF could be used for development of a transit agency. We would need to work with Nick Haven and the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency to really establish that. Sounds like Supervisor Lane has done some of that preliminary work already. I know that the Tahoe Transportation District has provided transit service in South Lake Tahoe in the past and is open to working with this new JPA to hand that off to a new entity.
Right.
That's all I have.
Hand it off is the key word. We're not there. We're 18 months from handoff. So this is the gap money that I'm looking for and that the county agreed to when we entered into the JPA with the city.
You keep saying the county agreed to, and I'm just going to point out, it was a split vote. We asked a lot of questions. It was a 3-2 vote, and we did not get our questions answered at that time. And it felt like it was just ramrodded, quite honestly. We were sitting there in the city council's chambers with the city council members. There was a lot of uncertainty. So it was a 3-2 vote with a lot of questions. And the CAO at the time had been asking the board not to start any new programs. We were specifically asked not to start new programs because we knew that we were having these budget gaps coming. So, I just,
well, and I just
keep
want
it
to
real.
I want to respectfully say a 3-2 vote is a yes vote. Okay, just like the RCD was a 3-2 vote.
Yes.
And they still got the money. So
Yes.
I appreciate what you're saying, and I know that you weren't personally happy with it, but
No, because we didn't get
that
our
is,
questions
but the
answered,
decision of the board
and
was
two
a
of
yes.
those members aren't here. So they set us
All right.
up for this.
I'm going to move based on what I feel we can work out the denial of that continued funding. I think we can get there.
So you're going to break the contract.
Well, it's only good for a while, right?
So the JPA agreement, I'll just go ahead and read to you the language in the JPA agreement. It states that within 120 days of notice of authority action setting the startup contribution amount, the city and county shall contribute to the authority startup funds in the amounts determined by the board, that being the board of the JPA. So arguably failure to provide the startup funds as specified by the JPA board would be in conflict with that agreement. Whether or not the JPA would choose to initiate litigation to specifically perform that, that's well beyond me. The merits of that action, not certain. There are statutes that say that that restrict a party's ability to require specific performance of obligations that are not stated in certain terms in the agreement. This one doesn't state the amount. It does provide that the board of the JPA will set it, and it says that the county shall contribute that amount. So, I mean, it's hard for me to assess the potential exposure, but I think it is fair to say that failing to provide the startup contributions as determined by the board of the JPA would be in conflict with the JPA agreement.
I'm still there.
Second.
Is there another motion? I mean, I guess, yeah. Anyway. All right, so I guess we got a motion on the floor. We have a second. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Any opposed?
Aye. No,
Aye.
no.
Motion passes 4-1 with Supervisor Lane registering a no vote.
So given that, it might be appropriate to ask if you want to direct us to bring back an item to consider whether you want to remain in the JPA or withdraw from it.
And we need another item.
If there's options to fund it other ways, then we should probably continue it.
Right.
Right.
Mhm. And we could look into that.
Yeah, and maybe not take that step so quickly.
But like you said, I mean, who knows when the funding is going to occur? It could be ways down the road too. So.
Yeah, I mean, we're dead in the water right now. We've already canceled 2 meetings because county hasn't come forward with the funding that we agreed to, so.
All right. All right, can we move on to the next item?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
So the third action was not providing funding for the South Tahoe JPA. Next is the Sacramento Placerville Transportation Corridor.
Move for approval.
I'll second it. All those in favor by saying,
Can we talk about it a little
Sure.
bit? I don't even
Sure.
know what that is.
Okay.
What is that?
We don't have Jennifer. So I don't know this in depth. Jennifer can come speak to it.
Jennifer can come up.
Oh, this is the JPA money that you were talking, that has to do
Yeah.
with,
It's the corridor, the rail
okay,
corridor.
I'm sorry.
Corridor.
I'm still stuck on the,
Yeah, that's
the
right.
South Tahoe
All right.
JPA.
So you okay now?
I'm okay.
Okay,
Sorry, but I'm just trying
all right.
to get us out of here for a minute.
All those in favor by saying aye? Aye. Any opposed?
No,
Motion passes 4-1
I
with
will go for the gusto.
with Supervisor voting no.
Don't worry, I've been there before.
Yeah, I know where how I feel.
Yeah.
That's a good bounce back.
It's so-
Now we get to discuss board travel and what, if anything, you would like to include in the
Okay.
budget and any parameters you want to put around it.
I'll second that motion.
I mean, if there's a case-by-case situation that something comes up that has to be done, then we'll take it, but.
Yeah, so
otherwise,
So,
we're eliminating your fund, okay?
Don't have any.
no, I
I'm
don't
talking
use
about
it.
Lori.
I was actually the one that complained about it. It was being abused in my mind. So my thought was that on this one, like if you're the designee on a committee and you're asked to go to whatever conference or something, only that person should be spent money on to go. And sorry, my words are like I'm so tired. But that's the only person I think that the
Yeah.
county should pay to go to represent.
like
Limit it to
CSAC,
the-
Like
you know,
CSAC.
or
you're the-
CSAC or
yeah.
RCRC.
RCRC, actually,
more local.
they cover our costs
Okay.
for the one member. So, and then we all should start using county cars to travel as much as possible
all
to
I use.
events. Yeah, I can't get the Bolt sometimes, but no,
We could ride together.
yeah, we could sometimes. So, what else was on there? Anything else?
No, I
Basically, was
think
that, those were the criteria we were looking at.
So we have the water agency meeting that's in El Dorado Hills, and I would recommend that we move it here. It would be,
That's
more
on the
cost
table,
effective.
Short of the strategic
Right,
planning. then
exactly.
Yes, I hope we move it up.
yeah, I think it would be better because we have everything else here. So,
That's not on this item, but.
no, I know,
um,
but I'm just
So,
saying it.
so is it,
Eight driving around.
and so
Right.
is it fair to say that there will be no more personal mileage reimbursements? If you
Well,
choose
like-
to use your own car,
Well,
that
but
you're
like
on
for me in
your
El
own?
Dorado Hills, if I'm going to a meeting in Sacramento, I'm not going to drive up here, get a car and drive all the way down to Sac.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
And if I'm going to Tahoe, yeah, we ride share or I won't claim mileage or
I
I'll
think we're
take.
talking about large travel.
Okay,
Yeah, just large travel and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
so there still will
There's gonna
be
be
some
incidentals.
mileage reimbursements?
Kim's gonna have fun.
Yeah.
budgeting.
We'll minimize it. And then
There'll be mileage.
the only other one I can think of that, but it wouldn't be this coming budget year, is that in the following year, there'll be new supervisors that will send to CSAC training. So that would be more than just the one. But that's looking at the next budget. We don't need to talk about
That's
that right now,
26,
right?
27.
And-
Yeah.
We can start to
And
piece
we
that.
tend to, for the new supervisors, we will have like a budget for onboarding. And we kind of include some of that with the onboarding.
In that,
Uh-huh.
okay. Okay.
I wanted
that
to
works.
add something on this too, not just him. Can we also explore take-home vehicles?
We're doing that.
We're already doing
Currently,
that?
It's part of the
we're,
budget
yep.
ad hoc.
Okay,
Yep.
I know we
With staff
talked
or-
about it.
With staff?
No,
among staff
no,
or-
Brian
Just
and
the-
I were on the ad hoc,
The
so we brought
county's
that up.
utilization of take-home vehicles, yes,
Yeah.
we are taking a deep dive into that, and
Okay.
department heads are currently reviewing their assigned take-home vehicles. So
Okay.
we're bringing that back as much as we
All right.
possibly can.
Okay,
Seems like deja vu of highway patrol cut.
Well, at
Well-
the time, some of them made sense. So,
We have to step up too.
yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So we can take this conversation and maybe work with the clerk of the board to develop a budget that we can bring
Yeah.
back to present.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
just to clarify, we have where the board has been, where the member has been designated by the board. So we would go back to that list in January that gets adopted and we would look at those as the potential conferences, correct?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if somebody wants to go on their own, you're more than welcome to sign up and pay for it
Right,
yourself, because
right.
we can always have that option.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, you have a motion. I was,
Oh.
you seconded
Motion.
it. We need a vote.
first for second.
Oh,
all right. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye. I think.
And I second.
Opposed?
Yeah.
Yeah. All those
You all
opposed?
sound the same down there.
Motion passes 5-0.
Yeah. Did you say aye?
I did.
Oh, I didn't hear.
I know,
you.
I agree with you guys on that one.
Okay,
You want to
All
go
right.
back to M.
okay. You're stuck on M, huh? All right.
So now we're down to 3, 4, and 5, which potentially you could take all together.
So move.
Second,
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Oh, my gosh. All right.
I've got
So.
Yeah, can we take a 5-minute break?
Well,
What?
are we gonna like continue some items
Yes.
or what are we doing?
I
Before we
would-
take a break.
Oh, would
Yeah.
you like ask me to share something with you?
Yeah,
or-
go ahead. Share first.
So just texting back and forth with the director of planning and building, and I sincerely apologize to all those that have been waiting for the affordable housing workshop, but that is an item that we could continue to 4/22. Because you still have your discussion on the residential design standards and guidelines, which technically could be continued as well.
Can we
But
continue both
may
of
as
those?
well. Still got a little meeting left, so I don't know.
I
mean,
know.
you might
Well, I
wanna get
mean, I
that one out of the
just a thought.
way.
We don't know how long
Do
it's
we
gonna
want to
be
do
either.
that performance?
And then we do
now?
have a performance evaluation. still.
Right.
So it's already 4 o'clock.
Yeah, let's do one in closed session.
Okay.
well, and remember, we were gonna come back to open forum.
Yeah.
Right, we are.
Oh, yeah.
See, that's what I
Closed
mean.
session,
That's,
looking for
we
the
still got
22nd.
open forum too, so.
So maybe the
that-
planning and building director could give us some insight as to any issues that would be presented if we continued the residential design standards. Does that present an issue, or is that an option?
Is there room on the 22nd agenda? How busy is it already? Just don't want to set us up.
I just
for
might
this
want to
again.
suggest, if you want to take 5 minutes,
Yeah,
that
thank
might
you.
allow
Yeah,
Tiffany
okay.
to work out a
All
couple
right.
details.
Let's
We
do
can do
that.
that,
Let's take a
okay.
5-minute break. I need it.
And we'll announce it though, so the public knows.
Correct.
whether or
What are
not
we
to
back
hang
at
out.
4?
Okay.
Yeah, we're back at 4. Okay.
That's literally 5 minutes.
All right. Welcome back, El Dorado County. We're going to resume our open forum Zoom participants. So let's go online, Kim.
She has an announcement.
Oh, go ahead.
Staff are recommending that the board consider continuing item 20 to the 4/22 board meeting. We recommend that you hear item 21, which is the affordable housing workshop, because we have some people in the audience. And then we need to hear item 24 still. So that leaves you items 21 and 24, and then you have the remainder of your open forum.
Okay, so you want to go to open forum afterwards, or you want to do open forum now? I think we said 4 o'clock, so let's go ahead and let's go ahead and continue that then. All right, Kim, you want to do that?
Now continuing public comments for open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from 390.
Well, hallelujah, brothers and sisters. This is Ken Greenwood here from the top of the Olympic chairlift at Heavenly Valley. Worked hard to get up here. Anyway, Daryl Brown, engineer at DOT. Last Saturday, there was a memorial service for him, and 400 people showed up at least. It was incredible. Daryl, we missed you. You're a big honey bear. And yeah, what a guy. And item 2, noticing, especially for WTFs, we need to go out a mile. And because that's what the industry tells us that they're going to serve out of these wonderful devices. And therefore, we should be notifying people at least a mile away to say yes or no to this valuable service. Item 3. What was item 3? It's kind of beautiful up here, looking at Lake Tahoe. Oh, yeah, wait. Oh, Newtown Road Bridge. You got to get some paddle boards out there to mark that, because they've completely changed the visual alignment of the road with the removal of all the vegetation, and somebody's going to die. And all that would really take for the time being is 4 or 5 paddle boards with reflective markers on them. Should have been done immediately after the vegetative removal work was done. I'm not sure why we are continuing it. Anyway, I guess that's about all for it. I'm going to take my last run down the hill. You all have a good time. And we'll see you on the flip side. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Thanks for being patient too.
Now taking public comment from Larry Rolla.
Good afternoon, board. This is Larry Rolla from Diamond Springs. There's a growing concern in the towns of Diamond Springs and El Dorado. In these historic towns, we live with a limited road state highway, Highway 49, which at times exceeds traffic level of service F. In these historic towns, we have approved the following projects: Diamond Springs Village Apartments, Phase 1, along with yet to be approved Phase 2, El Dorado Haven, also known as Mercy, and the approved Diamond Springs Community Park off of Oakdale Road. These projects are not only going to add to the traffic congestion on Highway 49, in the case of an emergency evacuation, we're going to be gridlocked at people's lives could be in danger as a result of inadequate road capacity. SB 35 projects do not give carte blanche authority for builders to put citizens' lives in jeopardy. That is exactly what is happening in our area. We need to know that our Board of Supervisors has fully investigated each SB 35 project with current residents' safety in mind. Since we are dealing with a state highway, I would think at a minimum the Board of Supervisors would demand Caltrans to conduct and present a traffic modeling exercise of the area with all the new developments factored in. The residents of these historic towns and the Board of Supervisors needs to ensure we are safe and can adequately, in an emergency situation, exit as needed. So in a nutshell, I'm asking the Board of Supervisors to take actions on 4 items. 1 is to work with Caltrans on a traffic model study factoring in all new additional projected traffic. 2, traffic mitigation options should be a part of that presentation. 3, the results of the traffic study be presented to the public. And 4, any unapproved high-density housing permits be put on hold until the current residents know we are safe and have an emergency evacuation road capacity. Thank you, Board, for your consideration.
Thank you, Larry.
Now taking public comment from Kathy.
I assume it's Kathy Lishman. Good afternoon. I had 3 things I wanted to mention. 1, the Navigation Center was not on the agenda, so I feel free saying something. I remember when it was being proposed, the county did everything it could to not have it be in the county. Perks Court was an area that was mentioned, and the supervisors were worried about homeless people being on Missouri Flat Road. So I think you need to remember that the city was trying to help. Number 2, the Newman Trust. A number of years ago, the city received some funding from the Newman Trust. The last I checked on that in 2023, it was getting interest and the money was still there. And I haven't heard a thing since then. The Newman Trust the money was supposed to go to 4 senior departments. And I don't know what happened to that money. And I think it needs to be looked into because maybe that money could be used today. Anyway, that's it. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Kathy.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll close open forum.
Sorry,
What?
we have one that just raised their hand.
Okay,
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, sorry, it's Leo Bennett Koshan. I think I forgot to lower my hand after when you closed the last open forum. So thanks for doing it. I want to know your secret. What did you eat at lunch? I'm actually very impressed the amount of cognitive energy you had for this long budget conversation. Not necessarily happy, but you did a lot of good compromising. I'm happy you're bringing back Forbay and the El Dorado Hill Senior. I'm very concerned that you're not bringing back the pool, and I would urge you to consider the safety ramifications. And from my perspective, all these adult issues over homelessness will get solved when it gets moved to closer to proximity to the jail. And this is about kids, and I have law students who have not learned to swim. So I do hope, and I know it's in your heart. And what I heard was that there's options. These are all recommendations. And if you can find options to close the budget gap, you will reopen conversations about the Film Commission, the Visitor Center, the Wagon Train, the South Lake Tahoe JTA. It's not like you're rejecting it. You're just saying, hey, things are tight. And I'm urging you to take a look at your recommended budget in June, slide number 8, where it spells out net county costs and shows that the biggest net county cost is law and justice, which is important. But I know there's some discretionary funding in there that should be considered. And I think you can find other places to cut that would not impact the direct services to children and films and income generating things. So thanks for taking my comment. And again, my apologies.
thank you, Leo.
Now taking public comment from John Masona.
Just a quick comment. I'd appreciate it if you could get your IT department to clean the camera lens. It's so filthy that it's actually difficult to see what's going on in the meeting room. Simple solution, just clean it. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
We do that on purpose for the effect, don't we?
Yeah.
Makes us look younger.
The
Yeah.
filter. There are no additional public comments.
Yeah, I just want to tell Leo I ate my Wheaties this morning. That's why I got a lot of energy. So anyway, so I'm going to close the open forum and we'll move to item 21. Okay.
Item 21 comes from Planning and Building Department, Economic Development and Administrative Division, recommending the board, 1, hold a workshop to discuss affordable housing issues and topics identified by the Affordable Housing Task Force, and 2, provide directions to staff on potential solutions and priorities.
Well, all right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Board. Chris Perry, Economic Development Manager for the county. Rob Peters, our Deputy Director. We have a plethora of staff here. As you might well imagine, affordable housing has many touch points throughout the county. Long-range planning, current planning, economic development, HHSA, finance, a number of different areas. So I wanted to make sure we had the team here for you in case you have any questions. So I'll be as brief as possible on some of this. I know you've all had a long day. So let me just, I also want to acknowledge that we have a couple of members of the task force as well. We have Chris Westlake and Vance out in the audience as well right now. So, and they are expert wealth of knowledge on these topics as well. So just a very brief history. I know you all read the board item, but real quick, last year, the Affordable Housing Task Force was formally formed. They had their first meeting in October. We've met 6 times since. There have been obviously a multitude of conversations that have occurred on all the topics that you see in that staff report. We were actually getting closer to having an actual draft ordinance or an ROI ready for your board to review, but we wanted to hit the brakes just a little bit because it's been a few years since we've really had a full, robust discussion with the board. It's a new board. We just want to make sure before, we don't want to presume that we have this ordinance right. We want to make sure we're on the right path so we can bring you back a product that we can move quickly after this point. So that's why we're here today with you. I'm just going to walk you through a few of these things. Kim, do you have? Thank you so much. Go ahead and kick off on the definitions page. All right, so just a few things so that kind of brings it to life, right? We always hear about low-income housing, very low-income housing, moderate, you hear about the affordability levels. These definitions are up there to actually tell you what that means. The area median income per HCD for El Dorado County, as of last year, there's gonna be an update soon, it's $113,900. That's our AMI. So each of these bands that you see in these definitions are accordant to that. So, you know, you're looking at very low income, you're looking at a family of 4 who has $35,000 to $59,000. That's their household income. A low income would be $59,000 to about $94,000. And then on the next slide, we see moderate income, which goes from 94 all the way up to 136. And right there in that middle is that AMI of 113. So you can see for HCD, we're looking at $136,000 as a moderate income in this county. Just to,
You're on the wrong slide.
no, moderate income, 120%.
Okay. You were throwing out a lot of numbers and I didn't see any.
Those numbers just
Sure.
start from the top.
Absolutely.
I think the chart would have been helpful
Yeah.
maybe with, you know, percent.
So,
Yeah.
so on your very low income, it goes from $35,000 to $58,000. Your low income is $58,000 to $94,000. I'll just tell you in full
94.
numbers, 94. And finally, on moderate, you're looking at 94 to about 136,000.
Can I stop and just ask one?
Please.
What determines an area? Is it the county or like if you're in South Lake, is it city or?
It's the
What is
county.
it?
It's the whole county.
It's the whole county?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, your area median income, but the way HCD does it, they break it down by county. And then within the tables, you see 1-person, 2-person household, 3-person, 4-person, all the way up to 8. And then past 8, you got to do a little bit of extra math because it's not on the table. But on average, we look at a household of 4 is kind of the common household size. And those are those numbers that I gave you. So that's for a household of 4, each of those bands. So those are in real numbers what those actually look like. So instead of just looking at percentages, those are the raw numbers that go with them. There's a definition of inclusionary housing, and I'm going to put a ... on this because obviously we're going to come back and that's going to be one of the, I would guess, one of the more important points of discussion with the board. But obviously inclusionary housing is going to prescribe, a portion of new development is going to be set aside for very low or moderate income housing. That's the simplest version of it. There can be iterations of it, but that's essentially what you're looking at. So we can jump to the next slide for now. I promise we'll come back to inclusionary. All right, so we jump into incentives for affordable housing development. Now, I will say, you've noticed if you read through that some of these, you're probably saying to yourself, this already exists. We already have a density bonus. Indeed. I wanted to make sure that you saw all the topics that were discussed at the task force. And obviously, for folks who are listening as well, we can see kind of the full menu of options that currently exist in affordable housing for affordable housing development, plus what we might want to take a bite at. So density bonus is one of those that obviously already exists per state law. There's nothing more necessarily to do with it. We just wanted to point out that this is already policy per state law. There's no further recommendation per se from the task force, but putting it in here kind of for the record, so to speak, so it's all in one place.
Chris, is the density bonus though necessarily for affordable housing? It's not,
It doesn't
right?
have to be, but it can be used as a tool for affordable housing.
Okay, because so far I've never seen it used for that.
Right.
Okay.
What else would it be
Indeed.
used for?
Just
Get more houses.
get more houses that are
Yeah.
above the price range for people, so
That's
it
exactly
hasn't
right.
helped anybody with it. Our density bonus in the current general plan is not my favorite. I've suggested that we change it.
Great discussion for
I just want
another.
we have it here under affordable housing, and in my mind, it doesn't have to be. And we
It's
haven't
not-
seen it used for it, have we?
If I may, there's the general plan housing
Yeah.
density bonus, and then there's the density bonus law for the state.
Okay.
The state does allow the use of the incentives and things that are associated with those policies to be used for affordable housing projects, even without asking for additional density. So it's a little bit, there's different density laws for the state of California, and then there's the density bonus that you're speaking about that's in our general plan related to additional units and the requirements for doing so.
So the state one, have we used the state one then? Yes, no?
There are applications in the planning department that are looking at utilizing some of the incentives from those programs.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
Okay. Under the fee waivers and reductions portion of this slide, you'll see obviously this is possible waivers, reductions in building infrastructure, utility fees, etc. You might be asking yourself, does any of this already exist? This was actually brought up earlier by someone in public comment. We do actually have 2 policies related to this, our B11 and B14 policies. B11 though is mostly for tax exempt nonprofits and other public agencies. For instance, if EID wanted to do, a section of affordable housing or something, workforce housing or whatnot. It doesn't necessarily get to the market rate developers and incentivizing them to produce affordable housing. But again, for that kind of narrower nonprofit outfit, that there actually is a path, and we do use this from time to time for our projects. B14 is the TIF fee program offset. That one actually can be an offset up to $1 million per year for qualifying affordable housing development. But it's not a cash subsidy to developers, but it does exist, and that's another one that we do have conversations about as some of these projects are coming through the door. So those 2 policies already exist for us. Obviously, in the current budget environment, there's not, We haven't seen necessarily any other programs that are recommended for your board at this point in time. I mean, we always can make these policies better and tighten things up if your board wanted to go in that direction. But right now, we're not necessarily recommending any other incentives in this space. There may be some really good ideas that members from the task force have as well when they come up and address your board. But for now, I just wanted to let you know those are the programs that we have in place. And on the next slide, this is another one of those already got it pieces, parking requirement deductions. Again, already pretty thoroughly covered in state law with AB 2997, 1763, 2244. As you can imagine, these are, particularly near public transit, you start to see some of these benefits kick in. You can imagine that becomes a little bit more difficult if you're not necessarily on a bus rapid transit line in a rural county, but these do exist in state law currently, and we haven't had any discussion about expanding out the parking piece at all beyond what's already here. The property tax incentives, this is another area where perhaps in really positive budget years, we can be a little bit more creative with, property tax deferrals and things of that nature. But right now, kind of the best is the California Low Income Housing Tax Credit. That's obviously a state tax credit that's available, trying to bridge the gap between any other public grants and funding sources and any private resources that go into the funding stack for affordable housing development. Again, we're not recognizing the environment, the budget environment. We're not necessarily recommending any additional incentives beyond that at this point in time.
Yeah, let's go back to that property tax incentives. And that's what really bothered me, where these guys can ask for a welfare variance and there's no income or nothing going to the county, and we still have to supply service, especially when we're talking about fire and law enforcement. So it's something that I think we need to look in a little bit more. I know it's probably a state requirement, but I think I'm really against it, especially when these guys do these developments and they do the same thing over and over and over again. And to me, it's not right. It impacts the residents that live around those two. So anyway, I think we need to take a deeper dive into that. Sure. If everybody's okay with that. Okay.
Can you just give us an example of how the property tax incentive works?
Yeah, so actually, Jen, I think we had an example of this. Did someone apply for this recently? I feel like we were talking about this. I'm trying to think about if we had a program that a project that we could share with you that's used this recently. Right. The property tax incentive doesn't seem to be the most used item. I'm searching my memory to see if we have an example to give you, and I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but.
Jennifer Morris, I am senior analyst over the Affordable Housing Program. Developers at this point will go and apply to the state for that tax credit. So the county doesn't actually partner with them in that, but we do support it. And then we will also bring projects back for TEFRA hearings as well, for the bonds through taxes. So there's no, I guess as Chris and I were discussing, there's no direct tax county collaboration technically. It's just mostly done with the state.
Right. And so that low-income housing tax credit, doesn't that typically require some kind of local buy-in of some kind, whether it be cash or other kinds of incentives? I mean, I've always heard that program requires that.
That part I am not aware of. So getting up to speed on
that
piece. I don't know.
I'll check it out. I'll look into it.
Yeah, that's something we can look into. It's perfect. We certainly can look into that as an item coming out of the workshop, so we can bring that information back to your board. But if it's up to the board, Chris is offering to.
It's part of your presentation.
Yeah.
So sure,
Yeah,
you can answer
yeah.
that
Sure.
level right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Answer it.
Okay, come on up.
Good afternoon, Chairman, board members. My name is Chris Westlake. I'm Chair of the task force, also a consultant for affordable housing developers, former Deputy Director at HCD. So the property tax incentive that you're talking about, that is, or there's no tie-in with the local housing tax credits. Those are administered by the Treasurer's Office, and developers apply for those for affordable housing projects. And so there's two different, there's 9% or 4% tax credits that'll be for projects. And a lot of times the only way you get, they're very competitive, and the only way you win is on a tiebreaker. And a lot of it is that either you have local money into it, or it could be other state funds too, for the tiebreaker. A lot of money comes from HCD into these projects, and it boosts their tiebreaker up to be able to be successful on each funding round. But it's a combination of local, state, federal, other soft money coming into deals.
Yeah, thank you. That was kind of my loose understanding of that as well. And then, so the only other thing I'm wondering is, do we have any policies around what our, what our level of investment might be?
Well, I mean, I've worked on some in the county, the Diamond Springs project, and then I've also got 2 in Placerville I'm doing right now. Those we either partner with the local jurisdictions on going for other state money that's available, because a lot of times there's just not local funds that are available. As you guys were talking about your budgets earlier, there's just not other programs that have excess cash that you can put into these deals. But there is programs that a city or county can go apply to HCD or other state programs in partnership of a development, and bring those funds back into it.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you. All right.
All right, we can move on to the next slide. This is the Affordable Housing Fund. So Affordable Housing Trust Fund generally would be, fees collected from folks who are not going to actually build. They're going to pay some type of in lieu fee that would end up in the trust fund. As of, you can also come from grants and donations and things of that nature as well. As of right now, since we don't necessarily have policy in this space, we've done a couple development agreements since 2016 was the initial, and another in 2021, but it was $500 per unit with a CPI adjuster. So you can imagine it doesn't necessarily raise the whole lot of money. We're at about $300,000-ish in that fund, which again, if you're trying to use that to help subsidize building an affordable unit, it becomes a little bit challenging. So again, no necessarily policy that we've been in history that just within a development agreement, we try to negotiate these things. So it's kind of been on a one-off basis. And that'll be one of the areas I think we come back to as a kind of a decision point that we're looking for guidance on from your board when we get a little bit further along in this presentation. So, and on the next slide, just kind of reiterating, yeah, the second project was in 21. We're around $300,000. We've obviously talked quite a bit about this with the task force, and there's varied opinions on the matter about, what is a fair in lieu fee. Obviously we can look at other jurisdictions and what they're doing. Placer County, for instance, right now has $2.69 per habitable square foot. So if you look at a 2,000 square foot structure, you're looking at about $5,300-ish. So it's obviously beyond where we've gone at this point in time, but also note that Placer's in process of redoing their affordable housing ordinance right now. They're asking BAE Economics to look at what they've done and kind of where they can go from there. But just again, as an example, as a comparator county that's doing something in this space, that's what theirs looks like. So again, we don't necessarily have the same approach on this between kind of staff of the county and necessarily the AHTF, the task force members, and that's okay. But those are obviously they're in the market rate and affordable housing development world. So they're going to obviously share their thoughts on what could work and what doesn't work in their opinion. But that is certainly an option. So we'll talk about that a little bit more in addition to the inclusionary piece. Moving along to the streamlining permitting and expedited review process. you guys have heard from us on obviously many applications on, SB 35 and beyond 2011. And most of this is so heavily prescribed by the state at this point in time and changes every year. There are dozens of bills in housing that amend and continue to further amend. This is a space that's sort of fraught for local jurisdictions to kind of walk into the space because the state changes it every year right now. So we have shot clocks, 60-day shot clocks on certain types of housing, commercial, residential, ADUs through SB 35, 9, 2011. It's mostly prescriptive by the state, but we also understand, and we had this conversation with the task force, that there still may be some space for additional streamlining of the permit process. And they have some really unique perspectives. They can talk about that when they, when you call on them, when your board calls on them. But, we're obviously doing, even outside of the affordable housing space, we're obviously working on all of our process improvements to continue to streamline our permitting process to make sure that we're adequately serving the public and, obviously exceeding those expectations. And we would carry that right over into the affordable housing space as well. We'll continue to adjust as the state tells us. There's not necessarily, from a staff perspective, much more we can do beyond state law. I mean, if your shot clock is 60 days and there's interest in going to 30 days. I mean, that raises the question in the decision points later in this packet, in this presentation. What does that mean for other workloads? Because now we have to figure out how to resource that appropriately.
Yeah, I got a question. Anyway, talk about streamlining. So I talked to the person that's drawn the plans up for Title 25, and he was supposed to submit them today. The rest of it, is that true, Karen? Did you hear? Yeah, so it submitted today? Yeah, so anyway, I talked to him this morning and stuff. So this is a big plus. And we talked about that when Grizzly Flat was impacted by the Caldwell fire. They would take precedence, especially the people out in Grizzly Flat. So I would like to do everything we could, since we have this, to make sure that we streamline that, and push them forward for this Title 25 so those guys can start rebuilding out there. Okay, we need to, it's been a long time. We're talking 3 years. We're trying to find solutions, and we finally come up with Title 25, and we finally got these plans done. He was supposed to submit the rest today, and we can get the lumber out, because Rod Pimentel said he would actually cut the first, lumber for the first house out there. So I would like to, I mean, they need to take priority as far as I'm concerned, because these guys have been living out there in RVs for a long time. So we need to take care of them. So whatever you can do to streamline the process and get this thing completed, because I know we have 11 or 12 in line for this.
Very well.
Okay.
Duly noted. We'll certainly take a look at that.
All right.
So you can see here there's 3 items enumerated: expedited permanent processing, a fast track program, consolidated applications. And the interesting idea that was floated in speaking with the task force was kind of that pre-approved site plan. We obviously do that for, we have a pre-approved ADU design that we have at this point in time. There was some discussion on that from an affordable housing perspective. I'm not sure what that looks like for single family residences, but it is a thought, and it was part of a discussion we have. We don't necessarily have a recommendation for you at this time. We're open to any thoughts if that's something that, attracts the interest of the board. But that's been part of a discussion as well.
Yeah.
And on the next slide, on the fast track finance, on this theme, fast track financing, this is one of those, just as you saw earlier today, we can go for a home grant, as part of as a financing stack for affordable housing. We have internal steps, obviously. If we're going to go for a grant, we have to come to the board. We have to get grant acceptance. There's sometimes 2 or 3 steps that we have to take as staff, from an administrative perspective, to move that along. So again, a discussion with the task force ensued about how do we, kind of hasten the financing process
from an administrative standpoint with the county. We have our policies on how grant acceptance is done. That if we wanted to potentially explore some alternative process specifically or for affordable housing, that could be something we could look into if that was of interest to your board. But right now we treat it the same as any other type of funding source where we have to go to your board and get permission each kind of step of the way in that process.
So when you're going through the permitting process, streamlining, I think we need to look also at how it impacts other residents, especially when we put these affordable housing in these certain areas, especially when it comes to our roads and especially when it buttons up to people's property. So I think, and one of the things that I don't like too is if a person, what I heard is, I guess it was the planning commission was actually brought to them about the appeal process. And there's not going to be any more appeals. That's what I've kind of heard. Karen, can you collaborate on that or not, or talk about that?
I can handle that one.
Okay, go ahead, Rob.
Yeah. So during the course of reviewing the first SB 35 projects that came through the county, a resolution was adopted by the Board of Supervisors. I think it was in 2021. And in that, it spoke to the approval authority for those streamlined projects. The decision-making at the time said that the Planning Commission would be the initial reviewer of those, that modifications would be done at a director level or staff level, and that there was no appeals to those decisions. In the interim objective design standards that we brought forward to your board in December, that theme was carried forward with the exception of, instead of the Planning Commission being the approving authority, it was the director, and the modifications as well, in the same way that it was handled with appeals. So that is part of the resolution that was adopted by the board in December associated with the interim objective design standards. And
well, with everything that's going on right now, and I understand the residents should have a right to appeal, especially when some of these projects are put in certain areas. I don't know, I reconsider just maybe looking at it again. It's a possibility to bring it back, because I think when these projects are put in certain areas, when it comes to traffic, it's impacts the residents and stuff. People should have the right to say so, especially if these projects go in, to be a right to appeal. And it shouldn't be decision of, I think it should be either up to the board or, the planning commission. So they can dive deeper into, especially when you're talking about affordable housing, and especially certain areas when they're put into places that it just doesn't make any sense, especially when it comes to traffic. And traffic is one of the biggest issues that we have. So I think we have to, there's a lot of property around that these affordable housing can go in without impacting our roads and also impacting the residents who live around there. So I think we need to take a deeper look at it. I mean, Dave, am I out of line or not?
A little.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I'm referring to you. So
yeah, I mean, there are some challenges with doing what you suggest. We could certainly consider it, but the statutes have been amended such that in certain circumstances, it's been amended to expressly preclude items from going to the legislative body for further appeal.
Yeah.
Additionally, there's timeframes associated with approval of the projects that makes it challenging, if not impossible, to build an appeal periods. I do want to note one thing, because I think that there's maybe a misperception that the lack of appeal forecloses any further recourse if the project is, improperly approved. There is always recourse to the courts. All it does is remove that preliminary administrative step before an aggrieved party would be able to initiate litigation. So I think there's been, again, some misperception that it somehow deprives individuals of an avenue to challenge an action that they don't agree with, and that is not the case. They remain able to challenge those actions in court as they would in any other circumstance. Frankly, it allows them to go to court sooner than they otherwise would.
Okay. All right.
I agree with you, George. I really do.
That's still not an easy process.
Oh, I know, I agree. I mean, but if it wasn't for that one thing that was on Bass Lake Apartments,
Yeah.
we would have never known. If it wasn't an appeal, we would not know what the circumstances were on that particular item that day, if they didn't file an appeal.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, and that wasn't actually on the project. It was
No,
on the
no,
parcel
I know.
split, but it did allow us to see it here, which that it goes to your point. And so, with all of that legislation out there, and I know it changes all the time, and they're in session right now doing more. Yay. Which pieces of legislation could be appealable, I guess, is what maybe we want to know that, like which
Okay.
ones could be appealable. What would that process look like? And then if we like that idea, then we'll want to change the resolution, I guess, is kind of what I hear from you guys is. But there are going to be some that we just can't because the law says we can't. But if we're allowed to, do we want to do that? And what would it look like? Because it's going to be very difficult.
Some of the points you raised related to the amount of time that we have.
Yep.
We have administrative and staff report preparation, and all of those types of things that go with public hearing. We have 60 days to both review the project, determine whether it's eligible, determine whether it comes on the standard, prepare a staff report, and for a ministerial project that technically has that discussion. I mean, so I just want to, you can certainly look into that and you can try to identify the programs might allowance, but yeah, that is.
Yeah. And it just goes to the whole, I think, transparency of all of it. You
Yeah.
know, a lot of these processes just don't feel transparent.
I could repeat that. I guess my mic was off. Did
Your
you
mic
guys
Oh,
hear that?
Rob, it was beautiful too.
I don't even know what I said. No.
Repeat that.
Well, I just, yeah, just that we could take a further look at it, and that Council, Mr. Livingston did identify some of the timeframes that have made it terribly difficult for staff to prepare those materials, even for a planning commission meeting, aside from also taking it through an appeal process. And then ultimately that these are ministerial projects that have no discretion. And so, there's a lot to those discussions related to who should approve them, whether there's appealability and of the project. And so we can certainly look at the different types of housing legislation probably that are already in effect. We're not even certain what all the new ones would be or whether those, but that's something I think that this group could look into further. Okay, Greg, you got more to say?
No, it reeks of lost transparency.
The transparency part, it
Yeah,
does.
exactly.
And everyone's gonna be pointing the finger at Karen for approving all this stuff on your own, and you're not gonna be blaming the state, they're blaming the county.
Yeah.
So if there is something we could do to find some loopholes, I guess, or find some holes in the law where they could be appealed on certain circumstances, I think it'd be worth looking at. Because I like the public involvement in our normal process. And I totally disagree with this stuff the state is shoving down our throats.
Yeah.
I totally agree.
100%. Or would it, it would probably make things more confusing. I was just thinking that even on the ones that we don't have discretion and, the board isn't the final say so, at least if we could see that so that we're aware of what's going on, but that would be really confusing, I think, for the public to follow that. If we said, hey, we're just looking at it publicly, but we have no say so, that doesn't go well either because we've done that before.
Well, and I would just add that some of the new legislation related, and it's not SB 35 anymore. I think it's 423, but I might have the number wrong.
Yeah.
But if you're in underserved areas, there's a map now where you have to go in and take a look. I think your board might have received a memo from our department, and actually it requires in these underserved areas that the Board of Supervisors hold a public meeting on those projects with no desired outcome other than for public input. And so there's no action item related to it. It is just a informational item that this project is coming. And so there's a map online, it's in the new legislation, and it does identify that if you're in these areas, which some of Diamond Springs area and El Dorado, where we see a lot of these projects happening, are in those areas. And so moving forward, we would have to come, I think it says either that the county would do it or the applicant, but the preference is that the county would bring forward in front of the Board of Supervisors this this project has been submitted and here it is, but there won't be any action item necessarily
Yeah.
related to it.
Formal public yelling at.
Yeah.
It's almost like a scoping meeting.
Yeah.
To Supervisor Parlin's point, it lets you know that it's coming, but it doesn't really put any,
Yeah.
decision-making authority within that body.
Well, the only thing that I feel is, especially when a lot of these housing developments go in an area where the traffic is F, and that's a biggest part of my concerns. So we're already impacted by traffic, and then you're putting more, development in these areas. So,
Well, we'll be bringing this up to Caltrans, but the state's in conflict with our own
I know,
law
I know.
of 2 ways in, 2 ways out on some of these projects. And then the evacuation route law that now is
Right.
important. So we'll
Exactly.
be bringing these up and trying to see who's got the juice.
Mhm.
And it may be to me, as a board member representing people and public safety, we have to push back.
We do.
Otherwise, guess what we just set up?
Exactly.
Disaster.
And if something
Yeah.
happens, then guess who's liable, right? Okay,
They'll come to us first.
that's right.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Not that this has anything to do with affecting state law per se, but it's a good time to put a plug in for the $250,000 grant we won from SACOG, our EEI grant. And this is going to be a partnership between the county and our the El Dorado Community Foundation. And it's going to be a series up to a dozen different workshops and public meetings related to affordable housing, mobility, transit, and just, it's going to be, there's a lot of education component to it, which I think is going to be really important, and it might help to kind of, soften some of what we've seen, but at the very least, folks are going to be engaged in what's going on and attempting to tell us where they would like to see things and what they would like to see. Now, the law is the law, but I think it'll go a long ways to kind of bringing a lot of folks into the conversation generally about affordable housing. So that hopefully will kick off the next couple of months, but
yeah.
I think we can move on to the next slide. Thank you, Kim. So again, there's no necessarily recommendation here. It was a topic that came up about incentives such as grants or loans for affordable housing preservation. We don't see a whole lot of this right now. Most of what we're seeing in affordable housing obviously is new development. But there are obviously existing units out there that are aged. And this goes to the next piece too, conversion or demolition restrictions. Like, how do we keep even some of the aged properties in our affordable housing stock? They're going to need some TLC to bring some of them, up to current codes and whatnot. But, the goal here is not to lose anything out of our affordable housing stock. So just trying to be creative with what potential funding sources are out there, obviously outside of our own county budget, because we just don't have it there. So we're on the lookout for those types of things to try to, plus up and preserve any housing that's in danger of, falling off our affordable housing list. So again, just there as an awareness piece that these are things we're looking for. No necessarily action there. Obviously, if we find something, your board will be quick to hear about it, so we can try to pursue it. So,
And we're also looking at county property.
Indeed.
Affordable housing.
Yes. Yeah, we have a, surplus property list, and we need to have that discussion. So if you look at, I can back up a little bit. So in 2022, there was another workshop about affordable housing and there were a number of directions given to staff. One of them was to look at surplus land. We're looking at that now. That is a discussion. The first thing we're trying to do is get an ordinance in place for your board, and then come back with some of the tools and tricks that we can use to help, use that ordinance and bring it some life. We obviously have, several housing projects that are coming down the pike here pretty soon. And we want to make sure that to the extent that your board is interested in, putting affordable housing ordinance in place, we want to get that in place as quickly as possible before we start broaching some of these other subjects with surplus land, but we're already looking at it concurrently, so we can come back at another time and have that conversation with your board.
Thank you,
But
Chris.
absolutely,
Okay.
we're on that.
Any comments on that? All right. Okay.
So we can go to the next slide, and now is where we get to really jump into the heart of the discussion here. So inclusionary housing, one of the, again, back to those 22 and 24 board discussions, inclusionary housing was a central piece. Staff were to look at inclusionary housing as potentially a component of affordable housing. And it is a component, it's not everything. You know, a lot of jurisdictions have jumped on board with inclusionary housing. Some of them are pulling back on it. You know, inclusionary housing is different in every single jurisdiction. You know, big cities can absorb higher percentage of mandated affordable housing because they might have bigger housing projects. I mean, LA County can absorb a lot more than El Dorado County is going to be able to absorb. So we've had a very, very robust debate in several task force committee meetings about this. You know, and again, the folks that are here from task force can articulate their positions on this, but it was recommended to staff not to include inclusionary housing as a component of an affordable housing ordinance, as it would not necessarily work in this county because of the lack of scale and other reasons. But it is certainly open for the conversation. Obviously, most jurisdictions do something like 5 to 10% of a certain affordability level. So they might come in and say, we want to see this project of 100 units or more, and this would be similar to what Placer County has currently, because again, they're looking at potentially amending theirs. But you know, let's look at, we're going to have anything over 100 units will be 10%, but we'd like to see X amount percentage at very low income, or moderate. Or if you're not at 100 units and you're below it, we want you to participate in the in lieu program. And that's when you get to that 269 per square of inhabitable square foot calculation that's done. So it's a little bit of a hybrid, right? It's not just every project over 5 units shall have 10% and it should be this, this, and this. It is, if you're under 100 in lieu, over 100, we're looking at 10%. We'd like to see, and it's going to vary because, right, so all arena numbers are going to dictate where we're at a deficiency, you know, and obviously, not surprisingly, the hardest units to develop from a cost perspective are very low, extremely low, very low, and low income units. Obviously, when you get to moderate units, you know, that's going to, you know, the subsidy on that from market rate is going to be a lot less than getting to that low income unit. So, you know, I queue that up for discussion. Obviously, we as staff are, you know, again, we've had this conversation with the task force, and well, obviously we're sticking with keeping this in there because that's the board directive, and we're open to whichever way this board wants to go on that. And that'll be obviously a central theme, because if we do or don't do that, or what that looks like, will tell us, you know, what other avenues we should explore outside of this as well. And maybe it's not an inclusionary and it's just an in lieu, just a straight in lieu fee on new housing above a certain number of units. You know, the options actually on this are fairly endless. It just depends on, you know, the jurisdiction and what, you know, what that compromise is going to look like between policy and the need for affordable housing, and then what can be borne by the market, because that's obviously your consideration. Because if we go too aggressive and it's an inclusionary and it's too high, there's a chance you don't get any of that development. That's what's happening in some of the other jurisdictions that put an inclusionary in and aren't necessarily hitting those numbers. And then there's also, of course, the distinction between meeting our RENA numbers, which is very important, because if we don't, there are consequences from the state. But also, how do we get at solving the affordability problem? And sometimes the two don't necessarily, they go together, but we might be able to get to RENA without necessarily solving the affordability. Because if you count a lot of the ADUs that are kind of working their way into our housing numbers that, you know, is that solving your affordability crisis? That is an open question, you know. So a lot of things to think about and tackle in this space, but there are a lot of options available if you want to structure something in a way to kind of thread the needle between, you know, do we want to pursue this, or we just want to let the market take care of it? You know, and that's where the policy question kind of sneaks into the conversation. So
So Chris, what do you know? Because you've referenced Placer County several times that they're changing it. Why? Is it not working? Is it not doing enough? Or is it stopping housing? I mean, what's going on there?
yeah, I think the in lieu fee program is getting them closer, because when you start looking at, you know, if you have again, just pure note, if you add back to that 269 average 2,000 square foot house, $5,300, if you times that by a 500 unit project, you're up to a couple $1 million, $2.5 million. And that actually gives the county or a housing authority a lot more flexibility to kind of choose, because maybe it's something off site. Maybe we're not talking about, you know, a development here, but we don't necessarily need the units here. And that's what Placer's kind of tinkering with right now. They're trying to understand, does it make sense to do all these on a project basis, or do we want to have flexibility, you know, would we rather have a fund that we can kind of help design, or we just say this project shall have 10, so you have a new neighborhood that has 10% and no one's going to know because they're going to look the same. Right. But is that the way to do it, or do we want more flexibility and control over it? I think that's kind of the question they're grappling with at this point in time.
Okay.
So.
Well, because you know, obviously what the effort that we did in the past with our $500, because we didn't have a policy.
Right.
So, you know, that was what we came up with, and it's getting us nowhere fast. It's not adding up. So the 269, you know, square foot is something that could add up more quickly. But would that also be deterrent to development in the first place, which is what, you know, so the bottom line is, how do we just get some units built? And my experience, so, you know, with a lot of things is the in lieu doesn't actually get you something built. So that's why the inclusionary seems smarter to actually get something built. But if it's a disincentive to do things, then it's not going to work anyway. So I don't know. It just
Obviously, it's going to depend on the size of your project, right? I mean, a larger project is going to have more ability to absorb the cost of the units of the mandatory requirement. I mean, but it just depends on how you structure it. Because if you're saying 10% all very low because we need to hit those numbers, that's going to be much more difficult than if you spread it up to like a moderate or low income threshold. Because again, you market rate housing, you know, and you get closer and closer to market rate as you go up those bands of affordability. But the subsidy from down very low to market rate is pretty large. Moderate, it's a lot closer, because folks whose income is between 94 and 136, you know, they're going to be able to afford more, right? The subsidy is less for that unit. So I'm oversimplifying. It's not a,
right.
I don't want to oversimplify it, because I know it's complicated from a pro forma perspective for developers, right? And obviously, you know, there's the thought out there that, you know, by making market rate homes more expensive, therefore more unaffordable, that you're just making housing generally more unaffordable. So now the market rate's going to go up, and you've got some affordable ones, but now the market rate's going up, and that's going to edge everything up, the cost of a market rate unit. So there's that kind of market rate argument against inclusionary as well. So you're kind of balancing. It's a tough call, and we don't. I mean, an affordable housing developer, we obviously understand where they're at in their finance stack, because we have to, right? We're doing grants and they're getting loans and so on and so forth. But we don't, you know, on the market rate developer side of things, we don't have that kind of knowledge. We don't know what they tell us what pencils, right? So, and they know because they're the developer, but it's up to us to kind of thread that needle if that's the direction you want to go about, how much is too much or too little. And that is a very hard policy question to answer that might take some, it could be if that was the board your direction wanted to go, and within the first couple of years, we're seeing this is, then we take a step back and we reassess.
How do the in lieu fees help us in achieving arena numbers if you're just paying a fee to not build affordable housing?
So the idea would be we can set up loans to help fund affordable housing project development.
So
That's
we would drive that project.
correct. Yeah, we would be part of, we call it a financing stack, right? They have grants, they have private money, there's all these different inputs. This would be one of those to help offset the cost of a project. There's also the approach, back to the surplus land approach, where if the county had, a few acres somewhere and wanted to do a tiny home development of some kind, and we wanted to help subsidize a project like that, because you're going to get more units off of that than, maybe a single family residence. That's also an option. You could turn to your housing trust fund and say, hey, we got $2 million in this. Now it'd help subsidize these $40,000 units that are going in here. So it gives you a little bit more control to design what you want to see, but it certainly puts more money into our program to help move along finances for affordable housing development. But right now with the 300,000 that we have, it's very difficult. So Jen's deeply in this world, so she can.
I was also just going to add that with those fees, if we build the program, we could also use it for first-time home buyer loans. So it ends up being a simple interest 3% loan. It ends up getting deferred for 30 years based on their income. And so we could also put people into home purchasing in the county. So there's also that option too, besides developers.
Is that through like CDBG, through that program, or is it?
We do get grant funding through home and CDBG, and then we could do it with the in lieu fees as well. And so, yeah, we do have, I think we did a presentation with some of your, in August. Yeah, it was August about those programs. So we're currently rewriting all of the program guidelines right now. CDBG just reopened up. So we got those, we're reincorporating those. You'll see those coming to your board soon. We're gonna update home as well. And so, yes, so we do have some money that we will start loaning out soon. So yeah, so these in lieu fees could also be used for that as well.
Another question that I have, when it comes to design standards that we've put in place. Now, this affordable housing, is it going to be looked at? Is it going to follow the design standards and put it in place in certain areas?
Can you repeat the question just to make sure?
We have, didn't we just put in design standards and we look at that? And
Yes.
especially looking at rural centers and stuff like that. And they got to follow those design standards when they put these affordable housing in place in certain areas?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So we have the interim objective design standards. We just postponed the discussion on the contract for the permanent design standards to the 22nd. But
Okay.
yeah, that is the idea, that if you're in one of those areas and doing affordable housing, potentially you'd be subject to those design standards.
Okay, that's what I want to know. All right, thanks.
So I can conclude this slide. I mean, obviously, we're going to come back to this question, but just to conclude that slide, the affordability covenant already exists in state law. Units have to remain affordable for 55 years for rentals, 45 for ownership properties. So that already exists in state law. We're not necessarily advocating for anything beyond that unless your board wanted to go beyond state law. Nothing necessarily there for you to do unless you want to go beyond those those term limits for deed restricted.
And that's for all affordable or inclusionary?
That's for all affordable.
Okay.
Yeah. So that brings us to key decision points. And we've kind of already started to get into this, right? Should the affordable housing ordinance contain inclusionary housing component? If so, what percentage, what levels?
And certainly we can, continue to look into things as your board directs us to. I know it's a really big
So you
discussion
get-
and decision, so.
You got somewhat a direction that the board wants you to look into? You got an idea? If you,
Well, I mean, are you asking us if
Yeah.
we staff a staff recommendation? Considering that, again, it's a new board, we wanted to kind of hear what the feeling was on this. We can certainly go back and try to piece together, other jurisdictions that you identify that might help make the decision a little bit more clear, but it kind of comes down to, and I think you'll hear this once Chris and Vance come up and speak on it as well, is, the inclusionary in a lot of places doesn't work because, again, you don't have that scale. So very likely we'll make a market rate project not pencil, because there's only so much the market rate housing can absorb the extra costs by essentially subsidizing the affordable housing development. So that's what that's the fear of using an inclusionary, right? But other, that's will be the same argument in most jurisdictions regardless of size. But in some jurisdictions, inclusionary works just fine. I mean, it just depends on the size of the project, and the folks that are, the market rate folks are, what they can absorb moving into those units. So it's hard, which is probably why in the past it's just been on a one-off development agreement place. That's where this has been done in 16 and 21. Because on that particular development, you can sit down on a one-off case basis and say, we would like to see this. I say, well, it's not gonna be inclusionary, but we can do 500 per unit, and then it's settled. But it would be good to have a policy in place that's not a one-off discussion for a development agreement, because the one-off doesn't build certainty for either the county or the developer.
Right.
So
Is this your last slide?
well, there's one more question on here about if we decide to do something beyond what state law requires on streamlined permitting, how do we resource that internally? But for all intents and purposes, this is the last slide. Yes.
Okay. Because I mean, for me, until I can start answering these questions, I would really like to hear from the task force.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I'd like to make one clarification if I could. When the question Chair Turnbull asked me about applying the design standards for those are not for, if you were to do an inclusionary housing that said you must do 10% of the single family residences as affordable, that would not apply, right? So these are not for single family residents. These are for streamlined affordable housing projects. So I just wanted to, I may have not answered that question correctly.
okay, all right.
Could you tell us the composition of the task force though? Because I think that matters.
Sure. We have two folks from the market rate developer side of things. We had, obviously, I can introduce them. It's Vance Gerard from BIA, Chris Westlake, who's been, after he left the state, has been working on the affordable housing developer side of things. Mia Kong from Related, which is an affordable housing developer as well. Sean McDermott's on as well. He's from Lennar, so on the market rate side. And Bill Roby, who used to run the El Dorado Community Foundation. That's the makeup. So you kind of have like, I don't want to lump Vance into the market rate developers, but for all intents and purposes, like two kind of market rate development folks, and then, two on the affordable side, and then Bill coming from like a community foundation perspective, kind of just more of an advocacy position, I guess you could say. So that's the composition. So, obviously heavy on the developer side of the equation, but we wanted, it was set up that way last year because we obviously want to hear from industry, because whatever the board decides is going to have an impact, and the scale of that impact will depend on what the policy looks like, obviously, but we wanted to make sure that we were hearing from them and their perspectives. And as I mentioned, we had lots of conversations about inclusionary and not including it in an ordinance that was going to the board. And that was obviously one area, and is well known, one area of disagreement between staff and the task force was, we have very
clear direction from the previous board that this is something we needed to at least have a discussion about. So it's going to continue to live until, the board were to tell us otherwise.
So is the task force part of this presentation?
We have two of them here today, and they are ready to answer questions as you asked them. Absolutely.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and call them all up. Want to come up?
So how do you guys want to start on this? I mean, we went through a lot of discussion, as Chris talked about here, because it's not an easy task, because you have the mandate with your arena numbers from the state of forcing how many different income levels of housing you got to build. And then as from the market rate side, if you force or you do a percentage like an inclusionary zoning, then it affects the performance numbers on a market rate. And then that affects how many market rate actually get built in your county or your jurisdiction. So it's kind of a give and take. If you force too much inclusionary, the market rate's not going to build as much. And as Chris said, the inclusionary works in some jurisdictions. I've worked in San Diego County on projects, and it's worked great. But when you have a county like El Dorado County, more rural, you don't see as much of that. I mean, Placer County's got theirs, and they're revisiting theirs. I'm from Placer County, so they're really looking at some of those side of it. But it's kind of a give and take, trying to figure out how you make it work to still meet your arena numbers, so you can continue to get state funds, as well as make your market conditions so that you can continue to provide housing for your residents here and grow the county. And so it's kind of a give and take, and it's a tight area trying to figure out how to get to there. To build affordable housing, it's very difficult. I mean, it's not like we can go down to the bank and just borrow more money to put in affordable housing, because our rents are set by HUD, by county levels. And so it's a set amount that a project can afford on a permanent financing basis. The rest of it, it's all residual receipt loans or tax credits. And so that's where, like, the in lieu fees or these other programs I was talked about earlier, where jurisdictions partner with the developers to go to the state and apply for other funds, those come in to kind of help on those projects to make them work, because they're very expensive to put in. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're in LA or you're in El Dorado County, you got high costs. We got prevailing wage on every project from the ground up on these things, because we have state funds in them. So it just adds and adds to them. And then, there's all kinds of new market conditions, higher interest rates now, and the tariffs, and all of our subcontractors are pricing everything up more and more. So it's a big discussion. That's why we brought it back to you guys to kind of talk about, how do we go? Is it inclusionary zoning? We're not really leaning that way from the task force side of it. But is it an in lieu fee? And, the in lieu fee of $500 is never going to get you any affordable housing built.
No.
Because you got that mandate. You got to keep looking back. You got the mandate from the state to continue getting a lot of your other funds. But how do you get to that point of actually producing those units? And it's looking at some of those incentives that Chris talked about. I'm doing 2 projects right now in Placerville. We're paying $55,000 a unit just for our impact fees. No traffic fee. I mean, there's a small traffic fee. We don't have a TIF fee there in Placerville, but that's crazy on an affordable project. And a big part of that is we talked about is jurisdictions looking at, and the problem here is you got a lot of CSDs, and talking to them about how do they do a different rate for maybe an affordable project for their impact fees for like the water connections or the sewer connections. Right now, those are not in place. And so that just continues to add to our costs of producing the housing. I know you already have it on the market rate side, but we have it also on the affordable side at that same level, which makes it very difficult.
Totally understand. Yeah.
I'll just chime in if I can with a couple of things. And I think a large piece of what's missing from today's conversation is the county's own affordable housing study that was the subject of the workshop that was hosted here 3 years ago, May 10th, 2022, my second day on the job for BIA. It was a long day. And that study itself also made the case against inclusionary for the county. It didn't pencil out for the county because it didn't pencil out for the builders. And while a large portion of the BI's membership is market rate, we also have affordable builders who come with us to other jurisdictions to argue against inclusionary because it doesn't work for them either. It makes it harder for them to do the job that they're trying to do. And we had that same exact conversation with the city of Sacramento, and that's why they're no longer moving forward with their inclusionary ordinance. So when we talk about building affordable housing and putting it on the backs of market rate housing, it's a very dangerous line to walk because we're already also talking about an in lieu fee where, as he pointed out, the fees are already high enough to the point where it's making it difficult to pencil out at market rate. And this number updates every year. I just looked it up. And in this region, every $1,000 you increase the price of a home, 631 families get priced out of being able to afford that home. So if we're continuing to increase the fees in any way, we have to look at fees across the board. And as he mentioned, that means we have to work with our other jurisdictions that are within the county to talk about how they're charging their fees and how they're calculating their fees and how they're supporting housing both at the affordable rate and the market rate to make it all possible. So it's all one big equation, and we can't just look at it narrowly focused here at the board level or at the irrigation level or at the fire level. It has to be something that everyone's willing to go all in on moving forward.
Question, and I know this is going to sound so basic, but maybe my brain's just fried right now. And but okay, let's say you do inclusionary. So here's the thing that I'm trying to understand. When we say in lieu, right, for affordable, then we're talking apartments almost always, right? Do we do?
Not necessarily.
See, and that's what I want to understand better, because in my mind, I see inclusionary housing because you build the same looking house, but it'd probably be a duplex, right? Or I guess a townhome or whatever it is, but it's the same. They look the same, but you parcel it out inside, so you have smaller units that then you could sell and not have to have people in apartments per se. So that's what I'm trying to understand is there different types of inclusionary housing, or if you're going for an in lieu for affordable, what does that mean if it's not apartments?
When I've seen people talk about inclusionary requirements, it's if you're building 100 houses,
yeah,
the 10 that are inclusionary and affordable, they look exactly like the other 90 houses. Same size, same what have you. Sorry, ignore that phone call. So, and that's where, it really becomes problematic. You're building the same house, but you're being told to sell that house for, $50,000, $100,000 less than the same house next door that costs the same amount to build. So you're increasing the cost of the house next door, $20,000, $50,000, what have you. And so that's mainly what I see when I hear people talk about inclusionary requirements.
Okay, because we've had several presentations about, what do they call it, the missing middle, where you build that same size big house, the 3,000 square foot house, let's say, but there's 2 units in there. It still looks exactly like all the others, but you're being able to sell to 2 families instead. So then what's the downside of that for a developer?
So a developer in many cases will be willing to build at market rate the missing middle, the townhome, the duplex, and sell it at market rate. And yes, it will look like the same house next door, but it has multiple units inside of it. But they're able to sell that still at the market rate, right? And
so that's not necessarily affordable then even. Is that it?
It is and it isn't, right? Because you're in the same neighborhood as everybody else. It's a home that you can afford. It may not be the 2,000 square foot home that's next door to you, but it still looks the same, and we're selling it at a lower rate that it costs to build. So it's not inclusionary, it's just affordability by design is a better way of putting it.
Is that something that we could put in an ordinance? Because to me, that seems really palatable and appealing to, the way El Dorado County is. Like my first home was 1,400 square feet. It was a single family home. But I mean, if that were half of a bigger house and someone could buy it, that would be a good starter home, which seems to be what we're missing. So I'm just trying to figure out, is that not something we can put in an inclusionary ordinance, or do we need to change our zoning, or how do we get to something like that
But when you
would
do your
seem-
in lieu fee, it doesn't always have to go to rental too. It could, as Jen was talking earlier, single family homes, you could combine it with like the home program, Cal Home program, the CBG program for down payment assistance to provide also home ownership. So it's not just tied to rental side of it as well on affordable. Now, a lot of the inclusionary projects I've seen in like San Diego was single family master plan developments, but we put in apartments there basically in a portion of that master plan, but built them to look like a markets rate project. There was no way you could tell the difference unless you went in and looked at the deed restrictions basically on it. They're managed by professional management companies because these developers don't want to lose their chances to get additional projects. So they're very carefully monitored. So they look like a market rate project side by side there, and you won't see the value differentiation. I mean, we're talking $1 million plus homes in San Diego that these were put into. But the in lieu though, you can have that option to go both single family or the multifamily side of it and still meet your requirements on RENA. You just won't meet it maybe as fast on doing single family because it could be one-off type developments where a multifamily project could be a 60-unit project or an 80-unit apartment complex.
Let me say this too, because if we're talking about the county investing its housing trust in this way or in any way, you can't also have that conversation without talking about how that housing trust is managed. If that money is just whatever comes in from a fee and it just sits there and you wait for it to accumulate, you're not going to get anywhere very fast. So you have to look at how that's being managed. And if we talk about counties like Placer, the reason they're successful and the reason that they're doing it differently than everyone else is they have an independent housing trust, Placer, which manages their trust funds separate from the county. And it has different opportunities and a different managing structure altogether. I don't know if that's right for everybody. We've had disagreements about that on the task force level as well. But it's worth mentioning that you have to look at how those funds are being managed in order to maximize what you get out of them.
Sure. Yeah. A question I got, are we looking at family builds too? Or family builds on house, basically family projects where.
Put in sweat equity. And
yeah, right.
I mean, there is programs at the state level where they do that, like through the Cal Home program or some of the other ones through HCD. There's also some through USDA that does that. Quite frankly, they're not done as much as they were like 10 years ago.
Yeah, I know, because that was basically what they did in Deer Park and also down over here too.
Right.
So there's no funding available for that, or is there?
There's more limited funding. Quite frankly, the state has been pushing for new construction and the multifamily side of it because they see that as the fastest way to get numbers. If you look at all the funding programs at the state or even at the federal level, it's geared mainly for multifamily versus the single family. Not saying that there's not programs out there, just the volume is weighed to the multifamily side of it.
Yeah, because I mean, Deer Park was basically 5 different families and each one of them took a turn building their house.
Right.
Until they were all completed and then they were able to move in.
Right. I mean, it's a great program. When I was the deputy director at the state, I went to a lot of grand openings where they had those types of projects over in like Sonoma or Santa Rosa. And you got to have a really good nonprofit that basically spearheads that. And so that's the key too, is having those type of entities that can push those types of projects. Because without that, they don't work on an individual basis.
No, you got a nonprofit sitting behind you back there too. So Caleb, so something maybe we can look into. Hang on, Caleb. Wait, Caleb. Wait, go ahead.
Okay.
No, is that anything else?
I think that mostly summarizes the majority of our comments. We've had a lot of lengthy discussions, getting a little bit more into the weeds about different numbers, different timelines, what would work best. And, we're really looking forward to our next meeting where we have more firm direction from the board and what you want to get out of a particular ordinance. But I really just will reiterate, it's very rare to have 5 people from different parts of an industry agree on one thing. And it seems like all 5 of us on this task force agree that an inclusionary component is just going to be ineffective if that's included.
Thank you. All right. So any more questions from the board?
I have one. How do you achieve it? How do you achieve RENA without it? I mean, and that may be the issue is RENA is a one-size-fits-all state of California, and it does not fit
Well, I think then we talk about the
Northern
in lieu
California.
fees to help them get to those numbers, because you gotta
Well, yeah,
incentivize
okay.
the affordable side that way. And then that, I think that opens up the discussion, then where do we talk about that number? The county's already established 500. Placer County is what, 269 a square foot on habitable. So what is that common ground and how does that work for the market rate side? I know how it works for the affordable side.
Right.
But you got to make sure that you're not going to price out the market rate developers, because then you're going to lose them coming in, which provides the funds for the in lieu, and then also provides the housing that you need in the county. So it's a fine line you got to walk, unfortunately.
Totally understand.
Greg, do you have something?
Just real quick, the property tax exemption and welfare exemption.
Right.
How does that, does it apply the same way, whether it's inclusionary or not? If you're,
No. It's on any affordable project, they get a welfare tax exemption through their managing general partner, which is usually a nonprofit, and then the project does not pay a property tax onto it.
but include, so that would apply to inclusionary as well.
Apply for
If you,
inclusionary.
they just wouldn't pay tax on the 10%.
Affordable project gets the welfare tax exemptions on those for the multifamily.
Okay. The 2,800 square foot house, Placer County example, about $7,500, give or take. Is there any lieu fee?
Right.
At 269.
That's at
That's,
269.
yeah, that's totally doable. Is that even going to add up fast enough
Well,
though?
that added up fast. I don't know what your
Well, just-
current permit numbers are and stuff coming in.
Right.
It just depends on, yeah, if there's any housing projects. that
Yeah.
are-
When I,
But you leverage those in lieu fees.
Right.
I mean, as I
Right.
talked in the beginning here, when you guys asked the questions about how do you get the tax credits, and I talked about the tiebreaker scores. As you bring in those additional, I call them soft money coming in from jurisdictions or from the state, that helps you on your tiebreakers to be able to get the tax credits. These projects take 3 to 5 years to go through from the time you start them to the time you break ground on them. I mean, just evident by the two we're doing here in Placerville right now. They were almost 5 years. And they were on a housing overlay special zoning in Placerville, so.
oh, housing now, okay, that actually segues into what, so on the legislar item here, it says on May 2022, the board gave direction to look at specific things, and I'm not hearing it here, and I didn't know if you guys talked about, we were asked about a residential zoning overlay for mixed use on commercial lands. Specifically, we were talking about the Missouri Flat Corridor because we're putting so much infrastructure there. There's a lot of empty storefronts right now, and the state's kind of pushing for that. So I didn't hear that in this conversation. And then the other
That's something we
one,
did talk about, though.
Yeah.
Is that housing overlay or some type of an overlay on that? Because a lot of times, especially on the affordable side, time is money always on these deals, because you got to
Mhm.
structure all these different layers of the financing. And if we have an overlay where we have to come in, where we can come in and almost do it like a by right, it speeds up the process quite a bit.
okay.
And I'll say too, the way our conversations have been structured, and God bless your staff for reining us in as much as they can.
Mm,
We've been very focused at this point on what does an ordinance on its own look like within these first 6 meetings. And then subsequent meetings will be, what other tools do we have that will encourage the development of affordable housing throughout the county? And that's where I think we're going to start looking at the opportunities of mixed use in certain areas and structuring of certain departments, what have you.
Or reuse the property like you're talking about, where you got like a commercial type buildings. And I mean, there's a big emphasis on that right now at the
There-
state level.
there
Especially,
is,
especially city downtown.
Right,
areas.
and even what
Right.
Chris talked about, the surplus property. I mean, right now on our projects, when we apply for state funds, we get more points, kind of like bonus points, if it's a surplus site versus just a normal private transaction site that we deal with.
okay.
So to me, and I wasn't part of the group that gave them the direction, but you guys are the experts, couple of staff. I'm looking for a draft ordinance that gets us to that point of attempting, I don't think we're ever going to meet Rita, but in the right direction that is as affordable as it can be to the developer, so we don't scare them off.
Right.
That's
And
going
I
to be
think-
tough.
I think,
just
I
due
think we
to
were
everything
trying to
else
get
we
to
got.
that draft ordinance, but I think the guideline that was from the prior board was, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, that we had to have something fairly soon after, I think in April. And so that's why we didn't get to that point and we came to the workshop.
Yeah, so Supervisor Parlin, you're absolutely correct that in May of 22, these 7 bullets were given by the board. In April of last year, when the task force was populated and formed, in that staff report, it noted that phase 1 is the affordable housing ordinance, and phase 2 is all the tools and other stuff we could help to incentivize more affordable housing. So we were kind of moving down this ordinance path to give, a baseline for staff and developers, so everyone knows the playing field of what we're looking at. And then after that, we move towards these other questions: surplus land, tiny homes, mobile home park, mobile homes, and all the other ideas we could get flowing to, to incentivize it. So, yeah, so that's why we're kind of more focused on the ordinance today, but.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so let's go ahead and open it up to public comment.
Not taking public comment specifically regarding item 21. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up. Public comment will be taken. Can you please not do that right now? Sorry. When your time is up, public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Hi, Caleb Armstrong, Nonprofit Construction Corporation. Just as he was saying about the USDA 523 Mutual Self-Help Housing Program, I got a letter of recommendation or a letter of support from Tom Collishaw of Self-Help Enterprises. This is the organization that pioneered that program for the USDA, inviting us to go down there and shadow their program. It's great. I can't wait to do it. I'm really excited to work with Tom. The only problem with this program is that it doesn't allow us to work in disaster areas. USDA won't let you focus on Title 25 rebuild, right? I can go and I can apply with planning and building for $2.5 million, $3 million, whatever the loan may be, for a big multifamily development with SB 35 and apartment, but I can't apply for CDGB revolving loan funds or anything of that such to help rebuild one home in our community. It's a huge problem. The CDGB revolving loan fund allows for that. It's huge. It's a perfect pilot program for the county to use to rebuild Grizzly Flats. If those funds are available, they should be used for that. Here's the example of B11 that Chris was talking about earlier. We are allowed to get our fee waiver, so it reduces the building fees for El Dorado County or for single family home developments. So I have one veteran, he's approved for $130,000 right now. I'd go and I'd apply for this program with CDA housing. And what that does is that offsets his building permit fees for 3% interest for 20 years till he refinances or resells a program. That was modeled just the same as the USDA 502 program. And what that program does is it's a 1% deferment only at loan origination. So the county, I don't know how long this has been around, but they modeled it around just about the same kind of aspect as USDA. But I just want to make sure that the county knows single family housing has a great opportunity to help meet the RHNA, especially as a nonprofit. If I go and I do one home development or one home rehab, I go and I fix somebody's windows or something like that, and I touch the county's money on it, that means I met the RHNA on that one point. So that's one home we just hit a RHNA on. I'd be at 6 right now with new construction home loans, adding to those. We're the only single family home developer that's for affordable housing in El Dorado County. There wasn't a Habitat for Humanity, so I looked at all of those aspects. And I incorporated a lot more like community facilities. We were invited by the USDA to apply for fuel mitigation breaks, $3 million we could have applied for. The county worked with us a little bit. We don't have the capacity for the grant writing, but we would have had that $3 million for that. And there's a lot of, I spent 2 years studying all this stuff, so I know a lot about it. Thanks.
Thanks, Caleb. Appreciate it very much. Anybody else want to speak? Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Jim Bayless. It's a pleasure to be here this evening, and it's been a long time since I've been in front of this board. I've been a resident of Placer County for over 40 years, and I've been a production home builder and developer for most of that time. And I've built inclusionary housing in multiple markets in the region. And I'm also currently the chair of Housing Trust Placer. So I'm pretty heavily involved in affordable housing in Placer County. First of all, I want to say that I do not support inclusionary requirements because they basically drive the market to only deliver the most expensive housing available. It always reduces the number of homes that are built and sold and always raises the prices of the ones that are sold. So it is not a solution. And I applaud the things that the state is doing to help encourage affordable housing because it's still very difficult to do. I can tell you that from experience. My great concern is what's referred to as the missing middle, which you mentioned. And that's that nobody's building homes for people who can afford a $400,000 or $500,000 home today, much less a $300,000. They just aren't being built because the limited supply of lots that are available is being taken for those $1 million homes. And there's just nothing left to build $400,000 homes on. Now, with the fee structure that the county has, it's not feasible anyway, but the missing middle is really the big concern. Placer County is reviewing their affordable housing fees. What they are finding is that they have a 70% requirement that those affordable units need to be on stream before they issue more than 70% of the building permits. So they're seeing specific plans that are just getting to 70% and then stopping. And so those affordable units aren't getting built and the lots sit there vacant. Inclusionary is also bad because it puts people in neighborhoods that often don't meet their needs. Those greenfield developments aren't close to the public services, the employment, the transit, the shopping.
Thank you.
That families need.
I appreciate it.
Ask him a
Thank you.
clarifying
Yeah,
question?
go ahead.
So on the inclusionary, I get what you're talking about on the unit. How about the fee, in lieu fee?
That's
So
a
they
much,
can be built in the right place.
it's a much more workable solution, and Housing Trust Placer was established to serve as a vehicle for putting those fees to use.
Okay.
Okay.
Very good.
Good.
Thank you.
you.
sir. Thanks for being
Appreciate
here.
it. Anybody else want to speak on this item?
Hello, Maureen Dion Perry, Housing El Dorado. This subject is certainly near and dear to our hearts. And I thank you and the Affordable Housing Task Force and staff for doing this work. Clearly, my mind is quite boggled with the complexity of this situation. And I'm also feeling the urgency as we look at our RENA numbers and the progress that we're making. You know, we've built 85% of our above moderate housing. Moderate, big drop to 23%. Low, only 11%. Very low, 8%, and extremely low, 2%. We're halfway through the period of time that this covers right now. So this really creates some urgency to get this moving fast and effectively. After listening to this, it does sound like I thought an inclusionary ordinance was the way to go. I'm not sure now, but the fee situation might be a good alternative to really look at the fees. I think it's going to be very difficult for us to meet the goals without some real good teeth in this effort, because we're so far away in our moderate to very low areas. And the other issue I hear is concerns about people moving into our affordable housing from out of county. And I think that issue really does need to be addressed formally. If you can do it legally, I don't know, but I hope that there is a way to focus our affordable housing on El Dorado County residents.
Yeah.
As well as the issue of use of county surplus land. It seems like that is another way to move this forward more rapidly, is to look at any surplus land that would be available for the county to provide to affordable housing development. So I thank you very much, and I certainly understand the complexity of this.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this? All right, I'll go to Zoom participants, please. Oh, one more? Okay. Oh, okay. Come on up.
Peg Vanderkar, Placerville, and Housing El Dorado representative. I too am boggled by the complexity of it all, and I appreciate this difficulty of decisions you have to make. I would just like to put forth and keep it in all of our heads that we really need creative thinking. There's many ways to provide housing, even pre-made little houses in groups on land where there can be a little community. There's lots of ways to do this, and keeping ourselves aware of how much money has to be put into a unit of housing before anything even comes off paper is just mind-boggling. Coming from an era where my first house cost $16,000. It's now an era where my children who have good jobs can't afford to move into this county. And I would like you to consider how many of your employees' salary schedules are at a level where they could afford even moderate housing in the county. So just try to think creatively and try to see how it can be reduced overall and in housing provided in many, many different ways. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else in the boardroom want to speak on this?
How many people are online, Kim?
Oh.
Let's go online. Now taking
So-
public comment from iPhone.
Mhm.
Okay, stop it at 8. Okay.
Yeah.
iPhone, can you please unmute yourself? I'm going to go on to the next one.
Next. Okay.
Now taking public comment from Robert Williams.
Supervisors, I'll try to make this very, very brief. This is Bob Williams, Planning Commission Chair and District 2 Commissioner. I want to applaud everyone connected with this program for doing all the heavy lifting. Good job in bringing a lot of this information together. However, I really do, and I really am concerned about the ministerial aspects in this program. I brought this up at the Planning Commission earlier this year. Last year, the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors met together jointly on the interim design standards. We took your directions and then prepared and reviewed those standards at great length. I was one of the 3 commissioners who voted in support of moving forward and recommending the adoption of those standards. When I was informed earlier this year that I had agreed to, in moving this thing forward, to provide the planning director and staff full ministerial decision over SP 35 issues, and that the issues of appeals were limited, I was very, very concerned. As a result, I would like to get, and I know you can't do it formally in a meeting because it's not part of the agenda, but I would appreciate on behalf of the commission to get directions from the supervisors to see if you like us to reevaluate our recommendations, specifically in relation to the ministerial issues and the appeals issues. And I have no issue right now with the design standards as approved. But however, the global ministerial authority is of a major issue because you're still dealing again with traffic, CEQA, and other issues that does give you, the county, some leverage. It's important that we move forward on low-income housing as fast as we can, but it also have to be done reasonably and rationally. Thank you, board, for your time.
Thanks, Bob.
Now taking public comment from Kevin McCarty.
Good afternoon, Chair Turnbow and supervisors. I know it's been a long day, but I appreciate you hearing this item. It's very important. I love what I heard from Caleb and nonprofit construction, and I appreciate the task force coming forward. I just wanted to chime in on this. You know, Supervisor Ferraro, you mentioned some of the state directives coming down from the California legislature. And I understand where this is coming from, but, you know, in this case, you know, we're talking about housing for our people. You know, it's not like this is sanctuary cities or needle programs. This is really the ability of our people to afford a home and to build a life for their family. So I just wanted to kind of bring that back to the ground level, because I think things can get very easily politicized today. You know, El Dorado County, everybody knows it's one of the most difficult jurisdictions for permitting. You know, I've managed projects all over the state, and only the city of Richmond has been more difficult. And that's a city where I think the entire city council got indicted for corruption several years back, but that's beside the point. You know, CEQA, it's acknowledged that it's been weaponized. It's consistently weaponized for self-interest. You know, self-styled conservatives will turn into eco warriors pretty quick when they don't want a project moving forward. And I think it's important that we have some checks and balances on that. And that's really what, if anything, the state programs are kind of doing, is just making that a little bit easier. There's still traffic studies, there's still bio studies. It's just making that process a little bit easier. You know, Supervisor or Chair Turnbow, you know, you're 100% right about Grizzly Flats. You know, we really need to help them. I just hope that we can also remember the other residents, you know, who haven't lost their family homes, and they may never have one because they can't afford it. You know, you guys really have the power to move the needle here, and I really hope you do. So thank you for your time today, and have a great evening.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from John Messona.
Yes, John Messina, Lake Tahoe Taxpayers Association. And I think this is ultimate hypocrisy that the county had to cut budget items for people who live here and now want to give money to people who don't live here. I think you should be considering the people who are paying the taxes, not the people who are going to be getting a free ride. I support senior and disabled housing. However, all other affordable housing units by government that use government money are required by law to be welfare housing. So don't pretend that they are workforce housing or middle class housing, because they'll never be that. This all sounds good, especially for politicians who want to buy votes with other people's money. Missing from the presentation is the cost to other taxpayers and homeowners, making it harder for them. Doesn't come out of thin air. This money comes from taxpayers who worked hard to afford their own home, who are now being saddled with the expense of housing other people. This is not fair. This is not democracy. To build more affordable homes, you really should just eliminate all the fees and permit costs on a house. It's over $150,000 in fees to build a single family home in this county. I got out of order. This program obstructs free enterprise rights. It's definitely socialism. This is not American theory. This is socialist. If I wanted to live in a high density condominium, I would have bought a home in the Bay Area, not in the country. And once again, the Board of Supervisors is combining so many issues that the public cannot possibly comment on all of them in 3 minutes. You need to split these up so that people can actually respond to each individual item, and instead of silent gagging them by putting so many things into one item. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor. I've done this for a long time. It's very frustrating, especially when you help people get elected that made promises. And what I see, we have huge lobbyists for above moderate income homes. We have millions of dollars states dumping on us to incentivize low income housing. We don't have anybody standing up for the existing moderate workforce housing folks that live here, your typical rural residents that are getting pushed out. It's not, when people say, well, our kids want to live here. Well, you're pushing them out to not live here by continuing to support these other housing. RENA does not force you to build high density, low income housing or any other kind of housing. If you play the RENA game, you will have zero open space left, zero industrial land, zero businesses, zero jobs, zero rural county. RENA is nothing but a forced pyramid game, and you don't have to play it the way they're telling you. We have a huge area called Grizzly Flat. We could call that our RENA number project, and that would cover Sacramento forever. But you want the funds that are going to produce these other houses, because you're not standing up for the people that live here. We've asked, we've pleaded, we've met with you. When you talk about design standards, I gave everyone a paper today that shows project for low income was conditioned to do design standards, and it's already been changed. I dare you to go look at the apartments they're building on Black Rice. They're hideous. That's what he's now submitted for this project, which was not to be changed without going back through a process which didn't happen. So, and plus it's expired, and you still sit there and act like nothing's going on. So to say the state's forcing us to do this is not correct, to build these type of homes, because we sit here and watch you ignore the rules that invalidate those type of projects. And you can lower the density of some of these places when they don't meet. It's in your general plan. Some of you know that you can lower the density if they're not compatible with the land or the community. So I would just stop doing things that are already worse of what the state's doing to us. And I just think you have too much of an army in the planning department where this is so much of their focus. And I'd like to get back to seeing what our county could be as far as sustainability and having jobs and businesses and a livable community. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, lots of good input. Leo Bennett Coshano. Greetings from Diamond Springs, where I'm attending the original affordable housing, the Highway 50 wagon train. I like that for a plug. My only thought, because everybody's covered it from so many perspectives, is it is crucial. I like the idea about county surplus land, but I just hope you agendize this, on a regular basis and frequently, because it is certainly a critical issue for this area. Thank you for taking my comment.
Leo.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. So a couple people mentioned already, but on December 3rd, The board approved the interim objective design standards. In that meeting, there were concerns that were brought up that it would actually mean that these projects would no longer be reviewed. And there were multiple times that people were told, oh no, it's still going to be reviewed. It'll still be visible to the public. In January, the Planning Commission, one of the first projects, very specifically said, this is going to be the last one because now with the interim design standards, it will help with the ministerial review. So there's incorrect information that's gone out, and that's why I think everybody's even more worried now, because we're also seeing the things that are in fact getting through that there's concerns about. There's a number of us for years that have brought up issues and concerns and comments specifically to some of the state legislation and the fact that we as a county, we actually do have things that can protect us as a people and still allow development to occur. All I'm hearing right now are people talking to large developers and where in that comes in the individuals that want to build homes on their property. Why isn't that made a priority? Look at the individual instead of the volume, because the volume's not coming through for you right now. How many times have you done approvals only to find that the project wasn't done or it wasn't done in a timely manner? Who's monitoring that? Who's monitoring to say the stuff that you approved is actually getting done? You have the ability to implement checkpoints along the way, even in a ministerial process, because we have stuff in place like Measure E and our transportation stuff. That's a huge part of our safety element and the transportation safety elements. And every time it's brought up, there's like blank stares and there's nothing else. Where's the evacuation plan for the county? Have you done any road analysis for a full evacuation on any of our key corridors? All of that is what matters to the people that live here now and ultimately those that will live here in the future. It's your responsibility to oversee this for us, to protect the citizens, to listen to what we're saying. It doesn't mean don't build affordable housing. It means protect us where we are so we don't have issues like we've had before. And we all see it getting worse and we don't see you doing anything on our behalf. Finally, I will just say, why is our staff working for developers to get funding? That part is super frustrating. We just had this, oh, we potentially might be laying people off, but yet you want to work with developers to get funding.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Kim Beal.
So this is going to be the last one, correct? Okay.
Hi, this is Kimberly Beal, the El Dorado County Association of Realtors Government Affairs Director. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate your Board of Supervisors for creating the Affordability Task Force. Excuse me, need some water. The 5 appointed members have a wealth of information, and many of them have knowledge in building and financing housing projects. I have watched most, if not all, of the task force meetings and provided input during the meetings. Regarding the inclusionary zoning outlined on page 11 of the staff's presentation, the task force did not recommend creating an inclusionary zoning policy. I think it's before you because you directed staff some time ago to bring it forward. The El Dorado County Association of Realtors is part of the California and National Association of Realtors, and at all levels, we are opposed to inclusionary zoning because it has not been proven to be an effective way to create a mass of affordable homes, especially for smaller projects and for many reasons. First off, when a housing project has to incorporate offering some of the homes at a price less than the cost to build the home, the other buyers in that housing subdivision will have to pay the subsidy. How is that fair? And when this type of subsidy is added onto the purchase price of the home, it also eliminates the ability of many people to afford that home, as previously mentioned by one of the task force members that spoke to you a few moments ago. You have a report prepared by BAH BAE 3 years ago that stated inclusionary zoning will not work in El Dorado County. And I've heard that the city of Sacramento prepared a study and they also agree that it does not work. If you wish to have an inclusionary zoning component, make it an option or incentive for the developer or builder to consider by offering another benefit to offset the cost, such as a density bonus, but do not create a mandate for an inclusionary zoning policy. Thank you.
All right, so I'm gonna close public comment and bring it back to the board for any comments or discussion.
Quick question. The housing element, the RENA numbers. Our numbers are there, it's approved, we're in compliance and all that stuff. And that's based on current zoning?
Correct.
See, and I think that's where we always have the heartburn is when developers come in and they don't want to build what it's zoned for. And then the residents, you know, are like, hey, that was zoned for that, they're doing more. How, is there a way we can incentivize building at the existing zoning so we don't have so many of these conflicts? Or, and that seems to be our fundamental problem. And some people actually kind of refer to that in a different way, but
I'm not sure exactly how to answer that question. I mean, I think that most of the projects that are in the streamlined lane are already zoned multifamily. That's how you can't do an apartment, with the exception of some of the state legislation that allows housing within commercial zones. You know, which is sort of, we do allow mixed use in our zoning ordinance, but some of those are exceeding what sort of was anticipated. But I think you're talking about larger sort of just building at the grander scale of within the general plan designation and zoning, correct?
yeah. So, all right. I think we're all just tired and I don't really
I was
think-
going to say, I
don't know if
think
we should be making
one
a
of the
recommendation
alternatives
right
or
now.
one of the thoughts might be that, you know, you could come with a menu of options. It doesn't have to be a one size answer to a one size fits all type, you know, scenario. You could look at a menu of options that you want the task force to look at, including, you know, whatever you decide, but say, I'm just going to give an example, inclusionary versus in lieu, and that they be equivalent in how they're, you know, utilized, or that, you know, when you're looking at incentives that they offset or bring the same level of a benefit as maybe in, you know, the in lieu fee or something like that. But I don't know that there's an incentive to build, because quite frankly, at least the streamlined projects, you have to be zoned sort of for those types of uses to even qualify.
I'm really concerned about us making any recommendations right now. I think we're fried and I don't know. I would have hoped that you guys would have brought, like you're saying, a bunch of options for us to consider, and then we'd be like, yeah, no, whatever. Is that something you could bring back to us maybe at another time? Or
Yeah, and especially when you had those numbers of percents and it wasn't there, so you were giving us it, but I would like to see a chart with all that too.
I mean, and you've heard a lot of our questions and
Yeah.
heard input. Maybe you could kind of come back and give us more of a, you could do this, or this, or this, and this. And I did appreciate when Kim Beal suggested that maybe we do have an inclusionary as an option in an ordinance. You know, that's one option kind of thing, but I don't know if we can really give good direction right now. I feel like there's just, we're all over the place on this issue, which maybe is why you're here, but it is nicer when you bring stuff to us with options that we can just choose from.
We can certainly put that together for you.
I appreciate that, Chris.
Yeah.
And I think we can probably all agree on number 3. Does the board wish to potentially utilize surplus land? Yes.
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Done.
Definitely.
And even the in lieu, I think we're leaning that direction of some sort of an in lieu, with potentially the option of what Kim Beal was talking about. But at least that gives them some more direction. And then obviously working on the toolbox.
Yeah.
So.
Is there a way to encourage or incentivize a high density, you know, multifamily project to have it be condos or townhouses as opposed to apartments? And the reason I ask if we're in that market range, $400,000 or $500,000, $600,000 home, it would get people in the door to purchase a home instead of being eternal renters. And I know that, there's a developer that's proposing a project now, and he doesn't want to do that because he doesn't want to deal with an HOA. He wants to deal with one owner, the apartment building owner. So that's a thought. And then on slide 4, talk about waivers and reductions of fees. Are we doing that now, or are you recommending that, or and why?
We are doing that now. Yeah, that's part of the B11 policy that we do utilize. Yes.
What policy is that?
B11.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. See, it doesn't feel real fiscally prudent after spending 9 hours here today discussing the budget.
So anyway, I think you got a direction to, look into it, explore this, and then bring it back to us. Lori's right. I'm fried now. It's catching up with me. So, and I think we all are.
Sure.
We're all tired.
Happy
So
to do it.
I'd appreciate it. Explore all the different options and stuff that we've all talked about, and then bring it back to us, please.
Is there a time frame you would like it brought back to?
How's the board feel? How many days?
I think we should ask the task force. I mean,
Okay.
we haven't got completely clear direction, but there's experts in the
Yeah.
room that are
Yeah.
on it.
So how many days you figure on
We
that?
did.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to have another meeting.
Is 90 reasonable or even?
90 days gives us basically 2 meetings because we get, the 3-4 week lead up to get an item to the board. So,
Yeah.
I mean, we might want to do maybe 3 meetings just to be sure
Right.
we're hitting it.
Because we're going to try to schedule a meeting at the end of this month here after this board meeting to kind of figure out which way to go with it. So we could probably do 3 meetings and then come back to you on that.
Which would be more than 120 day, I think, timeframe, if that's amenable to the board.
Yeah, that's all right with me. Is everybody else all right?
I'm okay
Okay.
with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. All right, thank
Thank
you.
you, guys.
Very well.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
It's been a long day, it really has, and thank you for being patient with us too, so.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rob.
All right, so we go on to item 24. So the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 24 as specified on the agenda. Anyone that wishes to provide comments concerning this matter may do so at this time. We already did that? Okay.
Actually, I think it may have been limited to item 23. so I
Yeah, it
think
was
it'd be
limited
prudent.
to item 23, Kim. So I'll open it up to public comment on item 24.
Now taking public comment specifically regarding closed session item number 24. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
So I'm going to ask county council, is there going to be any report out?
We are anticipating a report out, yes.
Okay, so we're going to come back out.
Yes.
We just do-
Okay.
You're awesome. Let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Then we report that out.
All right, we're back from closed session. County Council, any report out?
Yes, Mr. Chair. On item 24, the performance evaluation of the Agricultural Commissioner Sealer of Weights and Measures on a 5-0 vote, the board approved a step increase from step 3 to step 4 of the salary schedule effective the first full pay period following today's date. That concludes my
All right.
report.
Thank you. So I think we can just skip our. Yeah, we'll just. You're welcome. All right. Actually, we are adjourned at 6:46. Yeah. Thank you, Kim. 6:46.